All right. I should probably check the stream to see what this sounds like. So I'm going to do that. What do we got here? All right. Okay, let's just see here. Testing 1, 2. Welcome to my little place in the internet. There it is. Okay, that sounds good to me. Hopefully that will be sounding good to you also. We'll put that away. Yay! And I'll don the headphones, because that's the right thing to do. Don't you know? Keeps the feedback from happening. Alright. Wow, really loud in the headphones here. Turn it down. Alright. That music is turned way up. I seem to be cutting through alright. Well, let's call it a day then. I think I got this thing rigged up and ready to go. A few little changes around Dimebag Darren World Headquarters here in the corner of my living room. And it's Christmas time, right? And I say Christmas time, right? Check 1, 2. I like the sound of that. Let me tune that up a bit. Sounds weird to me. You know what? Let me kill the music a sec. Get in the headphones here and make sure I'm hearing it the way I want to. And levels are going pickety peak peak, peakety peak peak peak. And I can turn that down just a little. Oh yeah. Should be able to turn on the gate. Gate out some of that noise from the street. Yeah, that's a little better. Check out the compressor, see if it's doing anything. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. You know what? Forgive me. Forgive me. But I can do this. I know what I'm doing. I can do this. It's the kind of thing I like to do. Okay, so that's our musical track right there. That's not the one I want for you. Neither is that one, clearly. That's that one. That one? Yeah, for the most part. Just that part. I always talk about the tech that I use in terms of this, and I'm really happy with this unit. It's, it's not like it's been 1000% trouble-free, because there's been little details to be dealt with, but still quite happy with my choice here in the Revelator. The Revelator is the little box that you can go ahead and plug your microphone into. You need a microphone, the Revelator IO24, the one that I bought. But what's cool about it is it's not just a box you can plug a microphone into, but what you're seeing on the screen right now is the software that goes with it. And so just setting that up a little bit. This is compression, what you're seeing now. So when I get overly loud, it's like having a little magical hand on the volume control that reduces the volume just a little bit if I get a little bit too loud. And you can see that magical hand every time you see that little meter go towards the down. That's the magical hand turning me down. And what that means is I never get overly loud, so I can overall be more loud. So there's no times when I'm super loud and then quiet. I'm reasonably loud all the time, which is what I'm looking for. The EQ curve, I pull out some of the highs. I'm going to put a little bit back today. And maybe I'll curl down just a little of that radio announcer bass so it's all more or less just the way my voice sounds normal without really any cuts or much of anything going on here. Not very much of a curve or anything. So we're using the gate to try to keep out some noise, but have the window open, that's not helping. We're using a bit of EQ, compressor. We're not using the limiter, and I'm not using the voice thing. The voice thing does strange stuff. Anyway, so this is the things that you get. It's $99 on Canadian Amazon, cheaper maybe even on US. But to plug in like professional microphones, you need one of these. You can buy a box that hasn't got any of this. It's just the thing that allows you to plug in professional microphones, costing even as much as exactly the same. Now they do have those boxes that are simple boxes as down as maybe $30 or $50 as well. But I'm telling you, this is such a good thing that I'm going to keep shilling on it till basically I'm all done. I'm going to show you. So yeah, there's the top of the bar. It's called the Revelator IO24. There's a Revelator IO44, which would be absolutely fine if all you ever want to put on it is one microphone, basically. And there's two microphones, the Revelator Condenser and the Revelator Dynamic. And they are microphones that you buy. So you need a microphone, buy that. And it comes with this suite of software, and the details are all built in. So you don't need a box. You get the microphone, you get the software. And the Revelator Dynamic is pretty cool. But the Revelator Condenser was on sale, pretty cheap too. So, all right, stop. I'm done shilling for the software people and the hardware people, but I really like it. So that's why I tell you about it. And I think I'm done tuning it up for my voice today. So why? Because every month I send $10 to StreamYard because I wanted at one time to have unlimited amount of streaming time. So back in the day, there was a deal where it was $10 a month to get onto the plan, and so I did. I thought, you know what? Even if I don't use it much, $10 a month is a really good deal for the ability to manage a panel and what have you. So that is why I bought it. But haven't used it a lot since I realized that if I do a presentation directly from OBS, it ends up on YouTube in 1080 rather than through StreamYards and then ends up on YouTube at 720. Now, I could pay to have 1080, but I'm paying $10 a month now, so I'm not going to be getting 1080 at $10 a month or anything reasonable. And that's one thing about StreamYard. It's perfect for you at this level, I think. But if you want to get 1080, if you need other aspects to be more reasonable, there are a few other alternatives. There's EVMux is one of the ones I think is one of the better ones these days. Take a look at that. It's called EVMUX, and it is similar to StreamYard, but like their mission in all cases is to make streaming as easy as possible. And I definitely did start out with the StreamYard people, and I got tons of their swag, but they're good people. They make a great product. And again, if you're under 20 hours of streaming every month, starting with StreamYards is the way to get started. It will get you all the tools you need, from the point of view of software. You're still going to need your camera, but that's all you're really going to need. If you've got a camera, it's got a mic, you could start right there. If you've got a phone, StreamYards has an app, or not an app, but it's browser-based, so you can start there. So you can start where you're at with StreamYards and start streaming today. How about that? All right, Merry Christmas, everyone, and welcome to the Christmas stream. I've been gifted the house to myself, if you can believe it, and that doesn't happen often enough. And me and the puppy, well, my last puppy, Juan, is already, like, my son is here, but he's in his room. He won't be coming up. So the dog is in there with him, I'm pretty sure, because I don't see him around. The cat is right there. I think I got a cat cam. Cat cam. I know it's not a cat cam yet. Give me a second. I wondered what I might use this camera for today. Testing the speakers on StreamYard. Sounds like we're working. There's the kitty cam. Okay. So let me crop that quick. And we shall have a kitty cam. Oh, tiny. That's not working. There we go. Why does my glasses cleaning cloth often have kitty fur on it? Well, I can give you an idea. I think possibly this cat is at fault. It's a little bit dark in the room, so it gets a little grainy. It's all about, when you're trying to get a good picture, is about having decent lighting. Your camera will work much better. Even a crappy camera works so much better if you have decent lighting. Going back and checking on the StreamYard side. Mayor, thank you for stopping by. Merry Christmas, sir. Saw you doing a lot of Christmassy doings there. Wish I was free and could have joined in a little more, but nope. In fact, yes, sir. So it's just a little busy just before Christmas, but now it's Christmas already, pretty much. So it's, not morning here, but still morning enough that I haven't fully finished my AG1. AG1. Bunch of good shit. All in here. Tastes decent. Like, not hard to drink. Very green. A little bit gritty. But I think that's part of the good stuff that's in there. And I really do drink it every single day. AG1. If I die, you can blame AG1. You saw me drink it. AG1. What was I going to say here? Hang on. So well prepared. How about that? Well, that's not exactly focusing now, is it? I figure it would pick up focus. Oh well, they put a lot of shit in it. It's good for you. It won't make you any smarter, but it's guaranteed not to make you any dumber. And that's a good thing, even to promise that. Mary, I was thinking about it, and I'm a person who hadn't been taking any kind of proper vitamin or anything like that at all. And thought to myself, hey, self, if anybody could benefit from a multivitamin, probably you at this point, since you're so dilapidated and decrepit. And I thought, yeah, you're probably right. And when I saw this AG1, I know, there's other people in my family eating and drinking other kinds of greens type things. And I'm thinking, well, it's probably a pretty good idea. I'm actually trying to fire up the mobile cam here. I'm not sure what's going on here. Am I on the right internet? I am. I'm on the right internet. Okay. Droid cam. Okay. Why can't I get to the properties? Weird. Well, did some updates on some of the softwares. And this might be one of the victims. Because I was planning on firing up my camera, my one that's on my phone using DroidCam, which I've been using all along. And it's not working right. I wonder if I remove it. Remove. I know you don't see this. And then add a okay. I think I did an update on OBS, and I think I don't have DroidCam anymore until I add it again. Yeah, I know. Well, that sucks. That means no mobile cam. Okay, well, sure. Go ahead. Make my day. Well, nothing we can't solve. We can still go over big, can we not? Let's fire that camera up. There we go. Over big. Well, I'll sort that other thing out at another time, but we did get one of those monitor arm thingies for our studio this year for Christmas for ourselves. So the actual Dimebag Darren World headquarters still looks pretty much the same with the monitors going across the front, but now they're pretty mobile. They could be moved around at a moment's notice. And just checking on something here. That should make things, I don't know, better? Maybe? I can't think of a lot of things I really want these days, which is a nice place to be. There's lots of things to get, I suppose, but when it comes down to things I actually feel as though I'm motivated to have any want for, I don't think so. I'm going to move this tablet. I wish you could see all this right now. It's too bad I can't do the mobile thing. I could break that camera out. You know what? I'm going to do that. I hate not having the mobile ability. I'm going to show you. I don't have a lot of, fancy coins. My coins are pretty simple. And my thing is to collect coins out of Canadian circulation and get them out to you guys that may want them. Myself, I've been really lucky. Went to the bank the other day and got myself one of those boxes. Richard Metcalf, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you, sir, and Merry Christmas. Anybody who would like to pop up, I'm going to put the link right in the live chat. And you know what? If I don't know you, you're not getting up. So if you're a goof and you're out there and you're going to use the live chat link, if I don't know you, you're not getting up. So enjoy. You know what? We'll be turning that on too. Okay. I'll paste it on in there, Richard, if you feel like popping up and adding to my stream by myself. By all means. I should be reading another chapter of the book. I know if you've been listening to the book at all, you're all waiting on me to get off my friggin' toilet and read another chapter. And that's just a work of love, right? It's going to happen, but it'll happen at a pace that's not predicated by any schedule at all. And I apologize for that, but it's the way I have to do that. So just, it won't be long. I feel the pressure mounting slowly to get another chapter read. And honestly, I'd like to read another chapter. I miss the story. Let me just, the wide's here. He's there. Okay. So I want to put that in here. And that is what we call wide cam shot. Wow. Do I have it all? There it is, right? Is that it? Yeah, it is. Okay, unlock it. Got it. Move it around. Got it. Actually, we're gonna transform. Okay, so I'm using OBS. I can obviously put one camera on top of another, whatnot. And this little chunk of camera is the camera that's got the kitty cat in it. So first thing I'm going to do is just get on it, and I'm going to use transform, reset transform. And what that does is anything that I've done to the camera's feed, it's going to just set the feed back to the normal standard feed. Boom. Okay, so there it is, the normal standard feed off that camera I pointed at the cat. In fact, I'm going to get it closer. I'm going to get it closer to the cat. Hang on. No problem. I know how to play with myself. No, wait, why am I whispering? I don't know. Just kidding. I'm playing with my kitty. And I know how to play in my sandbox all by myself. You see, for me, this is CB radio. Back in the day, I had to have one, and I did. And I mean, I had a nice base station with an antenna on top of my house and all that. And I could broadcast. I didn't know if anybody was listening. Sometimes people listen and they never use their microphones, so you don't know they're there. And then sometimes people talk back, key up, as we say. You key up your radio. And we'd have a nice conversation. But it never deterred me once at all from broadcasting, because that's what I'm made to do. That's what I always wanted to do, and that's why I went to school at BCIT and took broadcasting. And that's why I did a little bit of work in radio. But radio's a hard thing to get into well, and I didn't, unfortunately. And that's, you know, I've actually made application to radio stations even recently, and I don't know. My dream isn't dead because I can still talk. I'm not as mobile as I once was because what I did become was a steel fabricator, and that's shop work. And I'm not up for shop work these days, unfortunately. So, I wonder what it looks like to you with my eyeballs screwing around all over Hell's Half Acre, but I'm looking at some other, multitasking, is that what it is? I need to turn the music back on. I like this. I'll rewind it. All right, everyone, Merry Christmas. I hope you have your Christmas things wrapped. Santa is coming. Reinforce your roof. Clear off all the snow. Santa's coming and he's bringing reindeer, and they're heavy, heavy reindeer. Done a lot of shorts lately, and they have been doing well. Thank you, Blockus, for the gave me the push to do the shorts. Not to mention YouTube desperately trying to make me do shorts like every friggin' day, but you ignore advice sometimes, mostly because I'm busy, but yeah, it's worked out. I've a few new people and some nice comments, and I must say my top shorts are that of the dog. My best friend got himself a Cane Corso Dogo Argentino cross, and that dog should come over for a visit today, I'm hoping, because he's friggin' awesome. And if you if you look up Cane Corso, or Cane, it's spelled like a cane, C-A-N-E, and it's an Italian dog, so I think maybe it's Cane. I've heard it said that way, and I think that might be correct. Cane Corso. Wow, what a dog. Boy, oh boy, man's best friend and then some. Well, maybe even maybe even a race from a different planet. I don't know. I'm gonna lay out some stickers. And some cool stickers come my way. Oh, is that the one? Oh, is that? I don't know. I get confused. A lot of things show up. Marty sent a few things and was asking me about a certain particular coin he had sent. And I don't know what to do with it. Well, maybe I know what I did with it. I'm just not sure which one it is. Ha 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 ha. Anyways, welcome if you're watching. Thank you again if you've listened to any of the book on Omnivox Gaming. And if you haven't, why haven't you? It's the best story ever, and I swear to God it parallels Elon Musk to a certain extent. Read Isaac Asimov's Foundation with me by clicking on the old Omnivox Gaming playlist, select the Foundation series. I've got a fair bit of it, like not a lot because the book is long, but there's a fair bit of it read already to the point where you can click on it, close your eyes, and go to bed, and hopefully my dulcet voice will lull you to sleep while you only hear part of the story, and you'll have to return to it and hear more of it after. So hopefully the little bit that I've got recorded now can serve you for a couple of nights' sleep, maybe. In fact, I could, if I got nobody coming up, I could do some of that reading today. Because first I read it quite raw, and then I do an editing in DaVinci Resolve. And I think I might do that because I really am way behind. Actually, let's see if I do this. Is it that one? I felt like it was that one. Oh, it is this one too. Yeah. Slideshow. And then I read the first page by clicking on the slideshow. Then I read the page number 2, number 3, number 4. I read it out loud to you. And 5 and 6 and 7, there are 11 pages total. Oh, don't bug me. See what happens when you install WinZip? And 11 and 12. Peace on earth, goodwill to men. And to women too. Please look it up. But don't look it up. Let me read it to you for Pete's sake. That's what I do. Look it up. You look it up. Isaac Asimov's Foundation, you have to look it up. Where you been, man? I mean, no. Love you. Hang on, how does that frame up? That's... I guess I did use the... Yeah, because it's... I guess that's... Some of those don't. But if they hit the top and the bottom, then I can't make it any bigger, and that's not... If I was doing half pages, I could make it larger. Always ideas for making it better, you know, which is... that's how it goes. If you like what you do, and you do it, and then you want to make it better, that's what you do. Martin's treasure hunting. Marty's friggin' cool. Did I ever tell you about Marty? Ever tell you about Marty? He's nuts about digging. Just saying. Merry Christmas, Marty. This is my Christmas stream, which means dick, because Mom died this year and my dog died 2 weeks ago, so fuck Christmas. I mean, Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you for putting up with me and for allowing me to vent. It's a hard one this year, and I don't care. You know, I've gone on friends of mine's streams, and they're looking for positivity. And you know what? Sometimes I'm not the most positive guy. And sometimes I make mistakes. But for those that can't find their way to forgiving me for my mistakes over 2023, F you. Don't I don't know what just happened. Can you hear me right now? I just had a little glitchola happen, which happens every now and then with this system. Mr. Freeman! God, I hope you can hear me right now. Feel like I need to do a check. Check one. Yeah, no, I see levels. Okay, that looks good. Well, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire's so delightful. Well, there's really no place to go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Yeah, find a way to forgive me or fuck off. That's my motto for 2023. So, no offense, but offense. And I'll find a way to forgive you if you need the forgiveness. And some of you do. And if you don't think so, we're back to fuck you. How about that? Just letting things get off my chest. You know what I resent? Is that this year I suddenly apparently have one person who's blocking me. I'm not, I up till now I don't know of any single person who's blocked me. And now somebody thinks I've egregiously done them wrong to the point where they block me. Fuck. No. You know what? Every time I step up to the plate, buddy, I bash it out of the park. The one time I stepped up with you, somehow I hit it to your fucking shortstop. You know what? You got me out? You think you do? All right. And yeah, I'm a little bitter about it because I thought I treated you well if you're listening to this and you know who you are. But all right, if I didn't. Can't fucking make everybody happy. And you're a little harder to make happy than most, so if that's the way you're going to play, good riddance, dude. Woohoo! All right. Did it jump up? Okay, not sure why. But I had a little, it was a glitch. Oh, what's this? F off Windows. Windows update. Oh yeah, I really want to do that right now. Whatever, Windows. No, I don't want a Windows 11. I'm not updating to Windows 11. Jackasses. Hang on, stay on Windows 10 for now. I'll bet there's a Windows update. There's all kinds. Look at that. Yeah, I don't think we'll be installing that right this very moment, but you can download it. Man, I wish some of you lived closer. I got like 2 nice monitors now that I'm not going to make any use of. The problem with them, they weigh a ton. They're like this 1970s tank of monitors. And when you flip them around, they're awesome. They've got every kind of input you can think of. Like you can literally use them for whatever kind of monitor you need. The only thing they're not is a TV. And if you hook up a TV box to them, because they've got HDMI, they got DisplayPort, they have composite, they have component, you can literally hook it up, but the problem is no speakers. You got to deal with the sound. But if you deal with the sound, there's a TV. And I brought them out of service because as I put up these new monitor arms, they can handle the heaviness of the new. They can handle the heaviness of the old monitors that weigh so much. But I have some lighter monitors, and so I decided to use those. Upside down. We're going mobile, damn it. We've got the Mevo, the one that we used to use for karaoke, and it is mobile. And as before, 3 monitors still. I could do a 4th, but I don't know what it would do for me or how it would actually end up in my layout. If I ever did a teleprompter, I would use the 4th output for that. And underneath, those are the audio monitors for when I'm playing audio out loud. Got a couple of those. What to look for when you're looking for these monitors is that the speakers, both of them, should be exactly the same. You don't want one that's got the amplifier in it that has a cord that goes over to the other one where all the switches are only on one but not on the other. You want one that is exactly the same where the 2 speakers are interchangeable one to the other.
and then they stand alone. They have their own amplifiers inside them. That is what you want. Got my computer upside down, so there are the buttons and the top USB, because I wanted to be able to see the window. There's a window. You never saw that. Just saying. Underneath here, that's the Revelator, and that's been on sale for a while, and that allows you to plug in 2 microphones, your headphones, your speakers. That top thing is my headphone amplifier, because I have I didn't really need it. Never mind it. That's some speaker management stuff that you don't need either. It's kind of a waste, but I like it. So these 2 things are I like it things. That's a thing you need. That's a I like it thing. The thing on the bottom is an old compressor that I used to use that's not plugged in and not turned on, but got lots of nice buttons on it. It looks cool. So there it is. That's a PC panel. That's a universal volume that you can assign to different things on your computer, and then you've got some physical volumes. Every one of those knobs at the top is a button as well to click down on, and of course the sliders. And I don't have them all assigned, but the beauty of it is they're there to be assigned. My recent purchase, used keyboard that came in its box brand new. I even got to peel the sticker off the Corsair logo, because the guy wanted a smaller keyboard, not a big keyboard, and he ordered it or whatever by mistake, and well, $50 later, it's mine. It's awesome. Thank you, sir, from Craigslist, who met me at the cop shop and then gave me a hell of a deal. Of course, before I had this, I had the scope mounted through that hole, and it was shining down. The problem is I moved all of this stuff back, and now the hole doesn't come through. So we had to reassemble the scope in a different way, and that's working out all right. I actually kind of like that too. So the scope may just reside there permanently. I'm not sure. You sit back when you've got a world headquarters like this, and you think of things, and then you implement them over time. You know what I mean? But this is still something I totally advocate. This is an LG tablet that has been dropped and taped up. It's a piece of junk, but it runs the software called Stream Control, and Stream Control is a software that mimics a Stream Deck and controls OBS. Like right now, if I wanted to change to my front face camera, front face, and boom, I swing into front face. I'm holding the Mevo right now to show you all this. But if I hit the over big button, I call it over big, it goes back to the Mevo, because that's my overshot, my over big. And then I got one here, microscope. Hit the microscope and up it comes. And that could be, otherwise you have to mouse these things a lot of times, and mousing, pain in the butt. All right. This camera is pretty cool. It will stream to the internet directly, or obviously be able to be used around the home studio kind of thing, but you need to have a need for it because it's $500. There are better ones, actually. Yeah, actually, I discovered that I wasted a little bit of money there, because I think I might have found an even better thing. I'll show you guys what it is. Don't do that. Oh, the weather outside is and the fire is so delightful. Actually, if any of you wanted to take a leap into this and do it at a, higher level, some of you do. This is actually pretty cool. See that one? It would be if I turned that off and turned this on. And then change that to over there. Display capture. And I want to capture the... No, I'm confused. It's this one. That one? This one? It is that one. Okay. I think you can see that. Right? So this is very much like the camera that I bought. But my cameras cost like 500 Canadian, $4.99. And since then I've run into this. And this is pretty cool. It does what my camera does with a direct stream, and it also does it where you can use up to 3 cameras, probably more. But they've got a really good deal at $700. That's like 700 Canadian, by the way. That I would have bought this for what I'm doing, what I was doing at the time. And you can set up angles and then go between cameras and all kinds of things. You'd have to look into it. If you needed a multi-camera shoot of your podcast or sporting event, otherwise just going to the one camera version is pretty of this, and that's $232. That I should, you know what, I should get me one of these. I think I am going to get one of these. Save $108. You know what? I really should buy. I'm talking myself into buying one of these. Jesus, Murphy. Okay, click. I'm not kidding though. I'm really halfway to talking myself into buying one. That deal is as cool as this other Logitech Mevo, as far as I can tell, honestly. But we'll see. Put the overhead camera back in place. Alright. I'll plug in the power so it has power. It's got a battery in it, which is great because then anytime I want to unplug it and run around with it, it's ready to go. So, okay, so I got a record button here, and I can just sort of record some of the book, and then hit the pause button, pause at any time. Do you think the $230 is pricey? Because honestly, for what it does, if you look at it, like firstly, eMeet, go to the website and check that. Don't buy the one I bought. The one I bought is too pricey, but for the price of a good webcam, it's not too pricey, Martin. It's a hell of a good deal. I swear to you that if you look at it more closely and see the value of it, you're going to figure it out. But nevertheless, that isn't the camera I bought right here. I got a Nexigo. It does things I don't like because I've got it set up. You see, it's changing. Okay, I talked to you about this. You see how when I put my hand in front of it, it may or may not focus, and I don't care about that. But it changes. Okay. Brain broken. Give me just a second. Video capture device partners. Configure video. It's changing the exposure. Right, there's a whole app for that. Wait a second here. I got an app for that. Okay, so the exposure was set on auto in the app that came with the webcam. So what I'm going to do, even auto is brighter than, well, isn't that stupid? Auto is brighter than the brightest setting I can get. Really? All right. That's pretty dumb. I'm going to go with that though. Okay, you see now I've got the exposure set. It's not auto. And so when I put my hand up against it, it's got that light coming because it's got a light built onto it. And it's washing out my hand, which is what I expect. I don't expect it to try to adjust for my hand. And that means my background, if it changes a little because of whatever lighting, my exposure isn't going to make the lighting do this, which, again, some of you don't care. If you don't care, I get it. No problem. You're not at that, you don't concern yourself with that. I'm happy. That's cool. But things like really crappy audio drive people away. Things like really shitty video then take the sort of second and third places of what drives people away from otherwise decent podcasts. I'm not saying it drives away from I don't have an otherwise decent one. That being said, your cameras generally have ways of dealing with them manually. And sometimes manual is what you want. I'm going to just make some adjustments that I think are good. I look at my shirt and I know it's black, right? So I just get it to the point where it's looking black. Saturation. I am now an Indian man. I am native of British Columbia. There we go. And the overall gamma, as they call it. Gamma it up a little bit. Yeah. All right. And that is that. The Nexigo camera came with the offering of the software that I'm using there to adjust. There is a built-in thing that's very similar, but I figured I'd use the one that came with the camera because it might work better or be easier or something. But I got this camera because it's 1080, which I want to use 1080 at a minimum. It's 60 frames per second, which makes for a smoother picture, I'm told, but I don't think that's super critical for what we do. But it has the ring light around it, and I was concerned always about, in my glasses right now, you can see the reflection of the ring light, but if I angle down just a little, you can't. And I can see that, so I can keep that out of the shot, like there, if I want to, if it concerns me. But the ring light splashes some light into the recesses of my eyes and face, so you have to stare in a damn light like an idiot, but hey, it's a cost for pretty. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's that? How's my audition, Mr. Benny? What's up? What's up? Excuse me, sir. I'd like to ask you what's up. What's up? Okay, that's all you get. But I'm happy to help, actually, so fuck it. What's up? Marty's been by. We'll put the camera back up and then just straighten it out a little bit so the shot is nice. Why I care about shots, I do not know. I watch videos about $100,000 cameras. Why? I do not know. Will I ever use one? No. Why do I know what a prime lens is? I do not know. I will never need a prime lens. When I'm 64, will you still need me? Will you still feed me? Oh yeah, I was going to read. Jim Cookie Martin. Yeah. Thank you, Jim, for coming by. Kid Bid, thank you for coming by. I'm sorry, I'm not the best at monitoring a chat. I think if there's any major flaw I have, it's not giving chat its due. You know what I mean? I don't know, I'm also not much of a giver awayer. I'm not a giveaway channel. I'm not trying to attract people by wheel or duck race or whatever, which I honestly should do. Not because I should be giving stuff away, but because it actually helps people build their channels at first. It really does. I see, lots of channels start from Zipple, and the way to do it is to get you some continuously running duck race of one kind or another. You may or may not believe this. How much do my sets cost? You know what? That's a good question. It's not something I've really mentioned much But of all the different Canadian coins I provide, I keep a stock of quarters. I have some loonies, but the pride and joy is definitely the $2 or toonie coin. This is not all of them, but this is a small smattering of what's available. And at the top you can see one of our coins celebrating the 50 years of the winning of the hockey game against the Russians. And these come typically as a painted and an unpainted. The painted one they make 2 million of, and the unpainted one they only make 1 million of. So the painted one is cool and in limited production, and the unpainted one is cool and in even more limited production. That's the same case of the Armistice one with the red poppy. There is a matching unpainted one for the one with the green center, which is our Indigenous Day toonie, but there is no, a regular toonie is the unpainted. That's not paint. The black ring one is an anodized process, I believe, and there's no quote-unquote unpainted one specifically. Of course, the black ring toonie mourns the death of Queen Elizabeth. So what I do for people, like right there, my offer these days is I will send you in a card 6 Canadian toonie coins that you can choose. I can show you a website where you can look at them, and you can basically choose the ones you want, and I can send you 6 of them, and I send them for $20 US, and that is 6 of them. I put them in a Christmas card or some kind of card, and wrap them up and just send them to you like you're my nephew getting some coins. I've done it for a lot of people, so there are people out there who you can get references from if you wonder. Your whole risk is 20 USD, and if you notice my channel, I've been around a while. There's lots of videos and lots of interactions, and I don't need your 20 bucks, but what I do need is to get rid of some of these coins, and I'll tell you why I say rid. I have my own coin book, which is full. I have all the coins I'm looking for, and as the new ones come out, I'll find them. But I also saved a pile of these, and I saved them out of circulation, and I only saved ones that were, the best examples I could possibly find. So I have some really nice ones. They're not uncirculated, but they are nice examples. And again, it's 6 coins, that's $12 in face. Then I send them to you. That costs basically up to about $15 total when I get them sent to you, and throw in a little bit for the actual stationery, and then there's a couple of dollars of profit, and that's it. So that's it. $20 USD for 6 $2 coins sent to you by me. And I don't track them, but if you don't receive them, if you tell me that you didn't, I'll send them again, but I'll track the second package, and then we won't do business anymore. Probably. Unless I believe you. Which I might. It's hard to say. Gaming set. How much does my gaming set cost? Okay. Well, this is not a gaming set. This is just somebody who... Okay. It'll game. What do you think makes a gaming set? Let me tell you. A big video card. Even if you bottleneck your CPU, you're going to need a high-end video card. So what do I have for a video card? I have a GTX 1060, 6 gigabytes. Why do I have it? Because my son gave it to me, he upgraded. Why is it important for me to have? It isn't. My previous card before that was a GTX 660, and it had 4 outputs for video monitors, and all I need is multiple outputs. I only play Fall Guys, so I don't need a lot of power. So this is not a gaming setup. This is a streaming setup, and I stream about my hobby, which is coins. So even though now and then I will stream and have streamed games, and this system can do games, it's only got a 1060. Although I just recently built a new computer, so the computer's kind of skookum now. It doesn't have to be. If you told me what kind of computer and what kind of video card you had, I'd have some kind of idea where you are in the gaming world. But if you're concerned about gaming, this is not a gaming rig. This is a broadcast rig. It's like my CB radio to the world, except that it happens to do audio. Let's see your son. I'm a son. My son. You're confused. Sub what you like, my friend. I'll show you my cat. Yeah, 3080 is killer, right? I mean, firstly, it's a 30, and then it's an 80 series on top of that, which, is a higher end card to boot. Whereas I have a 1060. One good thing about my 1060 is it's a 6 gig, which allows me to use higher resolutions and whatnot. And it works perfect for me. It's exactly the card, honestly, for me. But I stream. I don't play. Not so much. I'm a sub. Nice. Yeah. So this is it's the Christmas stream for me. It's my way of saying hi. It's my way of using up some of my damn StreamYard time that I pay for every month for no good reason. Ever since I realized I can stream directly from sorry. You may not know this, but if you start streaming, you should start with something like StreamYard. But once you've got StreamYard under your belt, which won't take long, you're going to want to do things that you can't do in StreamYard as easily. Although, honestly, they've been adding so much to StreamYard that you may never need to use OBS. But if you want to stream a game, if you want to have sort of broadcast control, you're gonna want to use OBS. Hey, thank you, Kid Ben. You know what? Thank you very much for coming by, dude. I dub to you. Bye. I'm not sure why he came by, but I'm happy he did. Something like a GeForce RTX 3050 is like friggin' awesome, and it's totally modern. But for what we do, we don't need to chase those most modern parts, and that's one thing people sometimes don't realize. And they concern themselves with these, newest parts. And you go into a store, that's just going to sell you what they got, right? That's what they do. And you're not going to get something that's overly crappy, because there very little is these days. There's not really anything that's really overly crappy. So, actually, I want to put this over here. This is the one thing I wonder about when I've got so many screens in front of me and I look so many directions. I wonder what it's like as I'm watched, as I'm looking this way, that way, the other way. For gaming, it's better. Omni. Oh, you're on the Omni? Try raiding Roblox. I probably would like it too, but you know what? It's not. It's about time. There's only so much time. I mean, I'd play more Fall Guys if I had time. And you make time for those things that are important. For gaming, it's better, eh? For gaming, it's better. I'm actually broadcasting on 2 channels right now. The Omnibox channel you may be on. There's also my Dimebag Coins channel I'm also broadcasting on. So I'm not sure by looking at the chat necessarily which one you're on. I don't think it tells me. I don't think it lets me know. Doo-da, doo-da, doo-da-doo-da-day. I'm trying to figure out my laptop. For streaming, it's supposedly made for streaming. Well, that's good. Well, Elizabeth, I would say StreamYards lets you start with 10 hours or 20 hours. I think it's 20 hours every month for free. So I would download StreamYard, and then there's just so many tutorials that on the actual StreamYard channel, and then they make every week a certain amount of they have lives that you can ask about. But your laptop itself is more than powerful enough if it's not a Chromebook, And if it's made for streaming, it's definitely not a Chromebook. And the cat moved. Damn cat. How dare you move? See, this is a OBS thing that I'm doing right now, being able to move the cat camera. And I send OBS into StreamYard. So first you learn StreamYard, and then after you add OBS on top of StreamYard. But StreamYard's a very easy program to get learned. You download it. Well, you don't download it. It's browser based. So you literally go to StreamYard.com and you see. Yeah, Chromebooks are just a pain in the ass, basically. Yeah, people ask me, they ask me how do I stream, and so many things don't apply because of, Chromebook. Anyway, microphone's a pretty decent one. It is a Rode NT2A. NT1 is really a really great microphone for a person right now if they wanted to get something like this. But there are even less expensive microphones than those that are just fine. Donner, I would look at the website called Obscure Microphones and let Bark, my friend over there, tell you, check out some microphones with him. Also, Bandrew over at podcast, what does he call himself? Forget now. Bandrew says, I use Restream. Flood, a free version has no time limit and you can add the 2 extra cameras. Martin is right. Restream is another one, and so is EV Mux, and they all do a very similar thing. A Maneo AU AO4, perfect. It's not about the microphone. The top microphone in the whole darn world is the Neumann U80, whatever it is. That's $3,200 to $3,600. I think of the microphone I've got now as 92.5% of that $3,600 microphone, and this microphone is more like $600. And if you were to buy the NT1A, the brand new one that just came out, which is a redone one, they just refreshed it, you'd pay quite a bit less even, and the microphones just as good. And honestly, even there, the microphone that I suggest for people is the Behringer XM8500. So I would suggest the purchase of headphones makes my ears itch. Ow. I would get my audio box, the Revelator IO24. I would buy a Behringer XM8500 microphone, and then I would buy the microphone stand of your choice. Get yourself one of those arms or whatever, which one you like the best that fits into your setup. And that's it. That's all you need. And that is all you need. Like, so many great things built into that. But the Maneo, perfect. Perfect. Unless your microphone is really crappy or is failing you for some specific, then whatever microphone you got is a good microphone. And if your microphone plugs into USB, it's a different beast. It doesn't need an audio interface. It handles that. So use whatever you got. USB microphones are fine. If you want to go down the pro road, then you're going to want, a XLR microphone. There are plenty of microphones out there that have XLR and USB. But if you want the ability to do all the EQ and compression and all that other stuff, the same as I got, then that's done through the little magic box called the Revelator IO24. I am so tempted to buy that camera, even though I don't know exactly what to do with it right now. It's funny, you find ways. Testing the speakers on StreamYard. Sounds like we're working. Oh yeah, I was going to read. The problem with reading right now is the traffic outside. I try to read when, nighttime, but I actually have the house to myself. Oh, and he gets a message. What kind of message? Let's find out. Let's find out. We're trying to get a property sold. We're not getting the offers we need here. You can't have a YouTube channel without somebody emailing you about how they can make your YouTube channel bigger and better. I know how. I know the magic. The problem with my YouTube channel is effort. Good things require effort. You cannot expect to have good things without doing a certain amount of work yourself. And that is the thing. I am not really working very hard at YouTube. Like I said, whatever it is for me, it's like a CB radio. So I just key up the microphone and talk whenever I want to about whatever the hell I like, want, need, think that's cool. Sometimes I just bitch. I do too much bitching though. Anyway. Most expensive mic is the Head and Torso Simulator hats by... Well, that microphone is a hats, which means it generally looks like a great big head and shoulders, and it is used for simulation, measurement, for recording probably ASMR too, but I know a guy who's got a hats, Linus. That's a set of stereo microphones that are calibrated. Technically, though, yeah, I know, but go into a recording studio and see which one they want to use when all microphones are made available. That's, it's like, that's the proof is in the pudding. Let's put it that way. What are the top recordings you recorded with? It's not that what you've got there is a measurement device, a scientific piece of equipment. There are other microphones that are measurement microphones you would never want to sing into, and the best microphones are not fully transparent and color free. They color their input in a way that is pleasing. So, cost. Technically, though, I'm sure you're right. Technically. Sometimes technically is good enough. Damn it, now I'm coveting that damn camera. And that's bad. I shouldn't be doing that. It's got a Sony sensor, HDR, 8-hour battery. The microphone comes off it so you can clip it to yourself if you want. Doesn't tell you a lot about the camera right here, but see, this is the microphone separated. Here's the hard case. These are cool because they'll stream directly to YouTube. And if you have 3, you can use the app on your tablet or computer, apparently, or phone. And then you can literally, you've got full video control of the 3 shots, and you can make transitions between the cameras and all kinds of wonderful things. On top of that, I believe the Mevo, my first camera, can be incorporated into that app. So if I were to drop the 700 beans, then I would be 4 cameras deep. You know what? The Razer Kaio is a pretty good webcam, but a lot of people just go mirrorless with the Sony A7 or A6 body and a Sigma lens that's super wide, an 18, something like that. And that's the pro route to go, like double pro, but I mean, that much money for a camera body and then that much money for a camera lens, all to go mirrorless, to have that to go, it's a big step. It is like buying the Neumann microphone. Like, you might as well just go and get the Rodecaster Pro 2. Get that. It's $1,000. It has 4 microphone inputs and it has every last thing you could need. So you just go out and get the damn Rodecaster Pro 2. Go ahead and get it. And then get yourself, well, you know what? I'd say go get 3 or 4 Neumann microphones, but that's not realistic, because if you were in a studio, you wouldn't even want to use them. You would want to use 4 SM7Bs, probably. I mean, if you're going to do this, you want to look the roll. So you're gonna buy 4 SM7Bs. Then you're going to get 2, 3, maybe 4 mirrorless. Put them up. You're going to run it through OBS, but you're going to need an Elgato capture card, because you're going to come in from those mirrorless with HDMI, and your computer doesn't got an HDMI input, so you're going to need 4 HDMI inputs. So that's a $1,300 Avid input card, or Elgato, or the other one, Magellan, or whatever it's called, Magewell, that's the one. So I mean, you can just keep on going. But I actually do like that Kero Ultimate Pro, whatever. It's a pretty good, one of the good ones, because it has a good sensor. It has a Sony sensor. As does this camera, by the way, a Sony sensor. But yeah, this price of $232 for one, that's actually really good. I'm really tempted. One of the nice things about it is it's got a memory card slot in the back there. And what that's about is, if you're actually doing a special event and there's any problem with broadcast from the camera to the tablet or whatnot, it's going to record that locally on the camera as well. So if you're then going to edit or produce something from the original footage, you've got some unadulterated footage that could be used when other options could be no good. I framed the photo and sent it to Paul Picture. Hey, right on. All right, let's take a look at the chat. Disabled Toad, have a good one, bro. Martin, still here. Malay Man, thank you for stopping by. And we're just playing around. I'm just playing around with Richie. Okay, have a good day. Hi, Willie B. I just played around with Richie. Just play around with Richie. Just play around with Richie. Just play around with Richie. Golf. Ah! Now it's suddenly partially understand. Now what I need to understand is why anybody would want to play whack fuck. I said it. Oh, it's VR. Well, I suppose. I get it. My son has a Quest. Actually, I worked for Oculus for a while. But I don't like the way they fit my face, and I don't like the way my glasses fit in them, and I don't like having to buy the one with I get the fitted glasses to enjoy it. Cool to hang out with friends. Yeah, you can do that. You guys all got VR headsets? Is this a thing? Am I being left behind? Because I tell you, I'm waiting for it to get a little bit better and a little bit cheaper. I want them to send out controllers that have Hall effect joysticks on them rather than those potentiometer joysticks. They always end up drifting. Then you have to either buy more controllers or send them in for service, which is a piss off, but there's not a thing you can do because they all end up drifting eventually. Quest 3, yeah, well, there you go. That's a good machine. They still don't have the Hall Effect joysticks on the controllers, but yeah, Quest 3 is getting right there. Eh? I honestly know exactly how good those are, and you'll quite like it. It's going to be a little bit amazing. Have you used the Quest 2 or anything like that before, Martin? I literally worked for Oculus when Facebook bought Oculus, believe it or not. So I know a little bit about it, but I don't own one, believe it or not. The Quest 2, I got out just as the Quest 2 was coming. I was there for the headsets before all the way up to the Quest 2. I kind of got out during the meta, and now I don't do anything Facebook if I can avoid it. All right. I'm going to make a quick call and make pizza come to me. I'd love some za.
Okay, just a moment.
Take the rest whenever you can get it up here. Thank you, sir. Bye. And that does it. Za. All right. Now, I've been trying to come up with different ways. Battery life. Yeah, you could, still counterweight the headset with a additional battery slung on the back of the headset deal, but yeah, the more battery they build into it, the heavier it will be, and then it's in the wrong spot, right? Although they could build it with a battery back at the back, I suppose, and just get it done that way, the way that everybody else ends up having to do it. But that being said, what is the life? What is the life? Well, it's probably just a couple hours. Not too long, because they want you to take a break from VR with regularity. So that's the reason why, another reason why the company is not as liable for any malady that might happen to you from being in VR for friggin' ever, if the battery that they give you would have caused you to have needed to take a break with regularity. Even if then you supplement that battery with a great big friggin' battery and end up in VR forever and some kind of bad thing happens to you. You know. All right. Welcome back to Dimebag Aaron World Headquarters, here in the corner of my living room and Omnivox Story Time. We're going to get back into the book. I really don't even know where I left you guys off. It's been so long and I apologize. But we are going to move along. We're in Chapter 2, Book 3. Chapter 2. There are many epigrams attributed to Hardin, a confirmed epigrammist, a good many of which are probably apocryphal. Nevertheless, it's reported that on a certain occasion he said, It pays to be obvious, especially if you have a reputation for subtlety. It pays to be obvious, especially if you have a reputation for subtlety. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read it and then I'm going to read it. Polyvarasov had an occasion to act on that advice more than once, for he was now in the 14th year of his double status on Anacreon, a double status the upkeep of which reminded him often and unpleasantly of a dance performed barefoot on hot metal. To the people of Anacreon he was high priest, representative of that foundation which to those barbarians was the acme of mystery and the physical center of this religion they had created, with Harden's help, in the last 3 decades. As such, he received a homage that had become horribly wearying, for from his soul he despised the ritual of which he was the center. All right, that's pretty good. I can read that for the recording now. Once to familiarize myself, and then once for the recording to hopefully do a good job. Oh, I stopped it. What a dum-dum. Okay, I'll just do the whole thing again. Chapter 2. There are many epigrams attributed to Harden, a confirmed epigrammist, a good many of which are probably apocryphal. Nevertheless, it's reported that on a certain occasion he said, "It pays to be obvious, especially if you have a reputation for subtlety." Polyvarasov had occasion to act on that advice more than once. He was now in his 14th year of his double status on Anacreon, a double status the upkeep of which reminded him often and unpleasantly of a dance performed barefoot on hot metal. To the people of Anacreon he was high priest, representative of that foundation which, to those barbarians, was the acme of mystery and the physical center of this religion they had created, with Harden's help, in the last 3 decades. As such, he received a homage that had become horribly wearying, for from his soul he despised the very ritual of which he was the center. Then I can pause it right there. Even have a little drink. And we'll see if we can get how far here, down to the Visibone. Okay. But to the king of Anacreon, the old one that had been, and the young grandson that was now on the throne, he was simply the ambassador of a power at once feared and coveted. On the whole, it was an uncomfortable job, and his first trip to the Foundation in 3 years, despite the disturbing incident that had made it necessary, was something in the nature of a holiday. And since it was not the first time he had to travel in absolute secrecy, he again made use of Harden's epigram on the uses of the obvious. Yeah, I can get that done. But to the king of Anacreon, the old one that had been, and the young grandson that was now on the throne, he was simply the ambassador of a power at once feared and coveted. On the whole, it was an uncomfortable job, and his first trip to the Foundation in 3 years, despite the disturbing incident that made it necessary, was something in the nature of a holiday. And since it was not the first time he had to travel in absolute secrecy, he again made use of Harden's epigram on the uses of the obvious. He changed into should have known better. He changed into his civilian clothes, a holiday in itself. Actually, I have to get rid of that, don't I? I gotta lose the banner. It's blocking the words. Go back to the comments and check. Hi, Seaweed. Thanks for stopping by. Got yourself some more rolls of nickels. Awesome. I might get some nickels eventually. Actually, I will get some nickels eventually, so. Miss Udi's here? Miss Udi, I'm going to be sending you mail. It's actually beside me and should get mailed soon. Seaweed, Lola, who else is here? Martin, Mellyman. I'm actually working on recording the next chapter of the book, and I had to get rid of that, what you call it? You know what? How else can I do this? Nope, that'd be it. I guess I have to do it like that, but I don't want to look at it there. Oh, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that. Okay. Thinking out loud. Thank you. Boom. Okay, good. Okay, just read it over and then record it. So here's the first read. He changed into his civilian clothes, a holiday in itself, and boarded a passenger liner to the Foundation, second class. Once at terminus, he threaded his way through the crowd at the spaceport and called up the City Hall at a public visiphone. He said, "My name is Jan Smythe. I have an appointment with the mayor this afternoon." The dead-voiced but efficient young lady at the other end made a second connection and exchanged a few rapid words, and then to Verisov in a dry, okay, I don't know what goes on from there, but I'll crank this one up now. He changed into civilian clothes, a holiday in itself, and boarded a passenger liner to the Foundation, second class. I'm going to do that again. That was my tummy growling. Okay. He changed into his civilian clothes, a holiday in itself, and boarded a passenger liner to the Foundation, second class. Once at terminus, he threaded his way through the crowd at the spaceport and called up City Hall at a public visiphone. He said, "My name is Jan Smythe. I have an appointment with the mayor this afternoon." The dead-voiced but efficient young lady at the other end made a second connection, exchanged a few rapid words, and then to Verisov in a dry, mechanical tone, "Mayor Hardin will see you in a half hour, sir." And the screen went blank. Whereupon the ambassador to Anacreon bought the latest edition of the Terminus City Journal, sauntered casually to City Hall Park, and sitting down on the first empty bench he came to, read the editorial page, sports section, and comic sheet while waiting. At the end of a half hour, he tucked the paper up under his arm, entered City Hall, and presented himself in the anteroom. In doing all this, he remained safely and thoroughly unrecognized, for since he was so entirely obvious, nobody gave him a second look. Hardin looked up at him and grinned. "Have a cigar. How was the trip?" Verisov helped himself. "Interesting. There was a priest in the next cabin on his way here to take a special course in the preparation of radioactive synthetics for the treatment of cancer, you know. Surely he didn't call it radioactive synthetics now. Huh, I guess not. It was holy food to him." The mayor smiled. "Go on." "He inveigled me into a theological discussion and did his level best to elevate me out of sordid materialism." "And he never recognized his own high priest? Without my crimson robe? Besides, he was a seminary..." Okay, stop right there. Had a good run. "Besides, he was a Smyrnian. Besides, he was Smyrnian. It was an interesting experience, though. I missed out on the police coming in here. Actually, let me check the chat. We'll take a little pause. I got the book like full screen on my screen here. I don't see no chat. You know what? I'm going to move that chat. That's what I'm going to do. Hang on. I'll win this race. I'll win this race. I'll start real strong. I'm going to win this race. I'm going to win this race. All right. Lowly, please be sending you your card and Manly Man, all kinds of activities and life like boxing and behind, but I've done a bit of research about that recording for the blind. We should talk. Oh yeah, I'd love to talk. You know I want to do it. I love doing this. I'm doing this for me. I love doing this. I would do it if there was not a single person in the chat. I love that you're there, though, by the way. Thank you so much for any encouragement. Merry Christmas to all. Ho, ho, ho. This message direct from Santa Claus, who I happen to know personally. I do. Without my crimson robe? Besides, he was Smyrnian. It was an interesting experience, though. It is remarkable hard and how the religion of science has grabbed hold. I've written an essay on the subject entirely for my own amusement. It wouldn't do to have it published. Treating the problem sociologically, it would seem that when the old empire began to rot at the fringes, it could be considered that science, as science, had failed the outer worlds to be reaccepted. It would have to present itself in another guise, and it has done just that. It works out perfectly. It works out beautifully when you use the symbolic logic to help out. Okay, we can get through that. My laptop, everything's. I bet it would be, Elizabeth. I bet you your laptop's good to go. And that's cool because we're going to get more people. Seaweed, if I happen to get a box of nickels, can I join you guys? Because I might just go and get a box of nickels. That might happen. Basically, today is the only day I could get to the bank, right? And after that, they're closed for some time, I would think. I don't even know what we're looking for. I know nothing about our Canadian nickels, almost. Little tiny chunks of knowledge, but not a lot. Okay, I think I can get through the next passage. And I can also hear my lunch is cooking in the hot air cooker. You might even hear it. Not when I'm not talking, though. Pardon me. Too many burps. I'm a burpy person if I've had my AG1. Makes me burp a bit. Anyway. All right. Let's get another passage done. Here we go. Without my crimson robe? Besides, he was Smyrnian. It was an interesting experience, though. It is remarkable, Hardin, how the religion of science has grabbed hold. I've written an essay on the subject, entirely for my own amusement. It wouldn't do to have it published. Treating the problem sociologically, it would seem that when the old empire began to rot at the fringes, it could be considered that science, as science, had failed the outer worlds. To be reaccepted, it would have to present itself in another guise, and it's done just that. It works out beautifully when you use symbolic logic to help out. Perfect. Perfect. That will do, donkey. That will do. Kitty's jumped down. Kitty on the move. That cat, that kitten, I tell you, I stuffed that thing with love. Like, I love it up. And that cat is the meanest friggin' cat on planet Earth. I tell you. You pick it up, and it hisses at you. Oh, boy. Okay. I'm taking a little quick break from useful things here. I don't have anything else to put up, so we'll just leave I'm just going to leave the book page up. I'm going to stay on the QT with the face for a moment. that will be a no-show for a moment. I got myself a brand new set of monitor arms. My middle monitor was already on a monitor arm, and my side monitors were just standing there. So I got a monitor arm that could incorporate 3 monitors, but the middle monitor isn't on any kind of arm. It's just on the center pole, and the other 2 on the outside are on arms. But it turns out that my first monitor arm slides right on the pole. So now I have 3 monitors, all mobile, all on one pole. The combination of the first arm I bought and this other one, and there's still room to put 1 more back on the pole that's behind. And if I ever add a teleprompter, as I will do something maybe one day. I don't write scripts, so teleprompter, I know I really want one, but I may use it just to keep the chat up on a teleprompter on a monitor of its own. And it's nice to be able to look straight at it, read the chat, and be straight looking at you guys. So if I do get set up one day, that will be a thing, maybe one day. Disregard all extraneous noises. Actually, could do that. Where did I put it? I put it, oh, I see, okay. I should be hearing that. There it is. Right on, that'd be awesome, man. The more the merrier. No worries there, Seaweed. Oh, I can hear me now. I guess I've turned up my own volume. Turn that off, yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. The more good Canadians together, we can always find our way past our differences. I'm quite sure. I'd like to think so, anyway. It is what it is, my friends. But yeah, you get a little bit of new equipment for the old studio, and then you have to swap things around, which I did. In a second, I'm going to have to go grab the pizza out of the hot air machine. It's going to be lunchtime. Pizza time! Pizza pie man. All right. I'm going to wander to the kitchen here quick and check on that pizza. I'll be right back. Hello, kitten. You're my kitten. You are my kitten. Kitten. Okay, right on. There it is. Oh my God. My God. My God. Pizza. My God. Rewarmed in the air fryer, man, that's the way. I don't know what to tell you, it's yummy. They're really good. This one's the Elvis special. See how the app works? Very handy. Quickly. What makes it Elvis is the fact that the pizza place is called Elvis Pizza. There's no cheeseburger on them either. No. Lyle, happy Merry Christmas. Lol. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Oh. They're coming for me. Hey, on some channels they talk about pizza. On my channel, I think it was about 12 minutes in the air fryer. It's fast, but it's not that fast, but it's fast. I put some chicken wings in it last night and had it in there for 38 minutes, and I burnt them. I burnt them. But they were burnt and crispy on the outside. They were nice on the inside. They were definitely well done. Yeah, counter space is at a premium with us too. We have to move stuff around based on what appliance we want to use. Well, the same thing, it doesn't pay to get a small one either. Limits you on what you can actually get done. If you're going to get one, you got to get one that's decently large. You ever notice when you go on your like subscriptions page, and every time you hover your mouse over someone, the video goes live briefly? I'm convinced that somebody's got like a giant grid of those up. And every time you put up a giveaway, that of course becomes what they see as they double check all these ones in the grid. So I refuse. I'm trying to share this with you all that are here, and I think I'm going to do it at the end of stream, but everybody who's here who puts in the right thing in the meanwhile is eligible. And yeah, Gaw Hunters, exactly, and they're good at it. Like, you can't fault their system, but you can't fault me for trying to come up with a system that screws them over. They're very good, and everybody is welcome. Let me say that. So what do you think of my new glasses? I just got them. Well, actually, these are not the black. These are the black ones, aren't they? Yeah, I almost should have got more distinctive colors because I get mixed up as to which ones are which, and it's sometimes hard to see. Hang on a sec. No, they're the blue ones. They're exactly the same, but one's black and one's very dark blue. Now, I'm going to put on the black ones because they have the lens in them for the computer. I wasn't already wearing these, but one set has computer lenses and the other ones that are meant for something else. Wow. Thank you, HD. Who can tell I didn't shave out the old cheeks? Santa would never have it. I was too busy eating pizza. Wow. Wow. It's wild when you're using these ones that are meant for the computer and they're just, oh. Kitty Cam froze, but it froze where Kitty Cam, well, that's all right. If you're going to freeze, might as well freeze while Kitty is still there. Because Kitty's not there right now, but I'll go with that. You can actually count the damn hairs. I should go have a shave. I'm going to have a break later. I'm going to come back and suddenly you're going to see all that gone because I don't like that. That shows you what a bum I've been lately. All right. Looking like a bum. Austrian Stacker, thanks for coming by, bro. What I say? What I say? I say. That's what I say. You saw me say it. All right. Now that I got my readers on. So this is my phone, and of course on it you can see the little screen there. That controls that Mevo camera, the one I showed you earlier that cost me the 500 beans. Now, those ones that I showed you that were less, they've got the same thing where you can. Right. Right. Camera control. Okay, gonna blow my nose here. Give me just a second. Let's just go over here to the sound. Now that's some smooth streaming there, baby. I don't even know how long I've been talking and no one's been hearing the damn thing. At least it's very visual, right? I was talking about how the app lets me control the camera. I'm going to turn up the brightness on that. Pretty handy, actually. But, yes, sir. I like that. Anyway. Let's see if I just give you the desktop like that. And then just move that out of the way. Out of the shot. That's that. That's all. All right. Back to the chat and take a look. Mr. Cheddar Pepper, thank you for coming. Mr. Cheddar, thank you. Beautiful. Lyle Locomoto still here. Elizabeth Frud, we're gonna have the end of the stream. Don't have to be here to win, but you will have to check back in with me if you're the winner and you're not here, so I get your address and all that kind of stuff. This is how you do it. That's how I do it. And yeah, I wasted $500 on a friggin' camera and it can do it. But that's why I was saying I ran into a camera that is way less expensive than that one and does the stuff. So one camera, 232 Canadian, that's a lot less marking. And this one is a very similar kind of thing where it has capability for multicam. And it can be controlled from the app on your phone or tablet or computer or whatnot. 232 for one. Sorry. 463 for two. 694 for three. Pack of three would be great as a shot system for weddings and all that kind of stuff. Otherwise, I don't know how many of these a person needs. It just depends on how many angles of view you want. Anyway. Oops. Okay. Wait, how do I make this go? I'm lost now. Get my face back up here. All right, gonna get back to reading the book pretty quick. I think I better get a little more red here. Don't mind. So we go to. It's not the overhead. That's not the microphone. There's my beastie put in the garage. That's what used to be kitty cam. Oh, it's interesting. Ah. There we go. Okay, got to read it first, and then we'll read it real, and I think I'll get through about that far. Okay. Interesting. The mayor placed his arms behind his neck and said suddenly, Start talking about the situation at Anacreon. Start talking about the situation at Anacreon. The ambassador frowned and withdrew the cigar from his mouth. He looked at it distastefully and put it down. Well, it's pretty bad. You wouldn't be here otherwise. Scarcely. Here's the position. The keen man at Anacreon is the Prince Regent Venus. He's King Leopold's uncle. I know, but Leopold is coming of age next year, isn't he? I believe he'll be 16 in February. Yes. If he lives. The king's father died under suspicious circumstances. A needle bullet through the chest during a hunt. It was called an accident. All right. And get the finger on the record button. Interesting. The mayor placed his arms behind his neck and said suddenly, "Start talking about the situation at Anacreon." The ambassador frowned and withdrew the cigar from his mouth. He looked at it distastefully and put it down. Well, it's pretty bad. You wouldn't be here otherwise. Scarcely. Here's the position. The key man at Anacreon is the Prince Regent Venus. He's King Leopold's uncle. I know, but Leopold is coming of age next year, isn't he? I believe he'll be 16 in February. Yeah, if he lives. The king's father died under suspicious circumstances. A needle bullet through the chest during a hunt. It was called an accident. I seem to remember Venus the time I was on Anacreon when we kicked them off Terminus. It was before your time. Let's see now. If I remember, he was a dark young fellow, black hair with a squint in his right eye. He had a funny hook in his nose. Same fellow. The hook and the squint are still there, but his hair's gray now. He plays the game dirty. Lucky he's the most egregious fool on the planet. Fancies himself a shrewd devil, too, which makes his folly all the more transparent. That's usually the way. His notion of cracking an egg is to shoot an atomic blast at it. Witness the tax on temple property he tried to impose just after the old king died 2 years ago, remember? Hardin nodded thoughtfully and then smiled. The priests raised a howl. They raised one you could hear all the way out to Lucrezia. He's shown more caution in dealing with the priesthood since, but he still manages to do things the hard way. In a way, it's unfortunate for us. He has unlimited self-confidence. Probably an overcompensated inferiority complex. Younger sons of royalty get that way, you know. But it amounts to the same thing. He's foaming at the mouth with eagerness to attack the Foundation. He scarcely troubles to conceal it. And he's in a position to do it, too, from the standpoint of armament. That old king built up a magnificent navy, and Venus hasn't been sleeping the last 2 years. In fact, the tax on the temple property was originally intended for further armament, and when that fell through, he increased the income tax twice. Any grumbling at that? None of serious importance. Obedience to the appointed authority was the text of every sermon in the kingdom for weeks. Not that Venus showed any gratitude. All right, I've got the background. Now what's happened? 2 weeks ago, an Acreonian merchant ship came across a derelict battlecruiser of the old Imperial Navy. It must have been drifting in space for at least the last 3 centuries. Interest flickered in Hardin's eyes. He sat up. Yes, I've heard of that. The Board of Navigation sent me a petition asking me to obtain the ship for purposes of study. It's in good condition, I understand. In entirely too good condition, responded Verezov dryly. When Venus received your suggestion last week that he turn the ship over to the Foundation, he almost had convulsions. He hasn't answered yet. He won't, except with guns, or so he thinks. You see, he came to me on the day I left Anacreon and requested that the Foundation put this battle cruiser into fighting order and turn it over to the Anacronian Navy. He had the infernal gall to ask that your note of last week indicated a plan of the Foundation's to attack Anacreon. He said the refusal to repair the battlecruiser would confirm his suspicions and indicated that measures for the self-defense of Anacreon would be forced upon him. Those are his words, forced upon him, and that's why I'm here. Hardin laughed gently. Verezov smiled and continued. Of course, he expects a refusal, and it would be a perfect excuse in his eyes for immediate attack. I see that, Verezov. Well, we have at least 6 months to spare, so have the ship fixed up and present it with my compliments. Have it renamed the Venus as a mark of our esteem and affection. Have it renamed the Venus as a mark of our esteem and affection. He laughed again. And again Verezov responded with the faintest trace of a smile. I suppose it's the logical step, Hardin, but I'm worried. What about? It's a ship. They could build in those days. Its cubic capacity is half again that of the entire Anacreonian Navy. It's got atomic blasts capable of blowing up a planet. It's got a shield that could take a Q-beam without working up radiation. Too much of a good thing, Hardin. Superficial, Verezov. Superficial. You and I both know the armament he has now could defeat Terminus handily. Okay. Crapping out there, so we'll stop. Superficial, Verezov. Superficial. You and I both know the armament that he has now could defeat Terminus handily, long before we could repair the cruiser for our own use. What does it matter, then, if we give him the cruiser as well? You know it won't ever come to actual war. I suppose so, yeah. The ambassador looked up. But Hardin. Well, why do you stop? Go ahead. Look, this isn't my province, but I've been reading the paper. He placed the journal on the desk and indicated the front page. What's all this about? Hardin dropped a casual glance. A group of councilmen are forming a new political party. That's what it says. Verezov fidgeted. I know you're in better touch with internal matters than I am, but they're attacking you with everything short of physical violence. How strong are they? Damn strong. They'll probably control the council after the next election. Not before? Okay. That can get me through the next batch. Let me check the chat. Martin BH, Lola, Martin Cheddar, Lola, Pinto Beans and Cornbread, Elizabeth, Lyle, Lola, Willie Me. Thank you. Austrian Staga. Good man. BH Ringer. Good man. Seaweed Coins. All right. I think that's the latest of the chats. Let's get the pause button. Superficial, Verezov. Superficial. You and I both know the armaments he has now could defeat Terminus handily, long before we could repair the cruiser for our own use. What does it matter then if we give him the cruiser as well? You know it'll never come to actual war. I suppose so, yeah. The ambassador looked up. But Hardin. Well, why do you stop? Go ahead. Look, this isn't my province, but I've been reading the paper. He placed the journal on the desk and indicated the front page. What's all this about? Hardin dropped a casual glance. A group of councilmen are forming a new political party. That's what it says, Verezov fidgeted. I know you're in better touch with internal matters than I am, but they're attacking you with everything short of physical violence. How strong are they? Damn strong. They'll probably control the council after the next election. Not before? Verezov looked at the mayor obliquely. There are ways of gaining control besides elections. Do you take me for Venus? No, but repairing the ship will take months. An attack after that is certain. Our yielding will be taken as a sign of appalling weakness, and the addition of the Imperial cruiser will just about double the strength of Venus's navy. He'll attack us as sure as I'm High Priest. Why take chances? Do one of two things. Either reveal the plan of campaign to the council, or force the issue with Anacreon now. Hardin frowned. Force the issue now, before the crisis comes? It's the one thing I mustn't do. There's Harry Seldon and the plan, you know. Verisov hesitated, then muttered, "You're absolutely sure, then, that there is a plan?" "There can scarcely be any doubt," came the stiff reply. "I was present at the opening of the time vault, and Seldon's recording revealed it then." "I didn't mean that, Hardin. I just don't see how it could be possible to chart history for 1,000 years ahead. Maybe Seldon overestimated himself." He shriveled a bit at Hardin's ironical smile and added, "Well, I'm no psychologist." "Exactly, none of us are. But I did receive some elementary training in my youth, enough to know what psychology is capable of, even if I can't exploit its capabilities myself. There is no doubt that Seldon did exactly what he claims to have done. The Foundation, as he says, was established as a scientific refuge, the means by which science and culture of the dying empire was to be preserved through the centuries of barbarism that have begun to be rekindled at the end into a second empire." Verisov nodded, a trifle doubtfully. "Everyone knows that's the way things are supposed to go. But can we afford to take chances? Can we risk the present for the sake of a nebulous future?" "We must, because the future isn't nebulous. It's been calculated out by Seldon and charted. Each successive crisis in our history is mapped. Each depends in measure on the successful conclusion of the ones previous. This is only the second crisis, and space knows what effect even a trifling deviation would have in the end." "That's a rather empty speculation." "No," Harry said. "No. Harry Seldon said in the Time Vault that each crisis..." "No. Harry Seldon... No. No. Harry Seldon said in the Time Vault that at each crisis our freedom of action would become circumscribed to the point where only one course of action was possible. So as to keep us on the straight and narrow? So as to keep us from deviating, yes. But conversely, as long as more than one course of action is possible, the crisis has not yet been reached. We must let things drift so long as we possibly can, and by space, that is what I intend doing." Verisov didn't answer. He chewed his lower lip in grudging silence. It had only been the year before Hardin had first discussed the problem with him, the real problem. The problem of countering Anacreon's hostile preparations, and then only because he, Verisov, had balked at further appeasement. Hardin seemed to follow his ambassador's thoughts. "I would much rather never have told you anything about this." "What makes you say that?" cried Verisov in surprise. "Because there are 6 people now, you and I, the other 3 ambassadors, and Johann Lee, who have a fair notion of what's ahead, and I'm damned afraid it was Seldon's idea to have no one know." "Why so?" "Because even Seldon's advanced psychology was limited. It could not handle too many independent variables. He couldn't work with individuals over any length of time, any more than you could apply the kinetic theory of gases to a single molecule. He worked with mobs, populations of whole planets, and only blind mobs who do not possess foreknowledge of the results of their own actions. That's not plain. I can't help it. I'm not a psychologist enough to explain it scientifically, but this you know. There are no trained psychologists on Terminus, and no mathematical texts on the science. It is plain that he wanted no one on Terminus capable of working out the future in advance. Seldon wanted us to proceed blindly, and therefore correctly, according to the laws of mob psychology. As I once told you, I never knew where we were heading when I first drove out the Anacreonians. My idea had been to maintain balance of power, no more than that. It was only afterwards I thought I saw a pattern in events. But I've done my level best not to act on that knowledge. Interference due to foresight would have knocked the plan out of kilter. Verezov nodded thoughtfully. I've heard arguments almost as complicated back in the temples on Anacreon. How do you expect to spot the right moment of action? It's spotted already. You admit that once we repair the battle cruiser, nothing will stop Venus from attacking us. There will no longer be any alternative in that respect. Yes. All right. That accounts for the external aspect. Meanwhile, you'll further admit that the next election we will see a new and hostile council that will force action against Anacreon. There is no alternative there. Yes. And as soon as all the alternatives disappear, the crisis has come. Just the same. I get worried. He paused, and Verezov waited. Slowly, almost reluctantly, Hardin continued. I've got the idea, just a notion, that the external and internal pressures were planned to come to a head simultaneously. As it is, there's a few months' difference. Venus will probably attack before spring, and the elections are still a year off. That doesn't sound important. I don't know. It may be due merely to the unavoidable errors of calculation, or it might be due to the fact that I knew too much. I tried never to let my foresight influence my action, but how can I tell? And what effect will the discrepancy have? Anyway, there's one thing I've decided. And what's that? When the crisis does begin to break, I'm going to Anacreon. I want to be on the spot. No. That's enough, Verezov. It's getting late. Let's go out and make a night of it. I want some relaxation. Then get it right here, said Verezov. I don't want to be recognized, or you know what this new party your precious councilmen are forming would say. Call for the brandy. And Hardin did, but not for too much. All right, we made it. And that is it from Dimebag Darren World's headquarters, the very next installment of our book. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for waiting around for it. We'll get the next one out as soon as I can. Bye for now. All right, that has to go through the editing process. Yeah, I know. Who calls their kid Venus? Almost seems mean, doesn't it? Okay, so let us close that. All right. My gifted membership expires soon. Which one? Oh, Law Talk. That don't matter. Okay. So, the question is, where did it record that? Because I forget. So we look at the settings, and we look at the record output, and we need recording. So it's uses Big T videos. Oh, she's okay. Fine. Okay. Well, we know where that is, so let's launch DaVinci Resolve. I wonder why that's taken forever. Oh. I think it crashed. I think it did not properly launch. I think we should try to launch it again. Come on, guy. You can do it. Come on. Don't crash. Please don't crash. Come on, man. Oh, Windows, I hate you so much. Stupid thing. I'm actually broadcasting on both channels right now. Dimebag's my main channel by subscriptions, but I don't know what it is, but it's not wanting to launch. Ooh, something's going on. Finally. New project. We'll call it CH3 just to make it easy. We're going to go to the media pool. We're going to import some media. And that, what we just recorded, ended up in desktop, this PC, C drive, user, this one, that one. What a pain. Sort by date. Today is 12/22, 12/22. It's got to be this one. Interesting. Yeah, well, you might say Dimebag is my main channel, and then this is Omnivox is my alternate. I'll have to put that away, actually. There we go. All right. I think everybody needs some watch hours, William, but for me, I'm just enjoying myself. And if you're enjoying it too, hang out. It's not about a push for watch hours necessarily, but it is about showing people how I edit up a book right now, and that's what I'm doing. Get it right there. So right there, I find where the edit goes, go split. Now let's just see how long it. That's perfect right there. So I could split it there, and then I could delete that, cut it out. Cut that out. We'll put a split right there. Put a split right there, and this time we'll chop out this section. Cut. Oh, poop. Okay, this is where the thing happens. Cool. Undo. Didn't mean to do that. Meant to do this. Hey, Terry. Thanks for stopping by. Hmm?
It's a can of something or other, I don't know.
Amazon, Amazon. We never know what's coming from Amazon. I'm trying to tear open Amazon bag now. Where's the tearing thing? Open here, it says. Stinks. Hang on. All right, we're back. Had a phone call there. Split, and then behind here, cut, not copy, cut. I'm not going to fix that. Hmm. So I'm going to tidy that up a little bit, and then I'm going to rewind a bit and just listen to see how that plays out. Freeze. Hang on a sec. hard to draw some casual lines. A group of councilmen are forming a new political party. That's what it says. Bearsoft fixed it. I know you're in better touch with internal matters than I am, but they're attacking you with everything short of physical violence. How strong are they? Damn strong. They'll probably control the council after the next election. Not before? Bearsoft looked at the mayor obliquely. There are ways of gaining control besides elections. You take me for Venus? No. But repairing the ship will take months. An attack after that is certain. Our yielding will be taken as a sign of appalling weakness, and the addition of the Imperial cruiser will just about double the strength of Venus's navy. He'll attack us as sure as I'm high. Why take chances? Do one of two things. Either reveal the plan of campaign to the council, or force the issue with Anacreon now. Hardin frowned. Force the issue now, before the crisis comes? It's the one thing I mustn't do. There's Harry Selden and the plan, you know. Versov hesitated. That it's as if I heard. It's as if I heard. When we now, when then the last year, actually, somehow get know what's it. Some marks is here for the old foot. Why, you see, so. I forgot. I know you kind of the wish it so, Phil. Was not the need my campaign to the council, or force the issue with Anacreon now. Hardin frowned. Here, Anacreon now. Anacreon now. Hardin frowned. Force the issue now, you see, so. I have to frown. Hardin frowned. Force the issue now, before the crisis comes? It's the what's it? Some comes. Crisis comes, it's the one thing I mustn't do. There's Harry's T-Rex. It's something that I mustn't do. There's Harry Selden and the plan, you know. Versov hesitated. It's as if I heard. And you know. Versov hesitated. Versov hesitated a bit when I said, "Oh, sorry." It's as if I heard. And you know. It's the one I mustn't do. There's Harry Selden and the plan, you know. Versov hesitated, then muttered. You're absolutely sure that then muttered. Then muttered. Then muttered. You're absolutely sure then that there is a plan? There can scarcely be any doubt. You know, you'll say it's a plan. The plan? There can scarcely be any doubt, came the stiff reply. I was present at the opening of the time vault, and Selden's recording revealed it then. I didn't mean that, Hardin. I just don't see how it could be possible to chart history for 1,000 years ahead. Maybe Selden overestimated himself. He shriveled a bit at Hardin's ironical smile and added, well, I'm no psychologist. Exactly, none of us are. But I did receive some elementary training in my youth, enough to know what psychology is capable of, even if I can't exploit its capabilities myself. There is no doubt that Selden did exactly what he claims to have done. The Foundation, as he says, was established as a scientific refuge, the means by which science and culture of the dying empire was to be preserved through the centuries of barbarism that have begun to be rekindled at the end into a second empire. Verisov nodded. Empire. An empire. Verisov nodded. A trifle, doubtfully. Everyone knows that's doubtfully. Doubtfully. Everyone knows that's the way things are supposed to go. But can we afford to take chances? Can we risk the present for the sake of a nebulous future? We must. Yes, future? Future? We must. Because the future isn't nebulous. It's been calculated out by Selden and charted. Each successive crisis in our history is mapped. Each depends in measure on the successful conclusion of the ones previous. This is only the second crisis, and the ones previous. Of the ones previous. This is only the second crisis, and space knows what effect even a trifling deviation would have in the end. That's a rather empty speculation. Yeah. And in the end. Would have in the end. That's a rather empty speculation. No, Harry said. That's here. One. Rather empty speculation. No, Harry said. No. Harry Selden said in the Time Vault that each crisis. No. Harry Selden. No. Harry Selden said. No one. No one. And indicated that measures for the self-defense of Anacreon would be forced upon him. Those are his words. Forced upon him. And that's why I'm here. Hardin laughed gently. Verisov smiled and continued. Chapter 2. There are many epigrams attributed to Hardin, a confirmed epigrammist, a good many of which are probably apocryphal. Nevertheless, it's reported that on a certain occasion he said, "It pays to be obvious, especially if you have a reputation for subtlety." Polly Verisov had occasion to act on that advice more than once. He was now in his 14th year of his double status on Anacreon, a double status the upkeep of which reminded him often and unpleasantly of a dance performed barefoot on hot metal. To the people of Anacreon he was high priest, representative of that foundation which, to those barbarians, was the acme of mystery and the physical center of this religion they had created, heart and soul, in the last 3 decades. As such, he received a homage that had become horribly wearying, for from his soul he despised the very ritual of which he was the center. The king of Anacreon, the old one that had the young grandson that was now on the throne, he was simply the ambassador of a power at once feared and coveted. On the whole, it was an uncomfortable job, and his first trip to the Foundation in 3 years, despite the disturbing incident that made it necessary, was something in the nature of a holiday. And since it was not the first time he had to travel in absolute secrecy, he again made use of Hardin's epigram on the uses of the obvious. He changed into his civilian clothes, a holiday in itself, and boarded a passenger liner to the Foundation, second class. Once at terminus, he threaded his way through the crowd at the spaceport, and called up City Hall at a public visiphone. He said, "My name is Jan Smythe. I have an appointment with the mayor this afternoon." The dead-voiced but efficient young lady at the other end made a second connection, exchanged a few rapid words, and then to Verzoff in a dry, mechanical tone, "Mayor Hardin will see you in a half hour, sir." And the screen went blank. Whereupon the ambassador to Anacreon bought the latest edition of the Terminus City Journal, sauntered casually to City Hall Park, and sitting down on the first empty bench he came to, read the editorial page, sports section, and comic sheet while waiting. At the end of a half hour, he tucked the paper up under his arm, entered City Hall, and presented himself in the anteroom. In doing all this, he remained safely and thoroughly unrecognized, for since he was so entirely obvious, nobody gave him a second look. Hardin looked up at him and grinned. "Have a cigar. How was the trip?" Verzoff helped himself. "Interesting. There was a priest in the next cabin on his way here to take a special course in the preparation of radioactive synthetics for the treatment of cancer, you know. Surely he didn't call it radioactive synthetics now. I guess not. It was holy food to him." Another smile. "Go on." He inveigled me into a theological discussion and did his level best to elevate me out of materialism. And he never recognized his own high priest? Without my crimson robe? Besides, he was Smyrnian. It was an interesting experience, though. It is remarkable, Hardin, how the religion of science has grabbed hold. I've written an essay on the subject, entirely for my own amusement. It wouldn't do to have it published. Treating the problem sociologically, it would seem that when the old empire began to rot at the fringes, it could be considered that science, as science, had failed the outer worlds. To be reaccepted, it would have to present itself in another guise, and it's done just that. It works out beautifully when you use symbolic logic to help out. Interesting. The mayor placed his arms behind his neck and said suddenly, "Start talking about the situation at Anacreon." The ambassador frowned and withdrew the cigar from his mouth. He looked at it distastefully and put it down. "Well, it's pretty bad. It wouldn't be here otherwise." "Scarcely. Here's the position. The keen man at Anacreon is the Prince Regent, Venus. He's King Leopold's uncle." "I know, but Leopold is coming of age next year, isn't he? He'll be succeeding." "Yeah, if he lives. The king's father died under suspicious circumstances. A needle bullet through the chest during a hunt. It's called an accident." "I seem to remember Venus the time I was on Anacreon when we kicked them off Terminus. It was before your time. Let's see now. If I remember, he was a dark young fellow, black hair with a squint in his right eye. He had a funny hook in his nose." "Same fellow. The hook and the squint are still there, but his hair is gray now. He plays the game dirty. Lucky he's the most egregious fool on the planet. Fancies himself a shrewd devil, too, which makes his folly all the more transparent. That's usually the way. His notion of cracking an egg is to shoot an atomic blast at it. Witness the tax on temple property he tried to impose just after the old king died 2 years ago, remember?" Hardin nodded thoughtfully and smiled. The priests raised a howl. They raised one you could hear all the way out to Lucrezia. He showed more caution in dealing with the priesthood since, but he still manages to do things the hard way. In a way, it's unfortunate for us. He has unlimited self-confidence. Probably an overcompensated inferiority complex. Younger sons of royalty get that way, you know. But it amounts to the same thing. He's foaming at the mouth with eagerness to attack the foundation. He scarcely troubles to conceal it. And he's in a position to do it, too, from the standpoint of armament. That old king built up a magnificent navy, and Venus hasn't been sleeping the last 2 years. In fact, the tax on the temple property was originally intended for further armament, and when that fell through, he increased the income tax twice. Any grumbling at that? None of serious importance. Obedience to the appointed authority was text of every sermon in the kingdom for weeks. Not that Weenus showed any gratitude. All right, I've got the background. Now what's happened? 2 weeks ago, an Acreonian merchant ship came across a battle cruiser of the old Imperial Navy. It must have been drifting in space for at least the last 3 centuries. Interest flickered in Hardin's eyes. He sat up. Yes, I've heard of that. The Board of Navigation sent me a petition asking me to obtain the ship for purposes of study. It's in good condition, I understand. In entirely too good condition, responded Verezov dryly. When Weenus received your suggestion last week that he turn the ship over to the Foundation, he almost had convulsions. He hasn't answered yet. He won't, except with guns, or so he thinks. You see, he came to me on the day I left Anacreon and requested that the Foundation put this battle cruiser into fighting order and turn it over to the Anacronian Navy. He had the infernal gall to ask that your note of last week indicated a plan of the Foundation's to attack Anacreon. He said the refusal to repair the battlecruiser would confirm his suspicions and indicated that measures for the self-defense of Anacreon would be forced upon him. Those are his words, forced upon him, and that's why I'm here. Hardin laughed gently. Verezov smiled and continued. Of course, he expects a refusal, and it would be a perfect excuse in his eyes for immediate attack. I see that, Verezov. Well, we have at least 6 months to spare, so have the ship fixed up and presented with my compliments. Have it renamed the Weenus as a mark of our esteem and affection. He laughed again. And again, Verezov responded with the faintest trace of a smile. I suppose it's the logical step, Hardin.
I'm worried. What about? It's a ship. They could build in those days. Its cubic capacity is half again that of the entire Anacreonian Navy. It's got atomic blasts capable of blowing up a planet. It's got a shield that could take a Q-beam without working up radiation. Too much of a good thing, Hardin. Superficial, Verezov, superficial. You and I both know the armaments he has now could defeat Terminus handily, long before we could repair the cruiser for our own use. What does it matter then if we give him the cruiser as well? You know it'll never come to actual war. I suppose so, yeah, the ambassador. But Hardin, well, why do you stop? Go ahead. Look, this isn't my province, but I've been reading the paper. He placed the journal on the desk and indicated the front page. What's all this about? Hardin dropped a casual glance. A group of councilmen are forming a new political party. That's what it says, Verezov fidgeted. I know you're in better touch with internal matters than I am, but they're attacking you with everything short of physical violence. How strong are they? Damn strong. They'll probably control the council after the next election. Not before? Verezov looked at the mayor obliquely. There are ways of gaining control besides elections. Do you take me for Weenus? No, but repairing the ship will take months. An attack after that is certain. Our yielding will be taken as a sign of appalling weakness, and the addition of the Imperial cruiser will just about double the strength of Weenus's navy. He'll attack us as sure as I'm High Priest. Why take chances? Do one of two things. Either reveal the plan of campaign to the council, or force the issue with Anacreon now. Hardin frowned. Force the issue now? Before the crisis comes? It's the one thing I mustn't do. There's Harry Seldon and the plan, you know. Verezov hesitated, then muttered. You're absolutely sure, then, that there is a plan? There can scarcely be any doubt, came the stiff reply. I was present at the opening of the Time Vault, and Seldon's recording revealed it then. I didn't mean that, Hardin. I just don't see how it could be possible to chart history for 1,000 years ahead. Maybe Seldon overestimated himself. He shriveled a bit at Hardin's ironical smile and added, Well, I'm no psychologist. Exactly, none of us are. But I did receive some elementary training in my youth, enough to know what psychology is capable of, even if I can't exploit its capabilities myself. There is no doubt that Seldon did exactly what he claims to have done. The Foundation, as he says, was established as a scientific refuge, the means by which science and culture of the dying empire was to be preserved through the centuries of barbarism that have begun to be rekindled at the end into a second empire. Verisov nodded, a trifle doubtfully. Everyone knows that's the way things are supposed to go. But can we afford to take chances? Can we risk the present for the sake of a nebulous future? We must, because the future isn't nebulous. It's been calculated out by Selden and charted. Each successive crisis in our history is mapped. Each depends in measure on the successful conclusion of the ones previous. This is only the second crisis, and space knows what effect even a trifling deviation would have in the end. That's a rather empty speculation. No. Harry Selden said in the Time Vault that at each crisis our freedom of action would become circumscribed to the point where only one course of action was possible, so as to keep us on the straight and narrow? So as to keep us from deviating, yes, but conversely, as long as more than one course of action is possible, the crisis has not yet been reached. We must let things drift so long as we possibly can, and by space, that is what I intend doing. Verisov didn't answer. He chewed his lower lip in grudging silence. It had only been the year before Hardin had first discussed the problem with him, the real problem. The problem of countering Anacreon's hostile preparations, and then only because he, Verisov, had balked at further appeasement. Hardin seemed to follow his ambassador's thoughts. I would much rather never have told you anything about this. What makes you say that? Cried Verisov in surprise. Because there are 6 people now. You and I, the other in surprise. Because there's in surprise. In surprise. Because there are 6 people now. You and I, the other 3 ambassadors, and Johann Lee, who have a fair notion of what's ahead. And I'm damned afraid it was Selden's idea to have no one know. Why so? Because even Selden's advanced psychology was limited. It could not handle too many independent variables. He couldn't work with individuals over any length of time any more than you could apply the kinetic theory of gases to a single molecule. He worked with mobs, populations of whole planets, and only blind mobs who do not possess and only blind populations of whole planets and only blind mobs who do not possess and only the kinetic theory of gases to a single molecule. He worked with mobs, populations of whole planets, and only blind mobs who do not possess foreknowledge of the results of their own actions. That's not plain. I can't help it. Actions. That's not plain. Their own actions. That's not plain. I can't help it. I'm not plain. He worked with mobs, populations of whole planets, and only blind mobs who do not possess foreknowledge of the results of their own actions. That's not plain. I can't help it. I'm not a psychologist enough to explain it scientifically, but this you know. There are no trained psychologists on Terminus and no mathematicians on Terminus and no Mathamun, and no mun, and no one, Sinus, and no Mathamun, Sin, and no, one we said to explain it scientifically, but this you know. There are no trained psychologists on Terminus and no mathematical texts on the science. It is plain that he wanted no one on Terminus capable of working out the future in advance. Selden wanted us to proceed blindly, and therefore correctly, according to the laws of mob psychology. As I once told you, I never mob psychology. As I told as of mob psychology. As I told you, as I once was that. Mob psychology. As I once told you, I never knew where we were heading when I first drove out the Anacreonians. My idea had been to maintain balance of power, no more than that. It was only afterwards I thought I saw a pattern in events. But I've done my level best not to act on that knowledge. Interference due to foresight would have knocked out the interference not to act on that knowledge. Interference on that knowledge. Interference due to foresight would have knocked out the interference Selden wanted us to proceed blindly, and therefore correctly, according to the laws of mob psychology. As I once told you, I never knew where we were heading when I first drove out the Anacreonians. My idea had been to maintain balance of power, no more than that. It was only afterwards I thought I saw a pattern in events. But I've done my level best not to act on that knowledge. Interference due to foresight would have knocked the plan out of kilter. Verozov nodded. Looking out of kilter. Knocked the plan out of kilter. Verozov nodded thoughtfully. I've heard arguments almost as complicated back in the temples on Anacreon. How do you expect to spot the right moment of action? It's spotted already. The right moment of action. Moment of action. It's spotted already. You admit that once we repair the battle cruiser, nothing will stop Venus from attacking us. There will no longer be attacking us. Attacking us. There will no longer be any alternative in that respect. Yes. Say in that respect. In that respect. Yes. All right. Yes. Say. Ready. You admit that once we repair the battle cruiser, nothing will stop Venus from attacking us. There will no longer be any alternative in that respect. Yes. All right. That accounts for the external aspect. Meanwhile, you'll further admit that the next election we will see a new and hostile council, that will force action against Anacreon. There is no alternative there. Yes. There is no alternative there. No alternative there. Yes. And as soon as yes. And yes. And as soon as all the alternatives disappear, the crisis has come. Just the same. I get worried. He paused and here we go. I get worried. He paused and Verezov waited. Slowly, almost reluctantly, Hardin continued. I've got the idea, just a notion, that the external and internal pressures were planned to come to a head simultaneously. As it is, there's a few months difference. Venus will probably attack before spring, and the elections are still a year off. That doesn't sound important. I don't know. It may be due merely to the unavoidable errors of calculation, or it might be due to the fact that I knew too much. I tried never to let my foresight influence my action, but how can I tell? And what effect will the discrepancy have? Anyway, there's one thing I've decided, and what's that? When the crisis does begin to break, I'm going to Anacreon. I want to be on the spot. No. That's enough, Verezov. It's getting late. Let's go out and make a night of it. I want some relaxation. Then get it right here, said Verezov. I don't want to be recognized, or you know what this new party your precious councilmen are forming would say. Call for the brandy. And Hardin did, but not for too much. All right, too much. All right, we made it. And that is it from Dimebag Darren World's headquarters, the very next installment of our book. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for waiting around for it. We'll get the next one out as soon as I can. Bye for now. All right, so click on transition, dip the color dissolve, drag that into here, go back to the beginning. Grab another dip the color dissolve, install that here. See how that looks like. Check. Doesn't look like it installed. Well, there it is. Okay, took a second. Chapter 2. Nice. Okay. So now it's deliver. YouTube. File name. I'm just going to call it CH32. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Because we're going to put it in Foundation. So what was that? Chapter 3 book. Get the real book in my hand here. See what the hell I just did. Book 2. No. Book 3. Chapter 2. That's what it is. Okay, fine. Okay, so we're going to put it into Book 3, Chapter 2. Resolution is correct. I can select YouTube, did I not? Yep. Okay, add it to the render queue, and then render the project. Unsupported Windows, man. will render out in a couple of minutes, and then we'll get it posted, and then something is actually accomplished. Woohoo! Accomplishment! That is cool. It's a reverse proof. Woohoo! And it is cool. %22 done of the render. All right, Doggo's here. I think the front door is open. I asked William to open it earlier. Any luck? Well, no quick, he said. Doggo's here. Doggo, doggo, doggo. Me and I don't have my port. Oh, yeah, I do. Screw it. I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, generally, but we don't care. I don't personally care. Is this thing out of power? What the hell? What is all this weirdness? It's supposed to be happening. Happy, happy, happy. What's going on with this? Been using it all along. That camera's not outputting. I don't know why. We spare 88.50. I'd have to look, BH, but I will look for you.
What?
Friend asking about a coin. That should fire. What's the reason?
No lighter.
That's happening still, but this should.
You got a board from Amazon. Cool.
Hmm?
You got a board from Amazon. Cool.
Yeah, they're shipping wood now. No, just
Oh, so they're selling IKEA product now.
what is going on?
Is this safe if I kind of hang it on your printer or no?
Just no. I don't know. Maybe, probably, but what's going on with this hair?
Where did you go?
I don't know why Mevo's acting strangely. 50% done of the render. Perfect. There we go. Come on now. There we go. There we go. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Does whatever Spider-Man does. Spider-Dog,
spider dog? Where is the spider dog?
He's fooding. He's fooding. Oh, good. Cat Mattica.
Release the hounds! Let the hound in. Come on now. Little dog says, where the hell is the big dog? I know he's here. I know that the big dog's here. Where the hell is the big dog? Look out.
I thought it was following you.
It's in the kitchen. Acting weird, man. What the hell? No, well, him. He's nervous. And this is not launching properly for some reason. Wait, you can't just keep on going up. There is no up. Here, let's do it. You're down. Now what are you going to do? Hey, where you go? Then go up and see there. Hi. You feel safer? Ooh. What? Where'd you get that from?
The little one?
Yeah.
You're full.
Oh, thank God. Where was it? Where was it?
Looking down there?
Oh. Oh, thank God. I wouldn't have wanted to lose that.
What just happened?
Hey! What the hell?
Do your job, Lon. Okay.
Over big. Oh. Why in the hell won't the fucking wireless launch? What is up with that?
One. Okay. Little guy don't want to play with you. One. That's okay. 15 minutes?
No.
One.
Well, how's she pulling it? You got a pintle hitch in the back?
Yeah, the pintle hitch on the back. I know the trailer's empty. Is that the single axle pintle?
Okay.
If it was loaded when he pulled the head, the trailer, it would have flopped upwards.
Oh, now you're working.
One.
For F's sake.
One. Come here. One. Come here. Have me one.
Okay. What's it all about? I know, but it's just a doggy. It's just a doggy. He's friendly. He's not gonna bite you or nothing. He's gonna be friendly. I know. We'll see what he's doing. We'll check him out. He's eating your food. Screw you. I said, I screw you. Doggy. Okay. Oh.
You got 52 seconds to laugh or something.
This has been actually working out. And can I get the big view, please? Puppies. All right. One. Give it a
One.
rest. Okay.
Come on.
I want the big
Come
view.
here, guy. You're fine.
Yeah, well, unlock it.
You're fine. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're getting This is taken down. Hey! Hey, God!
Double fails. Doesn't matter what I want to do. It's always someone else. God dang it. Hey, come here. You gotta go think something's falling down in there?
Yeah,
Lost
that's all
something?
my
You
this
did?
one.
Hey. Hey.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, he doesn't really like being picked up much. It's okay, Wanyali.
Big face cam here. That's the tank. That's the tank. What are the few times I'm going to be able to pick you up comfortably?
He's about 20 pounds now.
There's the big tanker. Hey, tank. Show him off. Look at him. He's beautiful. 1,000 degrees, puppy dog.
I know it's hot, eh?
Yeah, it's so warm. Oh my God. You don't need a heater in the winter. You just need a
I
tanker.
have a window
You
open.
need a tanker. Oh, you need a tanker.
I have a window open.
Oh, there's a tanker. There he is. He is Dougie. He's a Cane Corso Dogo Argentino. He's going to be a human being one day. And we're going to call him Sir.
Call him anything you want, just don't call him late for dinner.
Huh?
Shit.
Good boy. Who's that
Missing,
good boy?
missing part.
That's Dad. Oh, he wants to see Dad. He's going to claw his way over me to
No,
do it.
he's not.
I know, I've got him. I'm not going to let that happen. He's got those Sharpos. They're pretty.
They're kind of a cross between a fishing hook and a hypodermic needle.
I got you by the tail. I got you by the body.
We don't care about the tail.
Not much.
Last night he did a full-on fucking wiggle worm on his blanket.
You smell like a doggy. I like it. I like it. You smell like a doggy and I like it. Mister. Oh. See, he gets Barbaroo. No, he gets Barbaroo. You get Barbaroo. Yeah, no. You are the typical Chihuahua at this point, you know. Red-eyed. Hello. Am I reaching? Hey, am I reaching? Hey, am I reaching? Earth to you. Earth to you. Am I reaching? Am I reaching? Earth to
yeah.
you. Am I reaching? Must be somebody there besides you, dog, sir. Besides you, dog. Oh. Oh. My cousin just brought home 2 Cane Corso puppies. They're all black and gorgeous. You don't want to fall from there. All right. That was well done because I didn't read who it was about at first.
But you figured it
I
out.
figured it out pretty quick. That one's chill. Yes, he is.
You know you got money when.
You can barely see it. I'm not wearing glasses and I'm cleaning them right now, so you'll have to give me a moment at least. The thing about having new glasses is you notice any little thing that's on them.
Yeah, it's because you haven't given up about what's on them. Rehabilitating a horse from an injury.
horse swimming pool.
Yep. Fucking beautiful. What a view the horse has. Its own infinity pool.
Which American did you get? Which one? Okay, so this is done. Where the hell did I lose that to? Fuck, that was
This
done.
isn't new to me.
I paid money for that one. Shows you how little I keep track of these things, unfortunately. Okay. Now, where did that poop that out to? Oh, right into the foundation folder. Okay, good.
Hey!
I should be able to find that pretty easily.
No, I don't think you did.
Oh. Okay, so there's the video. So let's get it uploaded to YouTube. YouTube.
Is that them?
Them? I don't know. I'm not looking that way, but I don't think so. I'm not sure. Upload video. Upload video. What I need is... No, I'm not doing that right. Go ahead. Close. I'm a go ahead. Pop up video. Oh, that's interesting. There we go. Okay, so we hit upload video. Select files.
Hey, come on, you.
Okay. I don't seem to understand. Okay.
Hey!
Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Well, what do we call it? The book 3, chapter 2, right? Okay, so I'm going to reword that differently, I guess.
One.
Go-go?
What are you doing?
I'm using it. I'm not sure. That's why I asked. Just right there. I'm doing much. Okay, playlist is foundation. Oh, there's your answer. Yeah, there's your answer. Set on counting. Kenny Corso's. Oh, yeah. I'm getting that new chapter uploaded right now for you that have waited and waited.
Stop it. You've been doing great the past couple of minutes.
But he has to bark at David too.
No, he's working at one.
Yeah, but there's a rule. He's also has to bark at David. There's a rule. Hmm?
Over there.
Ah, mobile. Mobile doggo. I'm a customer. My gosh, I'm a customer.
It's a white boomer that is racially profiling a black couple that are doing Christmas shopping for their children. And the store manager even came up and told the white boomer to go
Yeah, I'm
fuck
good.
off. Store manager's going after you now. Telling her to get the hell out of the store. It's a Walmart employee.
By the way, I'm pretty sure Tanker took a shit in the kitchen.
Oh yeah?
Yep.
I don't know.
You found it hard
Too
to get
big to
out
be
of
one of
without
our-
doing
Too
this.
big
Oh
to be
no,
one.
no, it was definitely Juan's. We saw him.
Yeah, you sure?
He must have just done that.
I heard him cry as he did it. That might have been.
Oh no, he didn't do that.
Yeah, you know, that shit's half the size of Juan. I'm sure he did it.
That's why Juan was so disagreeable. He was constipated.
Yeah?
Sure. That's fine.
I know he's a shithead, but I don't think he can make his shit that big.
So how are your travels, my love? Oh, they look great. Well,
I
we
had a
wouldn't
bad night. My knee.
trip over Gogo. You all right?
Juan will stop. Tank will go off and do something.
This is what he does with the cat.
Yeah,
Show
because
him
he's
who's the boss.
no, he's trying to protect you from Tank. It wasn't like this earlier. Before it was like Tank would go off and wander around, and Juan would go and follow him, and then come running away.
Hey,
I just the only reason I don't like this is because Juan is old.
I'm worried about his barking causing him to stress.
Yeah, well that's what I mean. Because like his hackles are up like, hey Tank. Oh, yeah, he's gonna love that.
Oh, your baby.
He's over.
Hello.
I think he's over 20 pounds now.
Hello, baby. Hello, baby.
Hi Juan.
Did you note your monitor installed? Does that seem to work for you, Mama? I was careful to put all the labels.
Thank you.
That's it. I've gone past those big monitors. I'm giving one to Lynette. There's only one more left in my setup, and
Which is that?
the big Dells. They weigh so much.
What's the one that I got?
One of these.
Oh,
He's a baby.
I still need a tiny monitor.
I swapped out this one. The one that was here. I had this one, but I took that one. That
Come and see me, my boy.
the arms can
Come
handle
and
it, but
see me. Oh, yes, hello, my
this whole desk is having a hard time with it.
Yeah.
Like,
Are you mad at
yeah,
me?
well, it's all cantilevered way over, right? I don't have any of it back. It's all way out front and hanging forward, right?
That's not
Two of these.
That's not cantilever.
All right.
Cantilever is when you have it on the opposite side from your center. That's cantilever. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying. You might want to get a piece of half-inch plate, about 6 foot by 6 foot, and weld posts into it.
Maybe some concrete.
Huh? Oh yeah. Well, that's a solution for your floor. You make sure your floor is reasonably level, and then you pour sub-level and concrete on it. It'll last forever. Where is he? Where is he? Oh.
Chihuahua acting like a big dog. That's what they say. Chihuahua acting like a big dog. It's a big dog. Chihuahua acting like a big dog. You could get his skin in your mouth, and while it's still there, he could still swing around and get you and leave it behind. And
That's that hemi-powered beetle. It's an old, it's like a 392 Hemi. Now you're breaking everything, dude. What? Hi.
There's something about that sound, eh?
Hemi? Well, big block in general.
I'm reminded of the tiny Morris miners that they would jam giant motors into.
Oh, like that fucking Aussie down there. Hey! Gang! Gang!
We need to let in a little air.
No, I'm breaking everything.
It's got to go all the way up to go down there. There.
Gang! Gang! Here, give me that thing. Find something
By
else.
all means. By every means possible. By all of the means.
Seen this one? You want a cup of coffee? Another animated. It's a little longer than me holding my arm out. Okay.
Bit of a process.
I don't want that coffee.
hours to get Buddy back to life.
Tank! Did he look? That means he's learning. He needs a reachy grabby thingy to get a reachy grabby thing. Kind of dumb but funny, eh?
Yeah, dumb. Alrighty.
Monster!
Wrong volume.
What you doing? What do you think? Oh, who's this young boy? Who's this young boy?
He's protecting me.
Are you protecting Mama? Well, you could do shit.
Get away.
That dog takes shit's half the size of you.
You can't fix something? Be a man. Throw a wrench across the fucking room.
There's two more things that popped in the car.
Okay, do they have to come up right away? Okay. What's the delivery?
Good cat within it.
Yeah.
Cat's in heaven.
No. Oh, Willie, my boy.
What? What has happened now?
Are you really? Because if you are, I'm gonna smack you upside the head for eating all the fucking Nanaimo bars.
Really? Nice work.
Huh?
That's some nice work for the Willie. I didn't have no
Okay, there
Nanaimo
is-
bars.
What?
I never had no Nanaimo bars.
I have some more.
There, I can't remember where it is, but it's some mall. They have an elevator door, and then on the back of it, that opens up into a big door. But you just gotta
Come here,
watch
buddy.
it, huh?
Come here, buddy. Are you stressed? Are you stressed?
Yeah, he is. Watch this. This is the coolest thing ever. You gotta hold it.
How do you continuously find the coolest thing ever?
No, this is you'll.
Yeah, you
Your
should
wife
think
will
that. You should think
understand.
that over. Not everything is the coolest thing ever.
This mall has got
It
a
isn't.
really cool setup for children.
The
to go see
coolest thing
Santa
ever.
Claus.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Mine is in-
okay.
Might have been a what?
yeah, really.
Oh, it was broken already.
But did you maul it up?
No, there's a ribbon.
Loose ribbon. So good.
This one. And then this is that page
Go
there.
poop it out.
That is my OBS.
Well, he could poop out straw and poop out a ribbon.
No, he threw up the straw. But I'm pretty sure the ribbon's not.
What are you doing?
Let's dance. Ba, 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 ba.
What are you doing? Ouch. He doesn't care about being in front of you and being.
I stepped on him twice. Not sure what I stepped on. I was wearing my sandals both times. But holy fuck, did he make noise. Look. The squirrel was the best over there. Not Kissy. It's just Hank. He still doesn't know his name.
Hank?
Yes. Just Hank.
No tank.
Not bad. Just Hank.
Hank.
He's not scared of him. I grab him with him all the time. right back. Isn't that cool? If you were a kid, that was.
Oh, he's got to pee your socks.
What?
Okay.
Holy shit, no! No! Don't shit yourself right there in the chair. No! No, God, no! No!
Remember, I told you they figured out how to shrink a quarter?
Remember?
Remember? Here's the video.
I made a video about an exploding can. It was an electromagnet that cut a can in half and it was like, and that was awesome. But what you guys were really interested in was this. It's a tiny little quarter. Yeah, I made it into an earring. We shrunk a quarter, or rather, the performance group Architect shrunk a quarter using an electromagnet. But you guys were really curious on how that worked. How do you do this? So I'm gonna get more into that, like an elf
Is
gets
this
into
YouTube?
the
I have no idea.
Let's hold on to this.
Is there gonna be a bang?
10 giant screens in front of me. I'm looking at a fucking 3-inch screen. What a... It's not my plan.
Physics girl.
I read it.
No, I was just saying physics girl. She,
Right, I hear you.
8,000 volt electromagnet.
No, let it go. Ooh. I wonder if she's related to him. I like him.
Right.
Your dog ate some pork
Oh yeah.
and he ate some chicken.
Oh yeah. Was it
It was
on the
on the
floor?
floor.
Okay. If it's on the floor, he doesn't know it's human food.
Yeah.
That's all I'm worried about is
It's cut up little tiny. It was for one, and I'm just saying.
if you
'cause
see
you said
what
no.
he
Alright,
does
well,
to
let's
cardboard
do that.
boxes,
What's it called? 8,000 something what?
8,000 volt electromagnet. Yeah, that's it.
And that was awesome. But what you guys were really interested in was this. It's a tiny little quarter. Look, it's the itty bitty George Washington. Yeah, I made it into an earring. We shrunk a quarter, or rather, the performance group Architect shrunk a quarter using an electromagnet. But you guys were really curious on how that worked. How do you do this? So I'm gonna get more into that, like an elf gets into the hobbit hole.
Is there gonna be a bang?
I'll tell you, there's gonna be a bang.
There's gonna be a bang?
There's going to be a bang.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, it's ready.
Oh, it's ready.
You guys ready for this? Everybody good?
There was.
Whoa! That was a huge explosion. Oh my god.
Oh, there he is. Ouch.
Oh, you know how
Is it a
to
little
show you-
hot? Look at that thing. That is how you shrink a head.
Wouldn't it be cool if you could see the coin shrinking? Oh wait, the group Hackerbot Labs is setting up a quarter between two clear dowels in this video with a Phantom high-speed camera to capture the process at 180,000 frames per second. And that's it. Here's a euro being shrunken. It's that fast. Only 7 frames at 180,000 frames per second. Then the coil explodes. Another cool thing, you can actually do this with all different kinds of coins. It doesn't have to be a quarter. So I came across this website called CapturedLightning.com, Bert's quarter shrinking and can crushing gallery. He's got all kinds of different coins, even the ones with the circle in the middle, so you can see what happens when you shrink all different kinds of currency from different countries. And with this one, you can really see that you're shrinking from the outside. Like you can see how the band of the outside of the coin is smashed inward and the coin gets a lot fatter. to explain how that works, I'm going to talk again to Joe
That's a good
DePrima. He's
question.
the member of Arc Attack that you saw in the video, and he's going to tell us
How's that?
how it works. It's plugged into the wall, which is coming in at 110 volts.
First, it goes to the high voltage power supply. It's basically a transformer that you can put in a low voltage at a high current, and you get a high voltage at a low current.
So then this high voltage power supply charges up a capacitor, which is basically like a battery. But this one is huge. It weighs 160 pounds and gets charged up to...
8,000 volts.
It's 8,000.
Yeah, 8,000 volts.
Wow, only 72 times higher than your wall electricity voltage. So then the operator triggers the switch to close.
When the switch closes, two brass balls get really, really close to each other, but they don't actually touch. The voltage potential between them causes the air to break down, right? And the spark that forms between the two contacts is what actually completes the switch.
Which to me, like, that's one of the craziest parts of this, is that the switch is not actually two metal pieces touching. They just come close enough that they can break down the air.
Yeah, exactly. But the reason that we do this is that if we actually touch those contacts together, they would just get hot and fuse together.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it would just be like using a welder to weld pieces of metal together.
So the last step is a bleeder resistor connected to the capacitor in case it didn't discharge all the way, because for one,
The work coil gets obliterated during the process.
so the capacitor didn't discharge all the way.
And so that bleeder resistor just makes sure that it is no longer a lethal situation.
Disclaimer, this is not a how-to. There are so many safety features in addition to what I've included in this video, all the way down to safety switches
Don't try
making sure that the
shrinking
steel
coins.
blast chamber is on. So never ever try this at home. So now I'm gonna get into how physics does this, because I love physics. So you've got your coil wrapped around a coin, and then you run current through it, and the current is key because current flowing through a wire produces a magnetic field. You get a magnetic field that's pretty much straight and parallel on the inside of that coil, and that's where our coin is. So the quarter will feel that magnetic field.
We can get the computer to predict what the magnetic field is going to look like.
You use the FEM software to model the coil and the coin.
Yeah, in the initial condition. The reason why we use FEM to figure this out is because, you know, pretty much every part in the system is measurable except for the coin, right? Because during operation, it's a very dangerous space.
Yep.
So according to this simulation, the highest magnetic field density is 18.86 Tesla.
Which is crazy.
It's pretty high.
That's a magnetic field 2 times stronger than what you'd need to make a frog levitate. And frogs aren't known for their magnetic properties. Now, one of the reasons that our coil doesn't make a stronger magnetic field is that it eventually explodes. But before it does so, the current in the coil ramps up to about 50,000 amps. 50,000 amps is like lightning bolts. Typical lightning bolts are somewhere around 10,000 amps. That's an incredible amount of current. While the current is ramping up in the coil, that also means its magnetic field is ramping up. And the thing about increasing or just changing magnetic fields is that they can induce currents in nearby conductors. So some currents start to flow in the quarter. This is known as Faraday's law of induction.
The current on the coin that I have calculated should be around 138 kiloamps.
130,000 amps? Whoa.
The FEM simulation told us what the voltage across the coin should be.
Oh,
So
interesting.
we can figure out the wattage, right, just by saying volts
What is the
times
voltage on the
amps.
coin?
So it says that our coin voltage is 192 volts. So we can figure out the wattage by saying 138 kiloamps times 192. Wow, 26,496,000 watts. Yeah, that's a lot of watts.
26 megawatts? That's like 2 million 10-watt light bulbs.
You could say it like that. You can say it's X number of toasters or television sets or whatever.
All right, so you've got this super strong current, this 100,000 amp current running through the quarter, and most of that current stays on the outside of the coin. Now, current or moving charges inside of a magnetic field are subject to a force. This is known as the Lorentz force. So you've got that magnetic field produced by the coil, and then you've got these moving charges in the coin, which, because of the direction of the magnetic field, feel a force inward, making the coin shrink. That's how it works. But there's one more side of this coin. Oh yes, I did. There's a current moving through the coil as well, but its current is flowing the opposite direction, so it's gonna feel a force in the opposite direction, which makes the coil explode outward in a super violent event with tons of copper shrapnel and vaporized metal, and it's just crazy town. So anyways, there are a number of groups that actually do this coin shrinking. There's a group called the National Mag Lab that does it, and they make coins for kids. There's the group Hackerbot Labs that let me use the slow motion footage of the coin shrinking. And then there's that website capturedlightning.com. Definitely worth checking out. So thank you so much for watching and learning all about how you use an electromagnet to shrink currency. And I hope you subscribe for more physics. And as usual, happy physicsing. One last shout out to Arc Attack and especially Joe DePrima for having us at their warehouse. Interested in was this. It's a tiny little quarter. Look, it's the itty bitty George Washington. Yeah, I made it into an earring. We shrunk a quarter, or rather the performance group Arc Attack shrunk a quarter using an electromagnet, but you guys were really curious on how that worked. How do you do this? So I'm gonna get more into that, like an elf gets into
Who knew you could blast a quarter with an electricity and make it small? Make everything small.
The electricity knew.
The magnetism had the power.
Rebar art.
Rebart? Rebar art. Rebart. Doctor, my eyes have seen the tears and the slow parade of years.
What you doing?
Well, what should I do? Whoa! I know. Don't forget, if you haven't, here's the hang on, wait. That one? Yeah, it's this one. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
You're in danger of being stepped on one.
Only 4 entries in there so far. You could probably do that. You could probably do that. Keller.
Come here. Come here, buddy.
He was playing. He was playing. Nope, just popping that up again so anybody who's new who doesn't know about it can put. There's only 4 names in there so far, so anybody who puts in a Christmas pizza, at the end when I finally do shut her down, it'll be the last thing I do, and then I'll contact you if you're not around. Whoever it is, I'll get a hold of you one way or the other. Find you. I will find you. But I don't know how long I'm going to let it run. I may just let it run and run and run. Tonight is the night to turn on the television studio that never turns off. You never know. You never know. Gosh, that's good looking, I tell you. That's in 1990. I'm going to pop this one out. I really like how it looks under the scope when it's not in a flip. So be it. There we go. Now those are cool, not seen every day. No, I could get a little Muzak going though. The dates are on them, 1900 and 1919. Yeah.
These aren't that bad then. See them?
The coin on the right is like 123 years old.
Right on. He gave it to you.
I bought that one. One of the very few I bought, but yeah, I think in this, I'm not sure. Yeah, my 1900 came from John Argent. I bought it on an auction. I got it for I think $7 or $8, or 11 or something. Some non-egregious amount of money was paid, and I was happy to do so. That's all I can say on that. And the other one, I'm not sure. It might have come from George, found it buried. But my problem is I can't get it in my book because my book is stuck. I can't get the pages parted to put in new coins. It's so old. Usually old things and machetes don't go together so well.
Yeah, like rocks.
It's 4 o'clock. So today is Friday. Wherever, I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. Puppy, no. Hank.
It's not pink, no, it's just
At the moment, my brain didn't give me the right word.
he does, for some reason, it's being learned first. Earth dirt. We'll put some earth. We'll weird it out.
Alrighty then.
Relax. Chill, man.
That's a pretty cool one. This one is a pretty cool one too. It's a 1918 Walking Liberty.
Yeah. No? Oh, yes. Okay, good.
Hey, not that way. Figure you're gonna mess it out. From the high dive anyway.
Yes, darling.
Number two, the one that wasn't.
Asimov's Foundation series. I'm going to start with Chapter 1 of the Foundation series book. This book here contains the Foundation trilogy, which is Foundation, Foundation and Empire, and Second Foundation, and a number of other books as well. We are going to read Foundation. Isaac Asimov's Foundation, read by Dimebag Darrell. The Psychohistorians, Chapter 1. Harry Seldon, born in the 11980th year of the Galactic Era, died 12069. The dates are more common given in terms of the current foundational era as 79 to the year number 1 FE. Born to middle-class parents on Helicon, Arcturus Sector, where his father, in a legend of doubtful authenticity, was a tobacco grower in the hydroponic plants of the planet. He showed early amazing abilities in mathematics. Anecdotes concerning his abilities are innumerable, and some are contradictory. At the age of 2, he is said to have... Undoubtedly, his greatest contributions were in the field of psychohistory. Seldon found the field a little more than a set of vague axioms. He left it as a profound statistical science. The best authority we have for the details of his life is the biography written by Gal Dornick, who, as a young man, met Seldon 2 years before the great mathematician's death. The story of the meeting, Encyclopedia Galactica. All quotations from the Encyclopedia Galactica here reproduced are taken from the 116th edition, published in 1020 FE by the Encyclopedia Galactica Publishing Company, Terminus, with permission of the publishers. His name was Gal Dornick, and he was just a country boy who'd never seen Trantor before. That is, not in real life. He had seen it many times on the Hyper video, and occasionally in tremendous three-dimensional newscasts covering an imperial coronation or the opening of a galactic council. Even though he had lived all his life in the world of Synax, which circled a star at the edges of the Blue Drift, he was not cut off from civilization, you see. At that time, no place in the galaxy was. There were nearly 25 million inhabited planets in the galaxy then, and not one but owed allegiance to the Emperor, whose seat was on Trantor. It was the last half-century in which that could be said. To Gal, this trip was the undoubted climax of his young scholarly life. He'd been in space before, so the trip as a voyage was nothing more, and meant little to him. To be sure, he traveled previously only as far as Synax's only satellite in order to get the data on the mechanics of meteor driftage, which he needed for his dissertation. But space travel was all one, whether one traveled 1,000,000 miles or as many light years. But space travel was all one, whether one traveled 1,000,000 miles or as many light years. He had steeled himself just a little for the jump through hyperspace, a phenomenon one didn't experience in simple interplanetary trips. The jump remained, and would probably remain forever, the only practical method of traveling between the stars. Travel through ordinary space could proceed at a rate no more rapid than that of ordinary light, a bit of scientific knowledge that belonged among the few items known since the forgotten dawn of human history. And that meant years of travel between even the nearest of inhabited systems. Through hyperspace, that unimaginable region that was neither space nor time, matter nor energy, something nor nothing, one could traverse the length of the galaxy in the intervals between two neighboring instants.
I'm going to have to rewatch the stream and just add the names to a wheel and do it that way because I messed up the Christmas pizza deal.
And ended in nothing
But
more
no
than a
worries, I can
energetic,
just stream through it and see all the
as though
names
they were
that came
trying
up.
to kick, which
But I
ceased
don't,
an instant before you
I'll
could
still
be
do this
sure
one
you
for
felt it
anybody
at
that
all.
enters it.
That was it.
I'll do 2,
And after that,
but
it
yeah,
was
I messed
only
that
the
up.
ship,
I don't know
large
why.
and glistening.
Never
The cool
fails.
Production of
I think if you don't
12,000
use
years
it
of
quickly, then
imperial
maybe that's the
progress,
idea.
and himself,
Maybe that's a
with
duh.
his doctorate in
But oh well.
mathematics freshly
Is
obtained,
what it is.
and an invitation from the great Harry Seldon to come to Trantor and join the vast and somewhat mysterious Seldon Project. What Gal was waiting for after the disappointment of the jump was the first night of Trantor.
Yeah.
He haunted the view room. The steel shutter lids were rolled back at announced times, and he was always there, watching the hard brilliance of the
Thank
stars,
you.
enjoying the incredible hazy swarm of the star cluster, like a giant conglomeration of fireflies caught in mid-motion and stilled forever. And one time, there was a cold blue-white smoke of a gaseous nebula within 5 light years of the ship, spreading out over the window like distant milk, filling the room with an icy tinge, and disappearing out of sight 2 hours later after another jump. The first sight of Trantor's sun was that of a hard white speck, all but lost in a myriad, such and recognizable only because it was pointed out by the ship's guide. The stars were thick here at the galactic center, but with each jump it shone more brightly, drowning out the rest, paling them and thinning them out. As an officer came through and said, "View room will be closed for the remainder of the trip. Prepare for landing," Gal had followed after, clutching at the sleeve of the white uniform with the spaceship and Son of the Emperor on it. He said, "Would it be possible to let me stay? I would like to see Trantor." The officer smiled and Gal flushed a bit. It occurred to him that he spoke with a provincial accent. The officer said, "We'll be landing on Trantor by morning." "I mean, I want to see it from space." "Oh, sorry, my boy. If this were a space yacht, we might manage it, but we're spinning down Sunside. You wouldn't want to be blinded, burnt, and radiation scarred all at the same time now, would you?" Gal started to walk away. The officer called after him. "Trantor would only be a gray blur anyway, kid. Why don't you take a space tour once you hit Trantor? They're cheap." Gal looked back. "Thank you very much." It was childish to feel disappointed, but childish comes almost as naturally to a man as to a child, and there was a lump in Gal's throat. He had never seen Trantor spread out in all its incredibility as large as life, and he hadn't expected to have to wait longer. End of chapter 1. Thank you very much for listening to Chapter 1 of Isaac Asimov's Foundation series, read by Darren Dimebag Darren. I hope you enjoy it. Please tune in for further chapters as we go through. I will be reading the whole thing and placing them in a playlist so that you can enjoy the entire book read by me. Once again, thank you for tuning in. Have a great evening. Dimebag Darren, I'm out of here. Bye for now. back. You're looking at the Omnivox channel. You're listening to Dimebag. And we are going to go into chapter 2 of my favorite story, Isaac Asimov's Foundation. Starting directly into chapter 2. Up until now, our story's main character, Gal Dornick, had been making a journey from where he was at to a new school at which he was going to be doing some work for a famous mathematician by the name of Harry Seldon. He has boarded a ship, he has flown across space, he has landed at Trantor, the location of the university where he will be working with the said mathematician. Chapter 2. The ship landed in a medley of noises. There was the far-off hiss of the atmosphere, cutting and sliding past the metal of the ship. There was the steady drone of the conditioners, fighting the heat of friction, and the slower rumble of the engines enforcing deceleration. There was the human sound of men and women gathering in the debarkation rooms, and the grind of the hoists, lifting baggage, mail, and freight to the long axis of the ship, from which they would later be moved along to their unloading platform. Gal felt the slight jar that indicated the ship no longer had an independent motion of its own. Ship's gravity had been giving way to planetary gravity for hours. Thousands of passengers had been sitting patiently in the debarkation rooms, which swung easily on yielding force fields to accommodate its orientation in the changing direction of the gravitational forces. Now, they were crawling down curving ramps through the large, yawning locks. Gal's baggage was minor. He stood at a desk, and it was quickly and expertly taken apart and put back together again. His visa was inspected and stamped. He himself paid no attention. This was Trantor. The air seemed a little thicker here, the gravity a bit greater than that on his home planet of Synax. But he would get used to that. He understood if he would get used to its... He wondered if he would ever get used to its immensity. Debarkation building was tremendous. The roof was almost lost in the heights. Gal could imagine the clouds could form beneath its immensity. He could see no opposite wall, just men and desks converging floor until it faded out into a haze. The man at the desk was speaking again. He sounded annoyed. He said, "Move on, Dornick." He had to open the visa, look again before he remembered the name. Gal asked, Where? The man at the desk jerked a thumb. "Taxis to the right and third left." Gal moved, seeing the glowing twists of the air suspended in nothingness, reading "Taxis to all points." A figure detached itself from anonymity and stopped at the desk as Gal left. The man at the desk looked up and nodded briefly. The figure nodded and returned, and followed the young immigrant. He was in time to hear Gal's destination. Gal found himself hard against the railing. The small sign said supervisor. The man, to whom the sign referred to, did not look up. He said, "Where to?" Gal wasn't sure, but even a few seconds' hesitation meant men queuing in line behind him. The supervisor looked up. "Where to?" Gal's funds were low, but this was the only one night, and then he would have a job. He tried to sound nonchalant. "A good hotel, please." The supervisor was unimpressed. They're all good. Name one. Gal said desperately, the nearest one, please. The supervisor touched a button. A thin line of light formed along the floor, twisting among the others, which brightened and dimmed in different colors and shades. A ticket was shoved into Gal's hands. It glowed faintly. The supervisor said, 1.12. Gal fumbled for the coins. He said, where do I go? Follow the light. The ticket will keep glowing so long as you're pointed in the right direction. Gal looked up and began walking. There were hundreds creeping across that vast floor, following their individual trails, sifting and straining themselves through intersection points to arrive at their respective destinations. His own trail ended. A man in glaring blue and yellow uniform, shining and new, in unstainable plastotextile, reached for his 2 bags. Direct line to the Luxor, he said. The man who followed Gal heard that. He also heard Gal say, fine, and watched him enter that blunt-nosed vehicle. The taxi lifted straight up. Gal stared out the curved transparent window, marveling at the sensation of air flight within an enclosed structure, and clutching instinctively at the back of the driver's seat. The vastness contracted, and the people became ants in random distribution. The scene contracted further and began to slide backward. There was a wall ahead. It began high in the air and extended upwards out of sight. It was riddled with holes that were the mouths of tunnels. Gal's taxi moved towards one of them and plunged into it. For a moment, Gal wondered how his driver could pick one among the so many. There was only blackness now, with nothing past the flashing of a colored light signal to relieve the gloom. The air was full of a rushing sound. Gal leaned forward against deceleration, and the taxi popped out of the tunnel and descended to the ground level once more. The Luxor Hotel, said the driver unnecessarily. He helped Gal with his baggage, accepted a 1/10 credit tip with businesslike air, picked up a waiting passenger, and was rising again. In all this, from the moment of debarkation, there had been no glimpse of the sky. And thus ends Chapter 2. This is my favorite book. This is The Foundation by Isaac Asimov. Read by Dimebag Darren. Visit with us again for Chapter 3. Bye for now. Welcome back to Dimebag Darren and the Omnivox channel. I'm reading my favorite book, Isaac Asimov's Foundation, and you join us on Chapter 3. Up until now, the main person in our story, Gal Dornick, left his home planet, moved to a new planet called Trantor for the opportunity of a job with a top-notch professor of mathematics by the name of Harry Seldon. He has landed on the planet Trantor, where Harry Seldon works at the university, and he's looking forward to meeting with Harry soon and getting things started on his brand new career. I think there's something a little more in store for Gal than just that. Welcome back to Isaac Asimov's Foundation and Chapter 3. Trantor. At the beginning of the 13th millennium, this tendency reached its climax. At the center of the imperial government for unbroken hundreds of generations, and located as it was in the central regions of the galaxy among the most densely populated and industrially advanced worlds of the system, it could scarcely help being the densest and richest clot of humanity the race had ever seen. Its urbanization, progressing steadily, had finally reached the ultimate. All of the land surface of Trantor, 75 million square miles in extent was a single city. The population at its height was well in excess of 40 billion. This enormous population was devoted almost entirely to the administrative necessities of empire, and found themselves all too few for the complications of the task. It is to be remembered that the impossibility of proper administration of the Galactic Empire under the uninspired leadership of the later empires was a considerable factor in the fall. Daily, fleets of ships in the tens of thousands brought the produce of 20 agricultural worlds to the dinner tables of Trantor. Its dependence upon the outer world for food, and indeed for all the necessities of life, made Trantor increasingly vulnerable to conquest by siege. In the last millennium of the empire, the monotonously numerous revolts made emperor after emperor conscious of this, and imperial policy became little more than the protection of Trantor's delicate jugular vein. Encyclopedia Galactica. Gal was not certain whether the sun shone, or, for that matter, whether it was day or night. He was ashamed to ask. All the planet seemed to live beneath metal, the meal of which he had just partaken had been labeled luncheon, but there were many planets on which lived the standard timescale that took no account of the perhaps inconvenient alternation of day and night. The rate of planetary turnings differed, and he did not know that of Trantor. At first, he eagerly followed the signs to the sunroom and found it was a chamber for basking in artificial radiation. He lingered a moment or two and then returned to the Luxor's main lobby. He asked the room clerk, "Where can I buy a ticket for a planetary tour?" "Right here." "When will it start?" "You just missed it. Another one tomorrow. Buy a ticket now and we'll reserve a place for you." "Oh, tomorrow will be too late." He would have to be at the university tomorrow. He said, "There wouldn't be an observation tower or something in the open air?" "Sure, sell you a ticket for that if you want. Better let me check if it's raining or not." He closed the contact at his elbow and read the following letters that raced across a frosted screen. Gal read with him. The room clerk said, "Good weather. Come to think of it, I do believe it's the dry season now." He added conversationally, "I don't bother with the outside myself. The last time I was in the open was 3 years ago. You see it once, and that's all there is to it. Here's your ticket. Special elevator in the rear. It's marked to the tower. Just take it." The elevator was of the new sort that was run by gravitic repulsion. Gal entered and a few followed in behind him. The operator closed the contact, and for a moment Gal felt suspended in space as gravity switched to zero, and then he had weight again in small measure as the elevator accelerated upwards. Deceleration followed, and his feet left the floor. He squawked again against his will. The operator called out, "Tuck your feet under the railing. Can't you read the sign?" The others had done so. They were all smiling at him as he madly and vainly tried to clamber back down the wall. Their shoes were pressed upwards against the chromium of the railings that stretched across the bottom of the floor in parallels set 2 feet apart. He had noticed those railings on entering, but had ignored them. Then a hand reached out and pulled him back down. He gasped his thanks as the elevator came to a halt. He stepped out upon an open terrace, bathed in a white brilliance that hurt his eyes. The man who'd been his helping hand, had just now been the recipient of, was immediately behind him. The man said, kindly, plenty of seats. Gale closed his mouth, had been gaping, and said, it certainly seems so. He started for them automatically and then stopped. He said, if you don't mind, I'll just stop a moment at the railing. I want to look a bit. The man waved him on good-naturedly, and Gull leaned over the shoulder-high railing and bathed himself in all the panorama. He could not see the ground. It was lost in the ever-increasing complexities of man-made structures. He could see no horizon other than that of metal against sky, stretching out to almost uniform grayness, and he knew it was so all over the land surface of the planet. There was scarcely any motion to be seen. A few pleasure craft lazed against the sky, but all the busy traffic of billions of men were going on, and he knew, beneath the metal skin of the world, there was no green to be seen. No green, no soil, no life other than man. Somewhere on the world, he realized vaguely, was the Emperor's palace, set amid 100 square miles of natural soil, green with trees, rainbowed with flowers. It was a small island amidst an ocean of steel, but it wasn't visible from where he stood. It might be 10,000 miles away. He didn't even know. Before very long, he must have a tour. He sighed heavily and realized that finally he was on Trantor, at last on the planet that was at the center of all the galaxy, and the kernel of the human race. He saw none of its weaknesses. He saw no ships of food landing. He was not aware of a jugular vein delicately connecting the 40 billion of Trantor with the rest of the galaxy. He was conscious only of the mightiest deed of man, the complete and almost contemptuously final conquest of a world. He came away a little blank-eyed. His friend of the elevator was indicating a seat next to himself, and Gal took it. The man smiled. My name is Jarrell. First time on Trantor? Yes, Mr. Jarrell. Thought so. Jarrell's my first name. Trantor gets you if you got the poetic temperament. Trantorians never come up here, though. They don't like it. Gives them nerves. Nerves? My name's Gal, by the way. Why would it give them nerves? It's glorious. A subjective matter of opinion, Gal. If you're born in a crucible and grow up in a corridor and work in a cell and vacation in a crowded sunroom and then come out to the open with nothing but sky over you, you might have a nervous breakdown. They make children come up here once a year after they're 5. I don't know if it does any good. They don't get enough of it, really, and the first few times they scream themselves into hysteria. They ought to start as soon as they're weaned and have the trip once a week. He went on. Of course, that doesn't really matter. What if they never come out at all? They're happy down there, and they run the empire. How high up do you think we are? He said 1/2 mile, and wondered if that sounded naive. It must have, for Gerald chuckled a little. He said, no, just 500 feet. What? But the elevator took about... I know. But most of the time it was just getting us up to ground level. Trantor is tunneled over a mile down. It's like an iceberg. 9/10 is out of sight. It even works itself out a few miles into what was once sub-ocean soil at the shorelines. In fact, we're so low that we can now make use of the temperature differences between ground level and a couple miles under to supply us with all the energy we need. Did you know that? No, I thought you used atomic generators. We did once, but this is cheaper. I imagine so. What do you think of it all? For a moment, the man's good nature evaporated into shrewdness. He almost looked sly. Gale fumbled. Glorious? He said again. You're on vacation? Traveling? Sightseeing? Not exactly. At least. I've always wanted to visit Trantor, but I came here primarily for a job. Oh. Gale felt obliged to explain further. With Dr. Selden's project at the University of Trantor. Raven Selden? Why, no. The one I mean is Harry Selden, the psychohistorian Selden. I don't know of any Raven Selden. Harry's the one I mean. They call him Raven. Slang, you know. He keeps predicting disaster. He does. Gal was genuinely astonished. Surely you must know. Gerald was not smiling. You're coming to work for him, aren't you? Well, yes, I'm a mathematician. Why does he predict disaster? What kind of disaster? What kind would you think? I'm afraid I wouldn't have the least idea. I've read the papers Dr. Selden and his group have published. They're on mathematical theory. Yes, the ones he publishes. Gal felt annoyed. He said, I think I'll go to my room now. Very pleased to have met you. Gerald waved his arm indifferently in farewell. Gal found a man waiting for him in his room. For a moment, he was too startled to put the words into the inevitable, "What are you doing here?" That came to his lips. The man rose. He was old and almost bald, and he walked with a limp, but his eyes were very bright and blue. He said, I am Harry Selden. An instant before Gal's befuddled brain placed the face alongside the memory for the many times he had seen him in a picture. And thus ends Chapter 3 of Isaac Asimov's book, Foundation. Thank you for listening to this reading by Dimebag. Come back again for chapter number 4 in an upcoming time. I appreciate you very much. I hope you enjoy this and have a great day. Dimebag out. Welcome back to Dimebag Darren and the Omnivox channel, where we're reading Isaac Asimov's Foundation. We're on chapter number 4. Gal Darnick has had a little visit on the outside terrace, checking out Trantor as best as he can. And he's met kind of an unsavory character who seems to know what he's up to and seems to be forewarning him about working with our friend Dr. Harry Selden. Well, at the end of the day, he's returned to his hotel room, and waiting in his hotel room was none other than Dr. Harry Selden. And that's where we pick up our story. Chapter 4. Psychohistory. Gal Dornick, using non-mathematical concepts, has defined psychohistory to be that branch of mathematics which deals with the reactions of human conglomerates to fixed social and economic stimuli. Implicit in all these definitions is the assumption that the human conglomeration being dealt with is significantly large for valid statistical treatment. The necessary size of such a conglomeration may be determined by Selden's first theorem, which, A further necessary assumption is that the human conglomerate may be itself unaware of psychohistoric analysis in order that its reactions be truly random, and the basis for all valid psychohistory lies in the development of the Selden functions, which exhibit properties congruent to those such social and economical forces as ... Encyclopedia Galactica. Good afternoon, sir, said Gal. You didn't think we were going to meet before tomorrow. Ordinarily, we would not have. It's just that, if we're to use your services, we must work quickly. It grows continuously more difficult to obtain recruits. I don't understand, sir. You were talking to a man on the observation tower, were you not? Yes, his first name is Gerald. I know no more about him. His first name is nothing. He's an agent of the Commission of Public Safety, and he followed you from the spaceport. But why? I'm afraid I'm very confused. Did the man on the tower say anything about me? Gal hesitated. He referred to you as Raven Selden. He did. Why? He said you predict disaster. I do. What does Trantor mean to you? Everyone seemed to be asking his opinion of Trantor. Gal felt incapable of the response beyond the bare word. Glorious. You say that without thinking. What of psychohistory? I haven't thought of applying it to the problem. Before you're done with me, young man, you will learn to apply psychohistory to all problems as a matter of course. Observe. Selden removed his calculator pad from the pouch at his belt. Men said he kept one beneath his pillow for use in moments of wakefulness. Its gray glossy finish was slightly worn through use. Selden's nimble fingers, spotted now with age, played along the hard plastic that rimmed it. Red symbols glowed out from the gray. He said that represents the condition of the Empire at present. He waited. Gal said finally, surely that is not a complete representation. No, not complete, said Selden. I'm glad you did not accept my word blindly. However, this is an approximation which will serve to demonstrate the proposition. Will you accept that? Subject to my later verification of the derivation of the function? Yes. Gal was careful to avoid a possible trap. Good. Add to this the known probability of imperial assassination, viceregal revolt, and the contemporary recurrence of periods of economic depression, the declining rate of planetary explorations, the ... He proceeded. As each item was mentioned, new symbols sprang to life at his touch and melted into the basic function which expanded and changed. Gal stopped him only once. I don't see the validity of that set transformation. Selden repeated it more slowly. Gal said, but that is done by way of a forbidden socio-operation. Good, you're quick, but not quick enough. It is not forbidden in this connection. Let me do it by expansions. The procedure was much longer, and at its end, Gal said humbly, yes, I see it now. Finally, Selden stopped. This is Trantor, 5 centuries from now. How do you interpret that, eh? He put his head to one side and waited. Gal said unbelievingly, total destruction. How is that possible? Trantor has never... Selden filled the intense excitement Selden was filled with the intense excitement of a man whose body had grown old. Come, come. Now you see how the result was arrived at. Put it into words. Forget the symbolism for a moment. Gal said, as Trantor becomes more specialized, it becomes more vulnerable, less able to defend itself. Further, as it becomes more and more the administrative center of the empire, it becomes a greater prize. As the imperial succession becomes more and more uncertain, the feuds among the great families more rampant, social responsibility disappears. Enough. And what of the numerical probability of total destruction within 5 centuries? I couldn't tell. Surely you can perform a field differentiation. Gal himself felt under pressure. He was not offered the calculator pad. It was held a foot from his eyes. He calculated furiously and felt his forehead grow thick with sweat. He said, about 85%. He's not bad, said Selden, thrusting out a lower lip, but not good. The actual figure is 92.5. Gal said, and so you're called Raven Selden. I've seen none of this in the journals. But of course not. This is unprintable. Do you suppose the Imperium would expose its shakiness in this matter? This is a very simple demonstration in psychohistory, but none of our results have ever leaked out among the aristocracy. But some of our results have leaked out among the aristocracy. That's bad. Not necessarily. All is taken into account. But is that why I'm being investigated? Yes. Everything about my project is being investigated. Are you in danger, sir? Oh, yes. There's a probability of 1.7 that I will be executed. But of course, that will not stop the project. We have taken that into account as well. Well, never mind. You will meet me, I suppose, at the university tomorrow? I will, said Gal. And thus ends Chapter 4 of Isaac Asimov's book, Foundation. My favorite story. Thanks for tuning in to Dimebag Darren World Headquarters here on the Omnivox channel, where I'm reading my favorite book, and hopefully you enjoy it too. Bye for now. An uncertainty in the Imperium, under the control of the great families of Chems and the Devarts. It degenerated eventually into a blind instrument for the maintenance of the status quo. They were not completely removed as a power in the state until after the succession of the last strong emperor, Cleon II, the first chief commissioner. In a way, the beginning of the commission's decline can be traced to the trial of Harry Selden 2 years before the beginning of the foundational era. That trial, described in Gal Dornick's biography of Harry Selden, ... Encyclopedia Galactica. Gal did not carry out his promise. He was awakened the next morning by a muted buzzer. He answered it, and then the voice of the desk clerk, as muted polite and deprecating as it well might be, informed him that he was under detention at the orders of the Commission of Public Safety. Gal sprang to the door and found it would no longer open. He could only dress and wait. They came for him and they took him elsewhere, but it was still detention. They asked him questions most politely, and it was all very civilized. He explained that he was a provincial of Synax, that he had attended such and thus schools, obtained a Doctor of Mathematics degree, and such a date. He had applied for the position on Dr. Selden's staff and had been accepted. Over and over again he gave these details, and over again they returned to the question of his joining the Selden project. How had he heard of it? What were to be his duties? And what secret instructions had he received? What was it all about? He answered that he did not know. He had no secret instructions. He was a scholar and a mathematician. He had no interest in politics. Then finally the gentle inquisitor asked, "When will Trantor be destroyed?" Gal faltered. "I could not say of my own knowledge." "Could you of any others?" "How could I speak for another?" He felt warm, overwarm. The inquisitor said, "Has anyone told you of such destruction? Set a date." And as the young man hesitated, he went on, "You have been followed." Doctor, we were at the airport when you arrived, and on the observation tower when you waited for your appointment, and of course, we were able to overhear your conversation with Dr. Selden. Gall said, "Then you know his views on the matter." "Perhaps, but we'd like to hear them from you." "He is of the opinion that Trantor would be destroyed within 5 centuries. He proved it, mathematically?" "Yes, he did." "You maintain that those mathematics are valid, I suppose?" "If Dr. Selden vouches for it, it is valid." "Then we'll return." "Wait, I have a right to a lawyer. I demand my rights as an imperial citizen." "You shall have them." And he did. It was a tall man that eventually entered, a man whose face seemed all vertical lines, so thin that one could wonder whether there was room for a smile. Gal looked up. He felt disheveled and wilted. So much had happened, yet he'd been on Trantor not more than 30 hours. The man said, "I am Lors Avakim. Dr. Selden has directed me to represent you." "Is that so? Well then, look here. I demand an instant appeal to the Emperor. I'm being held without cause. I'm innocent of anything. Of anything." He slashed his hand outwards, palms down. "You've got to arrange a hearing with the Emperor instantly." Avakim was carefully emptying the contents of a flat folder onto the floor. If Gal had had the stomach for it, he might have recognized Selamit legal forms, metal thin and tape-like, adapted for the insertion within the smallest of a personal capsule. He might have also recognized a pocket recorder. Avakim, paying no attention to Gal's outbursts, finally looked up and said, "The Commission will, of course, have a spy beam on us. Our conversation. This is against the law, but they will use one nevertheless." Gal ground his teeth. "However," said Avakim, seated himself deliberately, "the recorder I have on the table, which is a perfectly ordinary recorder to all appearances, and performs its duties well, has the additional property of completely blanketing the spy beam. This is something they will not find out at once." "Then I can speak?" "Of course." "Then I want to have an hearing with the Emperor." The Avakim smiled faintly, and it turned out there was room for it on his thin face after all. His cheeks wrinkled to make the room. "You are from the provinces." "I'm nonetheless an imperial citizen. As good a one as you, or as any of this Commission of Public Safety. No doubt, no doubt. It is merely that as a provincial you do not understand life on Trantor as it is. There are no hearings before the Emperor. To whom else would one appeal from this commission? Is there procedure? None. There is no recourse in a practical sense. Legalistically, you may appeal to the Emperor, but you would get no hearing. The Emperor today is not the Emperor of an Etan dynasty, you know. Trantor, I'm afraid, is in the hands of aristocratic families, members of which comprise the Commission of Public Safety. This is a development which is well predicted in psychohistory. Gal said, indeed. In that case, if Dr. Selden can predict the history of Trantor 500 years into the future, he can predict it 1,500 years into the future. Let it be 15,000. Why couldn't he yesterday have predicted the events of this morning and warned me? No, I'm sorry. Gal sat down and rested his head in one sweating palm. I quite understand that psychohistory is statistical science and cannot predict the future of a single man with any accuracy. You'll understand that I'm upset. But you are wrong. Dr. Selden was of the opinion that you would be arrested this morning. What? It is unfortunate but true. The Commission have been more and more hostile to his activities. New members joining the group have been interfered with to an increasing extent. The graph shows that for our purposes, matters may be best brought to a climax now. The Commission of itself was moving somewhat slowly, so Dr. Selden visited you yesterday for the purpose of forcing their hand. No other reason. Gal caught his breath. I resent... Please, it was necessary. You were not picked for any personal reasons. You must realize that Dr. Selden's plans, which are laid out with the developed mathematics of over 18 years, include all eventualities with significant probabilities. This is one of them. I've been sent here for no other purpose than to assure you that you need not fear. It will end well, almost certainly for the program and with reasonable probability for you. What are the figures? Demanded Gal. For the project, over 99.9%. And for myself, I'm instructed that this probability is 77.2%. Then I've got a better than 1 chance in 5 of being sentenced to prison or death. That last is under 1%. Indeed, calculations upon one man mean nothing. You send Dr. Selden to me. Unfortunately, I cannot. Dr. Selden is himself arrested. The door was thrown open before the rising Gal could do more than utter the beginning of a cry. A guard entered, walked to the table, and picked up the recorder, looked upon all sides and put it in his pocket. Anakim said quietly, I will need that instrument. We will supply you with one, counselor. One that does not cast a static field. My interview is done in that case. Gal watched him leave and was alone. And that is the end of chapter 5 of my very favorite book, Isaac Asimov's Foundation. I hope you enjoyed it. Tune in the next time I record another chapter. I'll try not to make it very long so that we can all enjoy this together. I'll put it together in a playlist so that everyone can enjoy it afterwards. And I'll thank you again for tuning in. It's Dimebag Darren from Dimebag Darren's World Headquarters here in the corner of my living room, broadcasting on the Omnivox channel. Good night. Which we've already discussed at some length. Would you repeat, Dr. Selden, your thoughts concerning the future of Trantor? I have said, and I say again, that Trantor will lie in ruins within the next 5 centuries. You do not consider your statements a disloyal one? No, sir. Scientific truth is beyond loyalty and disloyalty. You are sure that your statements represent scientific truth? I am. On what basis? On the basis of the mathematics of psychohistory. Can you prove the mathematics is valid? Only to another mathematician. Your claim, then, is that your truth is of such an esoteric a nature that it is beyond the understanding of a plain man. It seemed to me that truth should be clearer than that, less mysterious, more open to the mind. It presents no difficulties to some minds. The physics of energy transfer, which we know as thermodynamics, has been clear and true throughout the history of man since mythical ages, and yet there may be people present who would find it impossible to design a power engine. People of high intelligence, too. I doubt if the learned commissioners. At one point, one of the commissioners leaned towards the advocate. His words were not heard above the hissing of the voice. His words were not heard, but the hissing of the voice carried a certain asperity. The advocate flushed and interrupted Selden. We are not here to listen to speeches, Dr. Selden. Let us assume that you've made your point. Let me suggest to you that your predictions of disaster may be intended to destroy public confidence in the imperial government for purposes of your own. That is not so. Let me suggest that you intend to claim that a period of time preceding the so-called ruin will... Let me suggest that you intend to claim that a period of time preceding the so-called ruin of Trantor will be filled with unrest of various types. That is correct. And by the mere prediction thereof, you hope to bring it about, and then to have an army of 100,000 available. In the first place, that is not so. And if it were, investigation would show you that barely 10,000 are men of military age, and none of these has training in arms. Are you acting as an agent for another? I am not in the pay of any man, Mr. Advocate. You're entirely disinterested. You're serving science. I am. Then let us see how. Can the future be changed, Dr. Selden? Obviously. The court may explode in the next few hours, or it may not. If it did, the future would undoubtedly be changed in some minor respects. You quibble, Dr. Selden. Can the overall history of the human race be changed? Yes. Easily? No, with great difficulty. Why? The psychohistoric trend of a planet full of people contains a huge inertia. To be changed, it must be met with something possessing a similar inertia. Either as many people must be concerned, or if the number of people is relatively small, enormous time for change must be allowed. Do you understand? I think I do. Trantor need not be ruined if a great many people decide to act so, that it will not. That is right. As many as 100,000 people? No, sir. That is far too few. Are you sure? Consider that Trantor has a population of over 40 billions. Consider further that the trend leading to ruin does not belong to Trantor alone, but to the Empire as a whole, and the Empire contains nearly a quintillion human beings. I see. Then perhaps 100,000 people can change the trend if they and their descendants labor for 500 years? I'm afraid not. 500 years is too short a time. Aha. In that case, Dr. Selden, we're left with this deduction to be made from your statements. You have gathered 100,000 people within the confines of your project. These are insufficient to change the history of Trantor within 500 years. In other words, they cannot prevent the destruction of Trantor no matter what they do. You are unfortunately correct. On the other hand, your 100,000s are intended for no illegal purpose. Exactly. In that case, Dr. Selden. Now attend, sir, most carefully, because we will want a considered answer. What is the purpose of your 100,000? The advocate's voice had grown strident. He had sprung his trap, backed Selden into a corner, driven him astutely from any possibility of answering. There was a rising buzz of conversation, at which swept through the ranks of the peers in the audience and invaded even the row of commissioners. They swayed towards one another in their scarlet and gold. Only the chief remained uncorrupted. Harry Selden remained unmoved. He waited for the babble to evaporate. To minimize the effects of that destruction. And exactly what do you mean by that? The explanation is simple. The coming destruction of Trantor is not an event in itself, isolated in the scheme of human development. It will be the climax to an intense drama which began centuries ago and which is accelerating its pace continuously. I refer, gentlemen, to the developing decline and fall of the Galactic Empire. The buzz became a dull roar. The advocate, unheeded, was yelling, "You are openly declaring that," and stopped because of the cries of treason from the audience that showed that the point had been made without any hammering. Slowly, the chief commissioner raised his gavel once and let it drop. The sound was that of a mellow gong. When the reverberations ceased, the gabble of the audience also did. The advocate took a deep breath. Do you realize, Dr. Selden, that you're speaking of an empire that has stood for 12,000 years and through all the vicissitudes of the generations, and which has left behind it the good wishes and love of a quadrillion human beings? I am aware of both the present status and past history of the empire. Without disrespect, I must claim a far better knowledge of it than anyone in this room. And you predict its ruin. It is a prediction which is made by mathematics. I pass no moral judgments. Personally, I regret the prospect. Even if the empire were admitted to be a bad thing, an admission I do not make, the state of anarchy which would follow in its fall would be worse. It is that state of anarchy which my project is pledged to fight. The fall of the empire, gentlemen, is a massive thing, however, and not easily fought. It is dictated by rising bureaucracy, a receding initiative, a freezing of caste, a damming of curiosity, and 100 other factors. It's been going on, as I've said, for centuries, and it is too majestic and massive a movement to stop. Is it not obvious to anyone that the empire is as strong as it ever was? The appearance of strength is all about you. It would seem to last forever. However, Mr. Advocate, the rotten tree trunk, until the very moment when the storm blast breaks it in two, has all the appearance of might it had ever had. The storm blast whistles through the branches of the empire even now. Listen with the ears of psychohistory, and you can hear the creaking. We are not here, Dr. Selden, to listen. The empire will vanish, and all its good with it. Its accumulated knowledge will decay, and the order that it has imposed will vanish. Interstellar wars will be endless. Interstellar trade will decay, and populations will decline. Worlds will lose touch with the main body of the galaxy, and so matters will remain. A small voice in the middle of the vast silence. Forever? Psychohistory, which can predict the fall, can make statements concerning the succeeding Dark Ages. The Empire Gentleman, as has just been said, has stood for 12,000 years. The Dark Ages to come will endure not 12, but 30,000 years. A second empire will rise, but in between it and our civilization will be 1,000 generations of human suffering. We must fight that. You contradict yourself. You said earlier that you could not prevent the destruction of Trantor, hence, presumably, the fall, the so-called fall of the Empire. I do not say now that we can prevent the fall, but it is not yet too late to shorten the interregnum which will follow. It's possible, gentlemen, to reduce the duration of anarchy to a single millennium. If my group is allowed to act now, we are at a delicate moment in history. The huge, onrushing mass of events must be deflected just a little, just a little. It cannot be much, but it may be enough to remove 29,000 years of misery from human history. How do you propose we do this? By saving the knowledge of the race. The sum of human knowing is beyond any one man, any thousand men. With the destruction of our social fabric, science will be broken into 1,000,000 pieces. Individuals will know much of exceedingly tiny facets of what there is to know, but they will be helpless and useless by themselves. The bits of lore, meaningless, will not be passed on. They will be lost through the generations. But if we now prepare a giant summary of all knowledge, it will never be lost. Coming generations will build on it and will not have to rediscover it for themselves. 1 millennia will do the work of 30,000. All this, all my project, my 30,000 men, with their wives and children, are devoting themselves to the preparation of an Encyclopedia Galactica. They will not complete it in their lifetimes. I will not even live to see it barely begun. But by the time Trantor falls, it will be complete, and copies will exist in every major library in the galaxy. The Chief Commissioner's gavel rose and fell. Harry Seldon left the stand and quietly took a seat next to Gal. He smiled and said, "How'd you like the show?" "Good. You stole it. But what happens now?" They'll adjourn the trial and try to come to some private agreement with me. How do you know? To be honest, I don't. It depends on the Chief Commissioner. I've studied him for years, and I've tried to analyze his workings. But you know how risky it is to introduce the vagaries of an individual into the psychohysteric equations. Yet, I have hopes. And that ends Chapter 6 of my favorite book, Isaac Asimov's Foundation. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back again for chapter number 7 shortly. Please tune in again, tell your friends, and thank you for listening to Dimebag Darren on the Omnivox channel. Bye for now. Welcome back to Dimebag Darren World Headquarters here in the corner of my living room, where we are on the Omnivox channel. And today we are going to do Chapter 7 of my favorite book in the world, Isaac Asimov's Foundation. Now, Foundation has a number of different parts. The very first part is called The Psychohistorians, and we are on Chapter 7 of that. Avakim approached, nodded to Gull, and leaned over to whisper to Seldon. The cry of adjournment rang out, and guards separated them. Gull was led away. The next day's hearings were entirely different. Harry Seldon and Gal Dornick were alone with the commission. They were seated at the table together, with scarcely a separation between them, the 5 judges and the 2 accused. They were even offered cigars,
from a box of iridescent plastic which had the appearance of water endlessly flowing. The eyes were fooled into seeing the motion, although the fingers reported it to be hard and dry. Selden accepted one. Gal refused. Selden said, "My lawyer is not present." A commissioner replied, "This is no longer a trial, Dr. Selden. We are here to discuss the safety of the state." Liege Chen said, "I will speak." And the other commissioners sat back in their chairs prepared to listen. A silence formed about Chen, into which he might drop his words. Gal held his breath. Chen, lean and hard, older in looks than in fact, was the actual emperor of all the galaxy. The child who bore the title itself was only a symbol manufactured by Chen, not the first of such either. Chen said, "Dr. Selden, you disturb the peace of the Emperor's realm. None of the quadrillions living now amongst all the stars of the galaxy will be living a century from now. Why then should we concern ourselves with the events of 5 centuries' distance?" "I shall not be alive a half a decade hence," said Selden, "and yet it is of overpowering concern to me. Call it an identification of myself with the mystical generalization to which we refer by the term man. I do not wish to take the time or trouble to understand mysticism. Can you tell me why I may not rid myself of yourself and of an uncomfortable and unnecessary 5-century future, which I will never see, by having you executed tonight?" "A week ago," said Selden lightly, "you may have done so, and perhaps retain a 1 in 10 probability of yourself remaining alive at year's end. Today, the 1 in 10 probability is scarcely 1 in 10,000. There were expired breaths in the gathering and uneasy stirrings. Gal felt the short hairs prickle on the back of his neck. Chen's upper eyelids dropped a little. "How so?" he said. "The fall of Trantor," said Selden, "could not be stopped by any conceivable effort. It can be hastened easily, however. The tale of my interrupted trial will spread throughout the galaxy. Frustration of my plans to lighten disaster will convince people that the future holds no promise to them. Already they recall the lives of their grandfathers with envy. They will see the political revolutions and trade sanctions will increase. The feeling will pervade the galaxy that only what a man can grasp for himself and at that moment will be of any account. Ambitious men will not wait. Unscrupulous men will not hang back. By their every action they will hasten the decay of the worlds, have me killed, and Trantor will fall, not within 5 centuries, but within 50 years, and you yourself, within a single year." Chen said, "These are words to frighten children, and yet your death is the only answer which will satisfy us." He lifted his slender hand from the papers on which it rested, so that only 2 fingers touched lightly upon the upmost sheet. "Tell me," he said, "will your only activity be that of preparing this encyclopedia you speak of?" "It will." "And need that be done on Trantor?" "Trantor, my lord, possesses the Imperial Library, as well as the scholarly resources of the University of Trantor. And yet, if you were located elsewhere, let's say upon a planet where the hurry and distractions of a metropolis would not interfere with your scholastic musings, where you and your men may devote yourselves entirely and single-mindedly to their work, might not that have advantages?" "Minor, perhaps." "Such a world has been chosen, then. You may work, doctor, at your own leisure, with your 100,000 about you. The galaxy will know that you're working and fighting the fall. They will even be told that you will prevent the fall." And he smiled. "Since I don't believe in so many things, it's not difficult for me to disbelieve in the fall as well, so that I am entirely convinced that I'm telling the truth to the people. And meanwhile, doctor, you will not trouble Trantor, and there will be no disturbance of the Emperor's peace. The alternative is death for yourself and is for as many of your followers as seems necessary. Your earlier threats I disregard. The opportunity for choosing between death and exile is given you over a time period stretching from this moment to 5 minutes hence." "What world is chosen, my lord?" "Ah, it is called, I believe, Terminus," said Chen. Negligently he turned the papers upon his desk with his fingertips, so they faced Selden. "It is uninhabited, but quite habitable, and it can be molded to suit the necessities of scholars. It is somewhat secluded." Selden interrupted. It's at the edge of the galaxy, sir. As I said, somewhat secluded. It'll suit your needs for concentration. Come, you have 2 minutes left. Selden said, We will need time to arrange such a trip. There are 20,000 families involved. You'll be given time. Selden thought a moment. The last minute began to die. He said, I accept exile. Gal's heart skipped a beat at the words. For the most part, he was filled with a tremendous joy, for who would not be, to escape death? Yet, in all his vast relief, he found space for a little regret that Selden had been defeated. And thus brings us to a close of Chapter 7 of Isaac Asimov's book Foundation, and the initial part, The Psychohistorians. Won't be long before we do chapter number 8, and that will take care of the very first part of the book. I hope you're enjoying it. Please visit again. Bye for now. Welcome back to Dimebag Darren. We're on the Omnivox channel, and I'm reading to you my very favorite book, Isaac Asimov's Foundation. We were left on chapter 7 of the first part of our book. There's only one more part, and then we're on to a second part of our book. So let's not delay. Let's get right into what amounts to chapter 8 ASAP here. Chapter 8. For a long while they sat silently, as the taxi whined through the hundreds of miles of wormlight tunnels towards the university. And then Gal stirred. He said, Was what you told the commissioner true? Would your execution have hastened the fall? Selden said, I never lie about psychohistoric findings, nor would it have availed me in this case. Chen knew I spoke the truth. He's a very clever politician, and politicians by their very nature must have an instinctive feeling for the truths of psychohistory. Then need you have accepted exile? Gal wondered, but Selden did not answer. When they burst upon the university grounds, Gal's muscles took action of their own, or rather, inaction. He had to be carried almost out of the taxi. All the university was a blaze of light. Gal had almost forgotten that the sun could exist. Nor was the university in the open. Its buildings were covered by a monstrous dome of glass and yet not glass. It was polarized so Gal could look directly upon the blazing star above, yet its light was undimmed, and it glanced off the metal buildings as far as the eye could see. The university structures themselves lacked the hard steel gray of the rest of Trantor. They were silvery, rather. Their metallic luster was almost ivory in color. Selden said, Soldiers, it seems. What? Gal brought his eyes to the prosaic ground and found a sentinel ahead of them. They stopped before him, and a soft-spoken captain materialized from a nearby doorway. He said, Dr. Selden? Yes. We've been waiting for you. You and your men will be under martial law henceforth. I've been instructed to inform you that 6 months will be allowed for your preparations to leave Terminus. 6 months, began Gal, but Selden's fingers were upon his elbow with gentle pressure. These are my instructions, repeated the captain. He was gone, and Gal turned toward Selden. Why? What can be done in 6 months? This is but a slower murder. Quietly, quietly. Let's reach my office. It was not a large office, but it was quite spy-proof, and quite undetectably so. Spy beams trained upon it received neither suspicious silence, nor an even more suspicious static. They received rather a conversation constructed at random out of a vast stock of innocuous phrases in various tones and voices. Now, said Selden at his ease, 6 months will be enough. I don't see how. Because, my boy, in a plan such as ours, the actions of others are bent to our needs. Have I not said to you already that Shen's temperamental makeup had been subjected to greater scrutiny than any other single man in history? The trial was not allowed to begin until the time and circumstances were right for the ending of our choosing. But you could have arranged. To be exiled to Terminus? Why not? He put his fingers on a certain spot on his desk, and a small section of the wall behind him slid aside. Only his own fingers could have done so, since only his particular print pattern would have activated the scanner beneath. You will find several microfilms inside. Take the one marked with the letter T. Gall did so and waited while Selden fixed it within the projector and handed the young man a pair of eyeglasses. Gall adjusted them and watched the film unroll before his eyes. He said, "But then," Selden says, "what surprises you? Have you been prepared to leave for 2 years? 2.5. Of course, we could not be certain that it would be Terminus that would be chosen, but we hoped it might be, and we acted upon that assumption." "But why, Dr. Selden? If you arranged the exile, why? Could not the events be far more controlled here on Trantor?" "Why? There are some reasons. Working on Terminus, we will have Imperial support without ever rousing fears that we would endanger Imperial safety." Gall said, "But you arouse those fears only to force exile. I don't understand." 20,000 families would not travel to the end of the galaxy of their own will, perhaps. "But why should they be forced there?" Gall paused. "May I not know?" Selden said, "Not yet. It's enough for the moment that you know that a scientific refuge will be established on Terminus, and another will be established at the other end of the galaxy, let us say, at Star's End. As for the rest, I will die soon, and you will see more than I. No, spare me your shock and good wishes. My doctors tell me that I cannot live longer than a year or two, but then I've accomplished in life what I intended, and under what circumstances may one better die?" "And after you die, sir?" "Why, there will be successors, perhaps even yourself, and the successors will be able to apply the final touch in the scheme and instigate the revolt on Anacreon at the right time and in the right manner. Thereafter, events may roll unheeded." "I do not understand." "You will." Selden's lined face grew peaceful and tired both at once. "Most will leave for Terminus, but some will stay. It will be easy to arrange, but as for me," he concluded in a whisper, so that Gall could scarcely hear him, "I'm finished." And thus ends Chapter 8 of the first part of Isaac Asimov's book, Foundation. When we come back, we'll be starting on the very first part of the second part of the book, or book 2, called The Encyclopedists. So far, we're reading Foundation, and we've covered the psychohistorians. Please join us again as we embark into Chapter 1 of Book 2 of Isaac Asimov's Foundation series, The Encyclopedists, the next time we're together. From Dimebag Darren World Headquarters, here in the corner of my living room. Thanks for coming. See you again soon. Bye for now. Welcome back to Dimebag Darren World Headquarters, here in the corner of my living room. And this is a weirdie, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you in on the inside joke. Now, as you know, I'm reading my way through my favorite book, Isaac Asimov's Foundation. And what that means is that hopefully you'll enjoy it, and I'm having some fun. But what I want you to know is that when you become a fan of Asimov and you read this story, there is an inside joke that begins right at the very beginning of the book. And there are a couple of things to know that knowing might help you understand, I guess, maybe, possibly a little bit, maybe not. I'm not sure. But I'm going to share a couple of background pieces of information here with you now regarding our story. Now, as you can see, Asimov, we've got a number of different stories here. We're working our way through the Foundation trilogy, and we are on Foundation. Okay. And so here we are, Foundation. We'll be working our way through the rest of those, but just one at a time. Okay. Now, actually, just to go back to here, I want to notice that this was published in 1951. So this is a work of future fiction that was written a very long time ago. Okay. The other thing I want you to know is that Trantor, the planet that we start on, is in a place and a time that is so far into the future from right now that the people have lost track of where humanity actually got its start. No one actually knows the name Earth anymore. No one is familiar with the planet of man's origin at all. So for all that they have and all that they know and all the planets that they talk about, the initial planet of man's initial beginnings is still Earth in all of these stories, except it was an incredibly long time ago, to the point where it's absolutely lost. And when different things that are constants, like for example, like physical constants for physical sciences, they will mention that they are things that are known since the iniquities of man, since the dawn of time, like the the laws of thermodynamics and things like that. So it is interesting that they know that there are some things that are so old that they're basically, again, their initial where they came from is lost to the dawn of time, and in fact, the fact of where humans came from. But you've learned by enjoying the first little bit of our book that Harry Seldon was a mathematician who came up with a science called psychohistory based on mathematics that allowed for the prediction of masses of humans, not an individual human, but more accurately masses of humans. And more accurately, the bigger the mass, the better, the more accuracy would be involved. So by using the accuracy of the masses of the universe, and its many quintillion, quadrillion, quinbillion, however number, and using the mathematical theorems of psychohistory, he could see no way for the current system to sustain itself, and that it would for sure fall into ruin. And he's let the leaders of the day know, but that ruin is no time in the upcoming near future that any one of them should concern themselves. But Harry is concerned with humanity, not just humans. So it becomes his plan to save the knowledge of man in a way separated from the upheaval that would be coming up, and set up the encyclopedia group. And they leave the planet. They are exiled to another planet far on the edge of the galaxy where hopefully they won't be bothered, in order to work on their encyclopedia, which would be the sum knowledge of all mankind. And not only would it be there, but it would be distributed so that no cataclysm would wipe out the sum of learning up to that point, and man could begin again and rebuild in a much shorter time span than we would otherwise. So this is the setting up of the Encyclopedia Galactica. The funny thing, though, and here's the inside joke, each chapter begins with a synopsis of the situation from the Encyclopedia Galactica. And here on the bottom of the very first page, and very, very well may be the only time it comes up, I read for you one more time. All quotations from the Encyclopedia Galactica here reproduced are taken from the 116th edition, published in 1020 FE by the Encyclopedia Galactica Publishing Company, Terminus, with permission of its publishers. And that means no matter what, however the story goes, the encyclopedia is published. There have been 116 editions of it. And 1020 FE, that's Federation time, or Federation. You know what I mean? Like that is the time after the setup of the foundational era. Pardon me. So that tells you that by foundational era. So that tells you that by 1020 FE, that's 1,020 years into the future that this quote came out of the published works. So there's your inside joke. No matter what you're reading through here, you're able to see it, because this is 1,020 years even in the future from this. But it's a great story. And so we will be going on to book 2, the Encyclopedists, right away. And once again, it begins with an opening quote from Encyclopedia Galactica. Keep that in mind. And you might find it a little bit different to listen to, but even when you think you know what's going on, you don't. That's all I'll say. That being said, from Dimebag Darren World Headquarters here in the corner of my living room, there's the inside scoop on what we're doing. Hope it brings more enjoyment to you. It is once again my favorite book, and I hope it becomes one of yours. For now, bye-bye. Welcome back to Dimebag Darren World Headquarters here. Well, here in the corner of my living room is where it all happens. But this time, we're live on the Omnivox channel with Omnivox Story Time. Read by Dimebag, and that's me. And still, we're on my very favorite book. And we're getting into the second story in the book, which is super cool. This is the Foundation Trilogy. We are reading Foundation, okay? The first part of the Foundation story is the Psychohistorians. That's book 1, chapter 1. But we are past book 1 now. And we are on to book 2, The Encyclopedists. Once again, it begins with a quote from the Encyclopedia Galactica. The Encyclopedists, Chapter 1, Terminus. Its location, see map, was an odd one, for the role was called upon to play in galactic history, and yet, as many writers have never tired of pointing out, an inevitable one. Located on the very fringe of the galactic spiral, an only planet of an isolated sun, poor in resources and negligible in economic value, it was never settled in the 5 centuries after its discovery, until the landing of the Encyclopedists. It was inevitable as a new generation grew, Terminus would become something more than an appendage. It was inevitable as the new generations grew, Terminus would become something more than an appendage of the psychohistorians of Trantor. With the Anacrean revolt and the rise to power of Salvor Hardin, the first of the great line of, and it goes on, Encyclopedia Galactica. Louis Perrin was busily engaged at his desk in the one well-lit corner of the room. Work had to be coordinated. Effort had to be organized. Threads had to be woven into a pattern. 50 years now. 50 years to establish themselves and set up the Encyclopedia Foundation No. 1 into a smooth working unit. 50 years to gather the raw material. 50 years to prepare. It had been done. 5 more years would see the publication of the first volume of the most monumental work the galaxy had ever conceived. And then, at 10-year intervals, regularly like clockwork, volume after volume. And with them, there would be supplements, special articles, events of current interest, until... Perrin stirred uneasily as the muted buzzer upon his desk muttered peevishly. He'd almost forgotten the appointment. He shoved the door release and out of an abstracted corner of one eye saw the door open, and the broad figure of Salvor Hardin entered. Perrin didn't look up. Hardin smiled to himself. He was in a hurry, but he knew better than to take offense at Perrin's cavalier treatment of anything or anyone that disturbed him at his work. He buried himself in the chair on the other side of the desk and waited. Perrin's stylus made the faintest scraping sound as it raced across paper. Otherwise, neither motion nor sound. And then Hardin withdrew a 2-credit coin from his vest pocket. He flipped it, and its stainless steel surface caught flitters of light as it tumbled through the air. He caught it and flipped it again, watching the flashing reflections lazily. Stainless steel made good medium of exchange on a planet where all metal had to be imported. Perrin looked up and blinked. "Stop that," he said querulously. "Eh? That infernal coin tossing. Stop it." "Oh." Hardin pocketed the metal disc. "Tell me when you're ready, will you? I promised I'd be back at the city council meeting before the aqueduct project is put to a vote." Perrin sighed and shoved himself away from the desk. "I'm ready, but you're not going to bother me about city affairs. Take care of that yourself, please. The encyclopedia takes up all my time." "Have you heard the news?" questioned Hardin phlegmatically. "What news?" "The news that the Terminus City Ultrawave set received 2 hours ago. The royal governor of the prefect of Anacreon has assumed the title of king." "Oh, well, what of it?" "It means we're cut off from the inner regions of the Empire. We've been expecting this, but that doesn't make it any more comfortable. Anacreon stands square across what was our last remaining trade route to Santani, and to Trantor, and to Vega itself. Where's our metal supposed to come from? We haven't managed to get a steel or aluminum shipment through in 6 months, and now we won't be able to get any at all, except by the grace of the king of Anacreon. Get it through him, then." "But can we? Listen, Perrin. According to the charter which established this foundation, the Board of Trustees of the Encyclopedia Committee has been given full administrative powers. I, as the mayor of Terminus City, have just enough power to blow my own nose, and perhaps to sneeze if you countersign an order giving me permission. It's up to you and your board, then. I'm asking you in the name of the city, whose prosperity depends upon uninterrupted commerce with the galaxy, to call an emergency meeting." "Stop. A campaign speech is out of order. Now, Hardin, the Board of Trustees has not barred the establishment of a municipal government on Terminus. We understand one to be necessary because of the increase in population since the Foundation was established 50 years ago, and because of the increasing number of people involved in non-encyclopedia affairs. But that does not mean that the first and only aim of the Foundation is no longer to publish the definitive encyclopedia of all human knowledge. We are a state-supported, scientific institution, Hardin. We cannot, we must not, and we will not interfere in local governments and politics. Local politics? By the Emperor's big toe, Perrin. This is a matter of life and death. The planet Terminus itself cannot support a mechanized civilization. We lack metals, you know that. It hasn't a trace of iron, copper, or aluminum in the surface rocks and precious little of anything else. What do you think will happen to the encyclopedia if the whatchamacallit King of Anacreon clamps down on us? On us. Are you forgetting that we're under the direct control of the Emperor himself? We are not part of the prefect of Anacreon or of any other prefect. Memorize that. We are part of the Emperor's personal domain, and no one touches us. The Empire can protect its own. Then why didn't it prevent the royal governor of Anacreon from kicking over the traces? And only Anacreon? At least 20 of the outermost prefects of the galaxy, the entire periphery as a matter of fact, have begun steering things their own way. I tell you, I feel darned uncertain of the Empire and its ability to protect us. Hokum. Royal governors, kings, what's the difference? The Empire is always shot through with a certain amount of politics, and with different men pulling this way and that. Governors have rebelled, and for that matter, emperors have been deposed or assassinated before this. What has that got to do with the Empire itself? Forget it, Hardin. It's none of our business. We are first of all and last of all scientists, and our concern is the encyclopedia. Oh yes, I'd almost forgotten, Hardin. Well, do something about that paper of yours. Perrin's voice was angry. The Terminus City Journal? It isn't mine, it's privately owned. What's it been doing? For weeks now, it's been recommending that the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Foundation be made an occasion for public holiday and quite inappropriate celebrations. And why not? The radium clock will open the first vault in 3 months. I would call this a big occasion, wouldn't you? Not for silly pageantry, Hardin. The first vault and its opening concerns the Board of Trustees alone. Anything of importance will be communicated to the people. This is final, and please make it plain to the Journal. I'm sorry, Perrin, but the city charter guarantees a certain minor matter known as the freedom of the press. It may, but the Board of Trustees does not. I am the Emperor's representative on Terminus, Hardin, and have full power in this respect. Hardin's expression became that of a man counting to 10 mentally. He said grimly, in connection with your status as the Emperor's representative, then, I have a final piece of news to give you. About Anacreon? Perrin's lips tightened. He felt annoyed. Yes. A special envoy will be sent to us from Anacreon in 2 weeks. An envoy here? From Anacreon? Perrin chewed that. What for? Hardin stood up, shoved his chair back up against the desk. I give you one guess. And he left, quite unceremoniously. And that ends Chapter 1, Book 2. In our read, we'll be back with Chapter 2 soon enough. I hope you're enjoying it. Thank you for listening. Welcome back to Dimebag Darren World Headquarters here in the corner of my living room. And we are, of course, on the Omnivox channel. And it is once again time for Omnivox Storytime, read by Dimebag, and that's me. We're reading my favorite book. We are on Chapter 2 of Book 2, and here we go. Anselm Haut Roderick, Haut itself signifying noble blood, sub-prefect of FEMA and envoy extraordinary of His Highness of Anacreon, plus half a dozen other titles, was met by Salvor Hardin at the spaceport with all the imposing ritual of a state occasion. With a tight smile and a low brow, the sub-prefect had flipped his blaster from holster and presented it to Hardin butt first. Hardin returned the compliment with a blaster specifically borrowed for the occasion. Friendship and goodwill were thus established, and if Hardin noticed the barest bulge at Haut Roderick's shoulder, he prudently said nothing. The ground car that received them then proceeded, flanked and followed by the suitable cloud of minor functionaries, proceeded in a slow, ceremonious manner to Cyclopedia Square, cheered on its way by a properly enthusiastic crowd. Sub-Prefect Anselm received the cheers with the complacent indifference of a soldier and a nobleman. He said to Hardin, "And this city is all your world?" Hardin raised his voice to be heard above the clamor. "We are a young world, your eminence. In our short history, we have but had few numbers of higher nobility visiting our poor planet. Hence our enthusiasm. It is certain that higher nobility did not recognize irony when he heard it. He said thoughtfully, "Founded 50 years ago. You have a great deal of unexploited land here, Mayor. You ever consider dividing it into estates? There is no necessity as of yet. We're extremely centralized and have to be because of the encyclopedia. Someday, perhaps, when our population is grown." A strange world. You have no peasantry? Hardin reflected that it didn't require a great deal of acumen to tell that His Eminence was indulging in a bit of fairly clumsy pumping. He replied, "No, nor nobility." Holt Roderick's eyebrows lifted. "And your leader, the man I'm here to meet? You mean Professor Perrin?" "Yes, he's the chairman of the Board of Trustees and a personal representative of the Emperor." "Doctor? No other title? A scholar? And he rates above the civil authority?" "Why, certainly," replied Hardin amiably. "We're all scholars, more or less. After all, we're not so much a world as a scientific foundation, under the direct control of the Emperor." There was a vague emphasis on the last phrase that seemed to disconcert the sub-prefect. He remained thoughtfully silent during the rest of the slow way to Cyclopedia Square. If Hardin found himself bored by the afternoon and evening that followed, he had at least the satisfaction of realizing that Perrin and Holt Roderick, having met with loud and mutual protestations of esteem and regard, were detesting each other's company a good deal more. Holt Roderick had attended with glazed eyes to Perrin's lecture during the inspection tour of the Encyclopedia building. With polite and vacant smile, he had listened to the latter's rapid patter as they passed through the vast storehouses of reference film and the numerous projection rooms. It was only after he'd gone down level by level into and through the composing department, the editing department, the publishing department, the filming departments, that he made his first comprehensive statement. "This is all very interesting," he said, "but it seems a strange occupation for grown men. What good is it?" It was a remark that Hardin noted, for which Perrin found no answer, though the expression on his face was most eloquent. The dinner that evening was much the mirror of the events that happened that afternoon, for Holt Roderick monopolized the conversation by describing in minute detail and with incredible zest his own exploits as battalion head during the recent war between Anacreon and the neighboring newly proclaimed kingdom of Smyrna. The details of the sub-prefect's account were not completed until dinner was over. One by one, the minor officials drifted away. The last bit of triumphant description of mangled spaceships came when he accompanied Perrin and Hardin onto the balcony and relaxed in the warm air of the summer evening. "And now," he said, with a heavy joviality, "to serious matters." "By all means," murmured Hardin, and lighting a long cigar of vegan tobacco. Not many left, he reflected, and teetering back in his chair on two legs. The galaxy was high in the sky, and its misty lens shape stretched lazily from horizon to horizon. The few stars here at the very edge of the universe were insignificant twinkles in comparison. "Of course," said the sub-prefect, "all formal discussion, the paper signing and such dull technicalities, that is, will take place before the... What do you call your council?" "The Board of Trustees," replied Perrin coldly. "Queer name. Anyway, that's for tomorrow. We might as well clear away some of the underbrush right now, man to man, though, hey?" "And this means?" "Well, just this. There's been a certain change in the situation out here in the periphery, and the status of your planet has become a trifle uncertain. It would be very convenient if we succeeded in coming to an understanding as to how the matter stands. By the way, Mayor, have you got another of those cigars?" Hardin stared and produced one reluctantly. Anselm Holt Roderick sniffed at it and emitted a clucking sound of pleasure. "Vegan tobacco. Where did you get it?" "We received some last shipment, but there's hardly any left. Space knows when we'll see any more, if ever." Perrin scowled. He didn't smoke, and for that matter he detested the odor. "Let me understand this, Your Eminence. Your mission is merely one of clarification?" Holt Roderick nodded through the smoke of his first lusty puffs. "In that case, it is soon over. The situation with respect to Encyclopedia Foundation No. 1 is what it's always been." "Ah, and what is it that it has always been?" "Just this. A state-supported scientific institution and part of the personal domain of His August Majesty the Emperor." The sub-prefect seemed unimpressed. He blew smoke rings. "That's a nice theory, Dr. Perrin. I imagine you've got charters with the Imperial seal spot on it. But what's the actual situation? How do you stand with respect to Smyrna? You're not 50 parsecs away from Smyrna's capital, you know. And what about Conum and Darabo?" Perrin said, "We've nothing to do with any prefect. As part of the Emperor's..." "They're not prefects," reminded Holt Roderick. "They're kingdoms now." "Kingdom, then. We have nothing to do with them. As a scientific institution..." "Science be dashed," swore the other, via bouncing soldierly oath that ionize the atmosphere. What the devil has that got to do with the fact that we're liable to see Terminus taken over by Smyrno at any time? And the Emperor, he would just sit by? Holt Roderick calmed down and said, well now, Dr. Perrin, you respect the Emperor's property, and so does Anacreon, but Smyrno might not. Remember, we've just signed a treaty with the Emperor. I'll present a copy to the board of yours tomorrow, which places upon us the responsibility of maintaining order within the borders of the old prefect of Anacreon on behalf of the Empire. Our duty is clear then, isn't it? Certainly, but Terminus is not part of the prefect of Anacreon. And Smyrno? Nor is it part of the prefect of Smyrno. It's not part of any prefect. Does Smyrno know that? I don't care what it knows. Well, we do. We just finished a war with her, and she still holds 2 stellar systems that are ours. Terminus occupies an extremely strategic spot between the 2 nations. Hardin felt weary. He broke in. What is your proposition, Your Eminence? The sub-prefect seemed quite ready to stop fencing in favor of a more direct statement. He said briskly, it seems perfectly obvious. Since Terminus cannot defend itself, Anacreon must take over the job for its own sake. You understand that we have no desire to interfere with the internal administration. Grunted Hardin dryly. But as we believe it would be best for all concerned to have Anacreon establish a military base upon the planet. And that's what you'd want, a military base in some unoccupied territory, and let it go at that. Well, of course there would be the matter of supporting the protecting forces. Hardin's chair came down on all fours, and his elbows went forward on his knees. Now we're getting to the rub. Let's put it into language. Terminus is to be a protectorate and to pay tribute. Not tribute, taxes. We're protecting you, you pay for it. Perrin banged his hand on the chair with sudden violence. Let me speak, Hardin. Your Eminence, I do not care a rusty half-credit coin for Anacreon, Smyrno, or all your local politics and petty wars. I tell you this, as a state-supported, tax-free institution, state-supported, but we are the state, Dr. Perrin, and we're not supporting. Perrin rose angrily. Your Eminence, I am the direct representative of His August Majesty the Emperor, chorused Anselm Holt Roderick sourly. And I am the direct representative of the King of Anacreon. Anacreon is a lot closer, Dr. Perrin. Let's get back to business, urged Hardin. How would you like to take these so-called taxes, Your Eminence? Would you like them in kind, wheat, potatoes, vegetables, cattle? The sub-prefect stared. What the devil? What do we need with those? We have hefty surpluses. Gold, of course. Chromium or vanadium would even be better, incidentally, if you have it in quantity. Hardin laughed. Quantity? We haven't got iron in quantity. Look here. Take a look at our currency. He tossed the coin to the envoy. Holt Roderick bounced it and stared. What is it, steel? That's right. I don't understand. Terminus is a planet practically without metals. We import it all. Consequently, we have no gold and nothing to pay unless you want a few thousand bushels of potatoes. Well, manufactured goods. Without metal, what do we make our machines of? There was a pause, and Perrin tried again. This whole discussion is wide of the point. Terminus is not a planet, but a scientific foundation preparing a great encyclopedia. Spaceman, have you no respect for science? Encyclopedias don't win wars, Holt Roderick's brow was furrowed. A completely unproductive world, then. Practically unoccupied at that. Well, you might as well pay with land. What do you mean? Said Perrin. This world is just about empty, and the unoccupied land is probably fertile. There are many nobility on Anacreon that would like to have an addition to their estates. You can't propose any such. There is no necessity of looking so alarmed, Dr. Perrin. There's plenty for all of us. And if it comes to what it comes, you cooperate, and we could probably arrange it that you lose nothing. Titles can be conferred, and estates granted. You understand me, I think? Perrin sneered. Thanks. And then, Hardin said ingenuously, could Anacreon supply us with an adequate supply of plutonium for our atomic power plant? We only have a few years' supply left. There was a gasp from Perrin, and then dead silence for minutes. When Holt Roderick spoke, it was in a voice quite different than what it had been until then. You have atomic power? Certainly. What's unusual in that? I imagine atomic power is 50,000 years old now. Why shouldn't we have it? Except that it's a little difficult to get plutonium. Yes, yes. The envoy paused and added uncomfortably, well, gentlemen, we'll pursue the subject tomorrow. You'll excuse me. Perrin looked after him and grinned through his teeth. That insufferable, dull-witted donkey. That, Hardin broke in. Not at all. He's merely the product of his environment. He doesn't understand much, except for I got a gun and you ain't. Perrin whirled on him in exasperation. What in space did you mean to talk about military bases and tribute? Are you crazy? Nope. I merely gave him rope and let him talk. You'll notice that he managed to stumble out with Anacreon's real intentions, and that is the parceling up of Terminus into landed estates. Of course, I don't intend to let that happen. You don't intend? You don't? And who are you? And may I ask what is meant by blowing off your mouth about our atomic power plant? Why, it's just a thing that could make us a military target. Yes, grinned Hardin. A military target to stay away from. Isn't it obvious why I brought the subject up? It happens to confirm a very strong suspicion that I had. And that was what? That Anacreon no longer has an atomic power economy. If they had, our friend would have undoubtedly had realized that plutonium, except in ancient tradition, is not used in power plants, and therefore it follows that the rest of Periphery no longer has atomic power either. Certainly Smyrno hasn't, or Anacreon wouldn't have won one of the battles in their recent war. Interesting, wouldn't you say? Bah! Perrin left in a fiendish humor, and Hardin smiled gently. He threw his cigar away and looked up at the outstretched galaxy. Back to oil and coal, are they? He murmured, and what the rest of his thoughts were, he kept to himself. Welcome back to Dimebag Darren World Headquarters here in the corner of my living room. Once again, got my favorite book. We are on Book 2, Chapter 3. Hope you're ready. Book 2, Chapter 3. When Hardin denied owning the journal, he was perhaps technically correct, but no more. Hardin had been the leading spirit in the drive to incorporate Terminus into an autonomous municipality. He had been elected its first mayor, and so it was not surprising that although not a single share of the journal stock was in his name, some 60% was controlled by him in a more devious fashion. There are ways. Consequently, when Hardin began suggesting to Perrin that he be allowed to attend meetings of the Board of Trustees, it was not quite coincidence that the journal began a similar campaign, and the first mass meeting in the history of the Foundation was held, demanding representation of the city in the national government. And eventually Perrin capitulated with ill grace. Hardin, as he sat at the foot of the table, speculated idly as to just what it was that made physical scientists such poor administrators. It might be merely that they were too used to inflexible fact and far too unused to pliable people. In any case, there was Thomas Sutt and George Farah on his left, London Krast and Yate Fulham on his right, with Perrin himself presiding. He knew them all, of course, but they seemed to have put on an extra special bit of pomposity for the occasion. Hardin half dozed through the initial formalities, then perked up when Perrin sipped on the glass of water before him by way of preparation, and said, "I find it very gratifying to be able to inform the board that since our last meeting, I have received word that Lord Dorwin, Chancellor of the Empire, will arrive in Terminus in 2 weeks. It may be taken for granted that our relations with Anacreon will be smoothed out to our complete satisfaction as soon as the Emperor is informed of the situation." He smiled and addressed Hardin across the length of the table. "Information to this effect has been given to the journal." Hardin snickered below his breath. It seemed evident that Perrin's desire to strut this information before him had been one of the reasons for his admission into the sacrosanctum. He said evenly, "Leaving vague expressions out of account, what do you expect Lord Dorwin to do?" Thomas Sutt replied. He had a habit of addressing one in the third person when in his more stately moods. "It is quite evident," he observed, "that Mayor Hardin is a professional cynic. He can scarcely fail to realize that the Emperor would be most unlikely to allow his personal rights to be infringed." "Why? What would he do in the case they were?" There was an annoyed stir. Perrin said, "You are out of order, and are making what are nearly treasonable statements besides. Am I to consider myself answered? Yes, and if you have nothing further, don't jump to conclusions. I'd like to ask another question. Besides this stroke of diplomacy, which may or may not prove to mean anything, has anything concrete been done to meet the anacreonic menace? Yate Fullman drew one hand along his ferocious red mustache. You see a menace there, do you? Don't you? Scarcely. This with indulgence. The Emperor? Great space! Hardin felt annoyed. What is this? Every once in a while somebody mentions Emperor or Empire, as if it were a magic word. The Emperor is 50,000 parsecs away, and I doubt whether he gives a damn about us. And if he does, what can he do? What there was of the Imperial Navy in these regions is in the hands of the Four Kingdoms now, and Anacreon has its share. Listen, we have to fight with guns, not with words. Now get this. We had 2 months' grace so far, mainly because we've given Anacreon the idea that we've got atomic weapons. Well, we all know that's a little white lie. We've got atomic power, but only for commercial uses, and darn little at that. They're going to find that out soon. And if you think they're going to enjoy being jollied along, you're mistaken. My dear sir, hold on, I'm not finished. Hardin was just warming up. He liked this. It's all very well to drag counselors into this, but it would be much nicer to drag a few big siege guns fitted with beautiful atomic bombs into it. We've lost 2 months, gentlemen. We may not have another 2 months to lose. What do you propose to do? Said London Crass, his nose wrinkling angrily. If you're proposing militarization of the Foundation, I won't hear a word of it. It would mark our open entrance into the field of politics. We, Mr. Mayor, are a scientific foundation and nothing else. Added Soot. He does not realize, moreover, that the building armaments when being withdrawing men, valuable men, from the encyclopedia. That cannot be done come what may. Very well. Very true, agreed Perrin. The encyclopedia first, always. Hardin groaned in spirit. This board seemed to suffer violently from encyclopedia on the brain. He said icily, Has it ever occurred to this board that it is barely possible that Terminus may have interest other than the encyclopedia? Perrin replied, I do not conceive, Hardin, that the Foundation can have any interest other than the encyclopedia. I didn't say the Foundation. I said Terminus. I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. There's a good million of us here on Terminus, and not more than 150,000 are working directly on the encyclopedia. To the rest of us, this is home. We were born here. We're living here. Compared with our farms and our homes and our factories, the encyclopedia means nothing to us. We want them protected. He was shouted down. The encyclopedia first, groaned out Crass. We have a mission to fulfill. Mission hell, shouted Hardin. That might have been true 50 years ago, but this is a new generation. That has nothing to do with it, replied Perrin. We are scientists, and Hardin leapt through the opening. Are you, though? That's a nice hallucination, isn't it? Your bunch here is a perfect example of what's been wrong with the galaxy for thousands of years. What kind of science is it to be stuck here for centuries, classifying the work of scientists of the last millennium? Have you ever thought of working towards extending knowledge and improving upon it? No. You're quite happy to stagnate. The whole galaxy is, and has been for space knows how long. That's why the periphery is revolting. That's why communications are breaking down. That's why petty wars are becoming eternal. That's why whole systems are losing atomic power and going back to barbaric techniques of chemical power. If you ask me, the whole galaxy's gone to pot. He paused and dropped into his chair to catch his breath, paying no attention to the 2 or 3 that were attempting simultaneously to answer him. Crass got the floor. I don't know what you're trying to gain by your hysterical statements, Mr. Mayor. Certainly you're adding nothing constructive to the discussions. I move, Mr. Chairman, that the Speaker's remarks be placed out of order and the discussion be resumed from the point where it was interrupted. George Farah bestirred himself for the first time. Up to this point, Farah had taken no part in the argument, even at its hottest. But now his ponderous voice, every bit as ponderous as his 300-pound body, burst its bass way out. Haven't we forgotten something, gentlemen? What? Said Perrin peevishly. That in a month we celebrate our 50th anniversary. Farah had a trick of uttering the most obvious platitudes with great profundity. What of it? And on that anniversary, continued Farah placidly, Harry Seldon's vault will open. Have you ever considered what might be in the vault? I don't know. Routine matters. A stock speech of congratulations, perhaps. I don't think any significance need be placed on the vault. Although the journal, and he glared at Hardin, who grinned back, did try to make an issue of it. I put a stop to that. Ah, said Farah. But perhaps you are wrong. Doesn't it strike you, he paused and put a finger to his round little nose, that the vault is opening at a very convenient time? Very inconvenient time, you mean, muttered Fulham. We've got some other things to worry about. Other things more important than a message from Harry Seldon? I think not. Farah was growing more and more pontifical than ever, and Hardin eyed him thoughtfully. What was he getting at? In fact, you all seem to forget that Seldon was the greatest psychologist of our time, and that he is the founder of the Foundation. It seems reasonable to assume that he used his science to determine the probable course of history of the immediate future, and if he did, as seems likely, I repeat, he would have certainly managed to find a way to warn us of danger, and perhaps to point out a solution. The encyclopedia was very dear to his heart, you know. An aura of puzzled doubt prevailed, and Perrin hemmed. Well now, I don't know. Psychology is a great science, but there are no psychologists among us at the moment. I believe it seems we're on uncertain ground. Farah turned to Hardin. Didn't you study psychology under Aileron? Hardin answered, half in reverie. Yes. I never completed my studies, though. I got tired of theory. I wanted to be a psychological engineer, but we lacked the facilities, so I did the next best thing. I went into politics. It's practically the same thing. Well, what do you think of the vault? And Hardin replied cautiously, I don't know. He did not say a word for the remainder of the meeting, even though it got back to the subject of the Chancellor of the Empire. In fact, he didn't even listen. He'd been put on a new track, and things were falling into place. Just a little. Little angles were fitting together, one or two, and psychology was the key. He was sure of that. He was trying desperately to remember the psychological theory he had once learned, and from it he got one thing right at the start. A great psychologist, such as Seldon, could unravel human emotions and human reactions sufficiently to be able to predict broadly the historical sweep of the future. And that meant my favorite book. Thanks for listening. Bye for now. Welcome back to Dimebag Darren, world headquarters here, in the corner of my living room. This time, once again, for Omnivox Storytime on the Omnivox channel. Thanks for coming. We're on to chapter number 4 of Isaac Asimov's Foundation in the book called The Encyclopedists. Now, I was looking for a way to make this a little more comfortable. So I got a StreamYard pillow. Put the book on, which actually brings it a little bit closer to the camera as well. I'll make a little adjustment for you here. We'll see how that works out. Keeping our place with a little Canadian Tire money. Because, you know, that's actual money here in Canada, right? All right, chapter 4. Actually, that might be just a touch too loud. All right. Now chapter 4. Lord Dorwin took snuff. He also had long hair curled intricately and quite obviously artificially, to which were added a pair of fluffy blonde sideburns, which he fondled affectionately. Then, too, he spoke in over-precise statements and left out all the R's. At the moment, Hardin had no time to think more about the reasons for the instant detestation in which he held the noble Chancellor. Oh yes, the elegant gestures of one hand with which he accompanied his remarks, and the studied condescension with which he accompanied even a simple affirmative. But at any rate, the problem was to locate him. He had disappeared with Perrin half an hour before. Passed clean out of sight, blast him. Hardin was quite sure that his own absence during the preliminary discussions would quite suit Perrin, but Perrin had been seen in this wing and on this floor. It was simply a matter of trying every door. Halfway down, he said, "Ha!" and stepped into the darkened room. The profile of Lord Dorwin's intricate hairdo was unmistakable against the lit screen. Lord Dorwin looked up and said, "Ah, Hardin, you've been looking for us." No doubt. He held out his own snuff box, over-adorned and poor workmanship at that, noted Hardin, and was politely refused, whereat he helped himself to a pinch and smiled graciously. Perrin scowled. Hardin met that with an expression of blank indifference. The only sound to break the short silence that followed was the clicking of the lid of Lord Dorwin's snuff box. And then he put it away and said, "A great achievement, this encyclopedia of yours, Hardin. A feat indeed to rank with the most majestic accomplishments of all time. Most of us think so, my lord. It is an accomplishment not quite accomplished as yet, however. From what little I've seen of the efficiency of your foundation, I have no fears on that score. And he nodded to Perrin, who responded with a delighted bow. Quite a love fest, thought Hardin. I wasn't complaining about the lack of efficiency, my lord, as much as the definite excess of efficiency on the part of the Anachronians, though in another more destructive direction. Ah, yes. Anacreon. A negligent wave of the hand. I just come from there. Most barbarous planet. It is thoroughly inconceivable that human beings should live here in the periphery. The lack of the most elementary requirements of a cultured gentleman, the absence of the most fundamental necessities for comfort and convenience, the utter desuetude in which they... Hardin interrupted dryly. The Anachronians, unfortunately, have all the elementary requirements for warfare and all the fundamental necessities for destruction. Quite. Lord Dorwin seemed annoyed, perhaps at being stopped midway in his sentence. But we aren't to discuss business now, you know. Really, I'm otherwise overwhelmed. Dr. Perrine, are you going to show me the second volume? Please do. The lights clicked out, and for the next half hour, Hardin might as well have been on Anacreon for all the attention they paid him. The book screen made little sense to him, nor did he trouble to make the attempt to follow. But Lord Dorwin became quite humanly excited at times. Hardin noticed that during these moments of excitement, the Chancellor pronounced his R's. When the lights were on again, Lord Dorwin said, Marvelous! Truly marvelous! You aren't by chance interested in archaeology, are you, Hardin? Eh? Hardin shook himself out of an abstracted reverie. No, my lord, can't say that I am. I'm a psychologist by original intention, and a politician by final decision. Aha, no doubt interesting studies. I myself, you know, dabble in archaeology. Indeed, his lordship, interrupted Perrin, is most thoroughly acquainted with work in the field. Well, perhaps I am, said his lordship. I've done an awful amount of work in the science. Extremely well read, in fact. I've gone through all Jordan, Obisasi, Cromwell, all of them, you know. I've heard of them, of course, said Hardin, but I've never read them. You should someday, my dear fellow. It would amply repay you. Well, I would consider it well worth the trip here to the refectory to see the copy of Lameth. Would you believe it? My library totally lacks a copy. By the way, Dr. Perrin, have you not forgotten your promise to develop a copy for me before I leave? Oh, no, too pleased. Lameth, you know, continued the Chancellor pontifically, presents a new and most interesting addition to my previous knowledge of the origin question. What question? The origin question. The place of the origin of the human species, you know. Surely you must know that it was thought that originally the human race occupied only one planetary system. Well, yes, I know that. Of course, no one knows exactly what system it is. Lost in the mist of antiquity. There are theories, however. Sirius, some say. Others insist Alpha Centauri, on Sol, or on 61 Cygni, all in the Sirius region, you know. And what does Lameth say? Well, he goes off on a new trail completely. He tries to show archaeological remains on the third planet of the Actuan system, show that humanity existed there before there was any indication of space travel. And that means it was humanity's birth planet? Perhaps, if I read it closely and weigh the evidence before I say the thing, one must see how reliable his observations are. Hardin remained silent for a moment and said, When did Lameth write this book? Oh, I should say about 800 years ago, of course. It is based largely on the previous work of Glean. Then why rely on him? Why not go to Arcturus and study the remains for yourself? Lord Dorwin raised his eyebrow and took a sniff of snuff hurriedly. Why, whatever for, my dear fellow. To get the information firsthand, of course. But where's the necessity? It seems uncommonly roundabout and hopelessly wigamawolish method of getting anywheres. Look here now. I got the works of the old masters, the great archaeologists of the past. I weigh them against each other, balance the disagreements, analyze the conflicting statements, decide which is probably correct, and come to a conclusion. That's the scientific method, as far as I see it. How insufferably crude would it be to go to Anacreus or to Sol and stumble around, blunder about with the old masters have covered the ground so much more effectually than we could ever possibly hope to do. I see. Scientific method, hell. No wonder the galaxy was going to pot. Come, my lord, said Perrin. I think we'd better be returning. Ah, yes, perhaps we had. As they left the room, Hardin said suddenly, My lord, may I ask a question? Lord Dorwin smiled blandly, and emphasized his answer with a gracious flutter of the hand. Certainly, my dear fellow. Only happy to be of service. If I can help you in any way from my poor store of knowledge. It isn't exactly about archaeology, my lord. No, no, it's this. Last year, we received news here on Terminus about the explosion of a power plant on Planet 5 of Gamma Andromeda. We got the hairiest outline of the accident, no details at all. I wondered if you could tell me exactly what happened. I wonder you annoy his lordship with questions on totally irrelevant subjects. Not at all, Dr. Pline, interceded the Chancellor. It's quite all right. There isn't much to say concerning it in any case. The power plant did explode, and it was quite a catastrophe, you know. I believe several million people were killed, and at least half the planet was simply laid in ruins. Really, the government is seriously considering placing several restrictions upon the indiscriminate use of atomic power, though that is not a thing for general publication, you know. I understand. But what was wrong with the plant? Well, really, replied Lord Dorwin indifferently, who knows? It had broken down some years previously, and it was thought that the replacements and repair work was most inferior. It is so difficult these days to find men who really understand much technical details of old power systems. And he took a sorrowful pinch of snuff. You realize, said Hardin, that the independent kingdoms of the periphery have lost atomic power altogether? Have they? I'm not at all surprised. Barbarous planets. Oh, my dear fellow, but don't call them independent. They ain't, you know. Their treaties we've made with them all prove positive of that. They acknowledge the sovereignty of the Emperor. They have to, of course, or we wouldn't tweet with them. That may be so, but they have considerable freedom of action. Yes, I suppose so, considerable. That scarcely matters. The Empire's far better off with the periphery thrown upon its own resources as it is, more or less. They aren't any good to us, you know, most barbarous planets, scarcely civilized. They were civilized in the past. Anacreon was one of the richest of the outlying provinces. I understand it compared favorably with Vega itself. Oh, but Hardin, that was centuries ago. You can scarcely draw conclusions from that. Things were different in the old great days. We aren't the men we used to be, you know. But Hardin, come. You're a most persistent chap. I told you I simply won't discuss business today. Dr. Perrine did prepare me for you. He told me you would try to badger me, but I'm far too old a hand for that. Let's leave it for next day. And that was that. And thus ends Chapter 4 of Isaac Asimov's Foundation, The Encyclopedists. Hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. From Dimebag Darren World Headquarters, Omnivox Storytime with Dimebag. We are out of here. Catch you next time. Bye for now. Welcome back to Dimebag Darren World Headquarters on the Omnivox channel, where we are reading the old favorite book, Isaac Asimov's Foundation. We're on to Chapter 5. I know you've been waiting, so I appreciate you. Chapter 5. This was the second meeting of the board Hardin had attended, if one were to exclude the informal talks the board members had had with the now-departed Lord Dorwin. Yet the mayor had a perfectly definite idea that at least one other, and possibly two or three, had been held, to which he had somehow never received an invitation. Nor, it seemed to him, he would have received notification of this one, had it not been for the ultimatum. At least it amounted to an ultimatum, though a superficial reading of the Visiograph document would lead one to suppose it was a friendly interchange of greetings between two potentates. Hardin fingered it gingerly. It started off floridly with a salutation from His Puissant Majesty, King of Anacreon, to his friend and brother, Dr. Louis Perrin, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Encyclopedia Foundation No. 1, and it ended even more lavishly with a gigantic multicolored seal of the most involved symbolism. But it was an ultimatum just the same. Hardin said, "It turned out we didn't have much time after all, only 3 months, but little as it was, we threw it away unused. The thing here gives us a week. What do we do now?" Perrin frowned worriedly. There must be a loophole. It is absolutely unbelievable that they would just push matters to extremes in the face of what Lord Dorwin had assured us regarding the attitude of the Emperor and of the Empire. Hardin perked up. I see. You've informed the King of Anacreon of this alleged attitude? I did, after having placed the proposal to the board for a vote and having received unanimous consent. And when did this take place? Perrin climbed onto his dignity. I do not believe I'm answerable to you in any way, Mayor Hardin. All right, I'm not that virtually interested. It's my opinion that your diplomatic transmission of Lord Dorwin's valuable contribution to the situation, he lifted the corner of his mouth in a sour half-smile, that was the direct cause of this friendly little note. They might have delayed longer otherwise, though I don't think so. I don't think the additional time would have helped Terminus any considering the attitude of the board. Yate Fulham said, How do you arrive at this remarkable conclusion, Mr. Mayor? In a rather simple way. It merely required the use of that much-neglected commodity, common sense. You see, there's a branch of human knowledge known as symbolic logic, which can be used to prune away all sorts of clogging deadwood that clutters up human language. What about it? Said Fulham. I applied it. Among other things, I applied it to this document here. I didn't really need to for myself because I knew what it was all about, but I think I can explain it more easily to 5 physical scientists by symbols rather than words. Hardin removed a few sheets of paper from the pad under his arm and spread them out. I didn't do this myself, by the way. Mueller-Hulk of the Division of Logic has his name signed to the analyses, as you can see. Perrin leaned across the table to get a better view, and Hardin continued. The message from Anacreon was a simple problem, naturally, for the men who wrote it were men of action rather than men of words. It boils down easily and straightforwardly to the unqualified statement when in symbols, and is what you can see, and when in words roughly translated is, you give us what we want in a week, or we beat the hell out of you and take it anyway. There was silence as the 5 members of the board ran down the line of symbols, and Perrin sat down and coughed uneasily. Hardin said, No loophole, is there, Dr. Perrin? Doesn't seem to be. All right. Hardin replaced the sheets. Before you now, you see a copy of the treaty between the Empire and Anacreon, a treaty, incidentally, which is signed on the Emperor's behalf by the same Lord Dorwin who was here last week, and with it a symbolic analysis. The treaty ran through 5 pages of fine print, and the analysis was scrawled out in just under half a page. As you see, gentlemen, something like 90% of the treaty boiled right out of the analysis as being meaningless, and what we have ended up with can only be described in the following interesting manner. Obligations of Anacreon to the Empire? None. Powers of the Empire over Anacreon? None. Again, the 5 followed the reasoning, anxiously checking carefully back to the treaty, and when they were finished, Perrin said in a worried fashion, That seems to be correct. You admit, then the treaty is nothing but a declaration of total independence on the part of Anacreon, and a recognition of that status by the Empire. It seems so. And do you suppose that Anacreon doesn't realize that, and is not anxious to emphasize the position of independence, so that it would naturally tend to resent any appearance of threats from the Empire, particularly when it is evident that the Empire is powerless to fulfill any such threats, or would never have allowed independence? But then, interposed Sut, how would Mayor Hardin account for Lord Dorwin's assurances of Empire support? They seemed satisfactory. Hardin threw himself back in the chair. You know, that's the most interesting part of the whole business, I'll admit. I had thought his lordship a most consummate donkey when I first met him, but it turned out that he was actually an accomplished diplomat and a most clever man. I took the liberty of recording all his statements. There was a flurry, and Perrin opened his mouth in horror. What of it? Demanded Hardin. I realized it was a gross breach of hospitality and a thing so-called gentlemen wouldn't do, and also if his lordship had caught on, that would have been most unpleasant, but he didn't, and I have the record, and that's that. I took the record, copied it out, and sent it to Hulk for analysis also. London Crast said, Where is the analysis? That, Hardin replied, is the interesting thing. The analysis was most difficult of the 3 by all odds, when Hulk, after 2 days of steady work, succeeded in eliminating meaningless statements, vague gibberish, useless qualifications, in short, all the goo and dribble. He found he had nothing left. Everything cancelled out. Lord Dorwin, in the 5 days of discussion, didn't say one damn thing, and said it so you never noticed. There are the assurances you have from your precious Empire. Hardin might have placed an actively working stench bomb on the table and created no more confusion than existed after that last statement. He waited with weary patience for it to die down. So, when you sent threats, and that's what they were, concerning Empire action to Anacreon, you merely irritated a monarch who knew better. Naturally, his ego would demand immediate action, and the ultimatum is the result. Which brings me to my original statement. We have 1 week left. What do we do now? It seems, said Sut, that we have no choice but to allow Anacreon to establish military bases on Terminus. I agree with you there, replied Hardin. But what do we do toward kicking them off again at the first opportunity? Yate Fulham's mustache twitched. That sounds like you've made up your mind that violence must be used against them. Violence, came the retort, is the last refuge of the incompetent. But I certainly don't intend to lay down the welcome mat and brush off the best furniture for their use. I still don't like the way you put that, insisted Fulham. It's a dangerous attitude. The more dangerous because we have noticed lately that a sizable section of the populace seems to respond to all your suggestions just so. I might as well tell you, Mayor Hardin, that the board is not quite blind to your recent activities. He paused and there was a general agreement. Hardin shrugged. Fulham went on. If you were to inflame the city into an act of violence, you would achieve elaborate suicide, and we don't intend to allow that. Our policy has but one cardinal principle, and that is the encyclopedia. Then, said Hardin, you come to the conclusion that we must continue our intensive campaign of doing nothing, Gren said bitterly. You yourself have demonstrated that the Empire cannot help us, and though how and why it can be so, I don't understand. If compromise is necessary, Hardin had that nightmarish sensation of running at top speed and getting nowhere. There is no compromise. Don't you realize that this bosh about military bases is a particularly inferior grade of drivel? Hot Roderick told us what the Anacreons are after. Outright annexation and imposition of its own feudal system of landed estates and peasant aristocracy economy upon us. What is left is our bluff of atomic power, and may force them to move slowly, but they will move nonetheless. He had risen indignantly, and the rest rose with him, except for George Farah. And then George Farah spoke. Everyone will please sit down. We've gone quite far enough, I think. Come, there's no use in looking so furious, Mayor Hardin. None of us have been committing treason. You'll have to convince me of that. Farah smiled gently. You know you don't mean that. Let me speak. His little shrewd eyes were half closed, and the perspiration gleamed on the smooth expanse of his chin. There seemed no point in concealing that the board had come to the decision that the real solution to the anacreonic problem lies in what was to be revealed when the vault opens in 6 days from now. Is that your contribution to the matter? Yes. We are to do nothing, is that right? Except for to walk in quiet serenity, in utter faith, for the Deus Ex Machina to pop out of the vault? Stripped of your emotional phraseology, that's the idea. Such unsubtle escapism, really, Dr. Farah. Such folly smacks of genius. A lesser mind would be incapable of it. Farah smiled indulgently. Your taste in epigrams is amusing, Hardin, but out of place. As a matter of fact, I think you remember my line of argument concerning the vault about 3 weeks ago. Yes, I remember it. I don't deny that it was anything but a stupid idea from the standpoint of deductive logic alone. You said, stop me when I make a mistake, that Harry Seldon was the greatest psychologist in the system, that he could foresee the tight and uncomfortable spot we're in now, that he established the vault as a method of telling us the way out. You got the essence of the idea. Would it surprise you to hear that I've given considerable thought to the matter these 3 weeks? Very flattering. With what result? With the result that pure deduction is found wanting. Again, what is needed is a little sprinkling of common sense. For instance, if he foresaw the Acreonian mess, why not have placed us on some other planet nearer the galactic center? It's well known that Seldon maneuvered the commissioners on Trantor into ordering the Foundation established on Terminus. But why should he have done so? Why put us out here at all, if he could see in advance the break in communication lines and our isolation from the galaxy, the threat of our neighbors, and of our helplessness because of the lack of metals on Terminus? That above all. Or if he foresaw all this, why not have warned the original settlers in advance that they might have had time to prepare, rather than wait, as he is doing until 1 foot is over the cliff, even before doing so? And don't forget this, even though he could foresee the problem then, we can see it equally well now. Therefore, if he could foresee the solution, then we should be able to see it now. After all, Seldon was not a magician. There are no trick methods of escaping from a dilemma that he can see and we can't. But Hardin, we can't. But you haven't tried. You haven't tried once. First, you refused to admit there was a menace at all. Then you reposed an absolutely blind faith in the Emperor. Now you've shifted it to Harry Seldon. Throughout, you've invariably relied on an authority on or past, never on yourselves. His fist balled spasmodically. It amounts to a diseased attitude, a conditioned reflex that shunts aside the independence of your minds whenever there's a question of opposing authority. There seems no doubt ever in your minds that the Emperor is more powerful than you are, or Harry Seldon wiser. And that's wrong, don't you see? For some reason, no one cared to answer him. Hardin continued. It isn't just you, it's a whole galaxy. Perrin heard Lord Dorwin's idea of scientific research. Dorwin thought the way to be a good archaeologist was to just read all the books on the subject, written by men who are dead for centuries. He thought that the way to solve archaeological puzzles was to weigh the opposing authorities, and Perrin listened and made no objections. Don't you see that there's something wrong with that? Again, the note of near pleading in his voice. Again, no answer. He went on. And you men, and half of Terminus as well, are just as bad. We are here considering the encyclopedia the all in all. we consider the greatest end of science is the classification of past data. It's important, but there's no further work to be done? We're receding and forgetting. Don't you see? Here in the periphery, they've lost atomic power. In Gamma Andromeda, a power plant has blown up because of poor repair, and the Chancellor of the Empire complains that the atomic technicians are scarce. And the solution? To train new ones? Never. Instead, they're going to restrict atomic power. And for the third time, don't you see it's galaxy-wide? It's a worship of the past. It's a deterioration, a stagnation. He stared from one to the other, and they gazed fixedly at him. Farah was the first to recover. Well, mystical philosophy isn't going to help us here. Let us be concrete. Do you deny that Hari Seldon could easily have worked out historical trends of the future by simple psychological technique? No, of course not, cried Hardin. But we can't rely on him for a solution. At least he might indicate the problem, but if there's ever going to be a solution, we must work on it ourselves. He can't do that for us. Fulham spoke suddenly. What do you mean, indicate the problem? We know the problem. Hardin whirled on him. You think you do. You think Anacreon is all Hari Seldon is likely to be worried about? I disagree. I tell you, gentlemen, that as yet none of you has the faintest conception of what's really going on. And you do? I think so. Hardin jumped up and pushed his chair away. His eyes were cold and hard. If there's one thing that's definite, it's that there's something smelly about the whole situation, something that is bigger than anything we've talked about yet. Just ask yourself this question. Why was it that among the original population of the Foundation, not one first-class psychologist was included, except for Bor Alarin, and he carefully refrained from training his pupils in more than the fundamentals? A short silence, and Farah said, all right, why? Perhaps because a psychologist might have caught on to what this was all about, and too soon to suit Hari Seldon. As it is, we've been stumbling around, getting misty glimpses of the truth and no more, and that is what Hari Seldon wanted. He laughed harshly. Good day, gentlemen, and stalked out of the room. And thus ends Chapter 5. Sorry for the long wait. Hopefully Chapter 6 won't take me as long to do. And thank you very much for listening. Bye for now. Welcome back to the Omnivox channel, where we are having an Omnivox story time. This one is short and sweet. We are looking at Chapter 6. It's not a long one. I'm sorry you waited. Here we go. Chapter 6. Mayor Hardin chewed at the end of his cigar. It had gone out, but he was past noticing that. He hadn't slept the night before, and he had a good idea he wouldn't be sleeping this coming night. His eyes showed it. He said wearily, and that covers it? I think so. Johann Lee put a hand to his chin. How does it sound? Not too bad. It's got to be done, you understand, with impudence. That is, there can be no hesitation, no time to allow them to grasp the situation. Once we're in a position to give orders, why, give them as though you were born to do so, and they'll obey out of habit. That's the essence of a coup. If the board remains irresolute, even for the board, count them out. After tomorrow, their importance as a factor in Terminus affairs won't matter a rusty half-credit. Lee nodded slowly. Yet it is strange that they've done nothing to stop us so far. You said they weren't entirely in the dark. Farah stumbles at the edge of the problem. Sometimes he makes me nervous, and Perrin's been suspicious of me since I was elected. But you see, they've never had the capacity of really understanding what was up. Their whole training has been authoritarian. They're sure that the Emperor, just because he's the Emperor, is all-powerful. And they're sure that the Board of Trustees, simply because it's the Board of Trustees, acting in the name of the Emperor, cannot be in a position where it does not give the orders. That incapacity to recognize the possibility of revolt is our best ally. He heaved out of his chair and went to the water cooler. They're not bad fellows, Lee, when they stick to their encyclopedia, and we'll see to it that that's where they stick in the future. They're hopelessly incompetent when it comes to ruling Terminus. Go away now and start things rolling. I want to be alone. He sat down on the corner of his desk and stared at the cup of water. Space. If only he were as confident as he pretended. The Anacreonians were landing in 2 days, and what he had to go on was a set of notions and half guesses as to what Hari Seldon had been driving at these past 50 years.
He wasn't even a real honest-to-goodness psychologist, just a fumbler with a little training trying to outguess the greatest mind of the age. If Pharaoh were right, if Anacreon were all the problem Harry Seldon had foreseen, if the encyclopedia were all he was interested in preserving, then what price coup d'etat? He shrugged and drank his water. And that ends Chapter 6 of Isaac Asimov's Foundation. I'll be back as quickly as I can with Chapter 7. Bye for now. Now it's time for Chapter 7. The vault was furnished with considerably more than 6 chairs, although a larger company had been expected. Hardin noted that thoughtfully and seated himself wearily in a corner just as far from the other 5 as
and
possible.
That was actually a thing that
The board members didn't seem to object to that arrangement. They spoke among themselves in whispers, which fell off into sibilant monosyllables and then into nothing at all. Of them all, only George Ferris seemed even reasonably calm. He produced a watch and started staring at it somberly. Hardin glanced at his own watch, and then at the glass cubicle, completely empty. It dominated half the room. It was the only unusual feature of the room, for aside from that, there was no indication that somewhere a speck of radium was wasting away towards that precise moment when a tumbler would fall, a connection be made, and the lights went dim. They didn't go out, but merely yellowed and sank with a suddenness that made Hardin jump. He lifted his eyes to the ceiling lights in startled fashion, and when he brought them down, the glass cubicle was no longer empty. A figure occupied it, a figure in a wheelchair. It said nothing for a few moments, but closed the book upon its lap and fingered it idly. Then it smiled, and the face seemed all alive. It said, "I am Harry Seldon." The voice was old and soft. Hardin almost rose to acknowledge the introduction and stopped himself in the act. The voice continued conversationally. "As you can see, I'm confined to this chair and cannot rise to greet you. Your grandparents left for Terminus a few months back in my time, and since then, I've suffered rather an inconvenient paralysis. I can't see you, you know, so I can't greet you properly. I don't even know how many of you there are, so this must be conducted informally. If any of you are standing, please sit down. And if you care to smoke, I wouldn't mind. Why would I? I'm not really here." Harry Seldon put away his book as if laying it upon a desk at his side, and when his fingers let go, it disappeared. He said, "It is 50 years now since the Foundation was established. 50 years in which the members of the Foundation have been ignorant of what it is they were working toward. It was necessary that they be ignorant, but now that necessity is gone. The Encyclopedia Foundation, to begin with, is a fraud, and always has been." There was a sound of scramble behind Hardin, and 1 or 2 muffled exclamations, but he did not turn around. Harry Seldon was, of course, undisturbed. He went on. "It is a fraud in the sense that neither I nor my colleagues care at all whether a single volume of the encyclopedia is ever published. It has served its purpose, since by it we extracted an imperial charter from the Emperor. By it we attracted the 100,000 humans necessary for our scheme, and by it we managed to keep them preoccupied while events shaped themselves until it was too late for any of them to draw back. In the 50 years that you have worked on this fraudulent project, there's no use in softening phrases. Your retreat has been cut off, and you have now no choice but to proceed on the infinitely more important project that was and is our real plan. To that end, we have placed you on such a planet and at such a time that in 50 years you were maneuvered to the point where you no longer have freedom of action. From now on and into the centuries, the path you must take is inevitable. You will be faced with a series of crises as you are now faced with the first. And in each case, your freedom of action will become similarly circumscribed, so that you will be forced along one and only one path. It is that path which our psychohistory has worked out, and for a reason. For centuries, galactic civilization has stagnated and declined, though only a few ever realized that. But now, at last, the periphery is breaking away, and the political unity of the empire is shattered. Somewhere in the past 50 years is where the historians of the future will place an arbitrary line and say, this marks the fall of the Galactic Empire. And they will be right, though scarcely any will recognize that fall for additional centuries. And after the fall will come the inevitable barbarism, a period which our psychohistory tells us should, under normal circumstances, last for 30,000 years. We cannot stop the fall, nor do we wish to, for empire culture has lost whatever virility and worth it once had. But we can shorten the period of barbarism that must follow, down to a single thousand of years. The ins and outs of that shortening we cannot tell you, just as we could not tell you the truth about the Foundation 50 years ago. Were you to discover those ins and outs, our plan might fail, as it would have had you penetrated the fraud of the encyclopedia earlier, for then, by knowledge of your freedom of action would be expanded, and the number of additional variables introduced that would become greater than our psychology could handle. But you won't, for there are no psychologists on Terminus, and never were, but for Alarin, and he was one of us. But this I can tell you. Terminus and its companion foundation at the other end of the galaxy are the seeds of the Renaissance and the future founders of the Second Galactic Empire. And it is the present crisis that is starting Terminus off to that climax. This, by the way, is a rather straightforward crisis, much simpler than many of those that are ahead. To reduce it to its fundamentals, it is this. You are a planet suddenly cut off from the still civilized centers of the galaxy and threatened by your stronger neighbors. You are a small world of scientists, surrounded by vast and rapidly expanding reaches of barbarism. You are an island of atomic power in a growing ocean of more primitive energy, but are helpless despite that because of your lack of metals. You see then that you are faced by hard necessity, and that action is forced on you. The nature of that action, that is the solution to your dilemma, is of course obvious. The image of Harry Seldon reaching to the open air and the book once more appeared in his hand. He opened it and said, "But whatever devious course your future history may take, impress it always upon your descendants that the path has been marked out, and that at its end is a new and greater empire." And as his eyes bent to his book, he flicked into nothingness, and the lights brightened once more. Hardin looked up to see Perrin facing him, eyes tragic and lips trembling. The chairman's voice was firm, but toneless. "You were right, it seems. If you will see us tonight at 6, the board will consult with you as to the next move." They shook his hand, each one, and left, and Hardin smiled to himself. They were fundamentally sound at that, for they were scientists enough to admit that they were wrong. But for them it was too late. He looked at his watch. By this time it was all over. Lee's men were in control, and the board was giving orders no longer. The Anacreonians were landing their first spaceships tomorrow, but that was all right too. In 6 months they would be giving orders no longer. In fact, as Harry Seldon had said, and as Salvor Hardin had guessed, since the day that Anselm Hott Roderick first revealed to him Anacreon's lack of atomic power, the solution to this first crisis was obvious. Obvious as hell. Are yours, of course, still you're rather young. It's a fault that most people are guilty of at some period of their life. You became mayor of the city when you were only 2 years younger than I am now." Hardin smiled to himself. The yearling was a cool customer. He said, "I take it now that you've come to see me concerning the same foreign policy that annoys you so greatly in the council chamber. Are you speaking for your 3 colleagues, or must I listen to each of you separately?" There were quick mutual glances among the 4 young men, and a slight flickering of eyelids. Cermak said grimly, "I speak for the people of Terminus, the people who are now truly represented in the rubber stamp body they call the council." "I see. Then go ahead." "It comes to this, Mr. Mayor. We are dissatisfied." "By we, you mean the people, don't you?" Cermak stared hostilely, sensing a trap, and replied coldly, "I believe that my views reflect those of the majority of the voters of Terminus. Does that suit you?" "Well, a statement like that is all the better for proof. But go on anyway. You're dissatisfied." "Yes, dissatisfied with the party who, for over 30 years, has been stripping Terminus defenseless against the inevitable attack from the outside." "I see. And therefore?" Go on. "It's nice of you to anticipate. And therefore, we are forming a new political party, one that will stand for the immediate needs of Terminus and not for a mystic manifest destiny of your future empire. We are going to throw you and your lick-spittle clique of appeasers out of City Hall, and that soon. Unless, there's always an unless, you know. Not much of one in this case, unless you resign now. I'm not asking you to change your policies. I wouldn't trust you that far. Your promises are worth nothing. An outright resignation is all we'll take." "I see." Hardin crossed his legs and teetered his chair back on 2 legs. "That's your ultimatum. Nice of you to give me warning, but you see, I rather think I'll ignore it." "Don't think of it as a warning, Mr. Mayor. It was an announcement of principles and of action. This new party has already been formed, and it will begin its official activities tomorrow. There's neither room nor desire for compromise, and frankly, it was only our recognition of your services to the city that induced us to offer this easy way out. I didn't think you'd take it, but my conscience is clear. The next election will be a more forceful and quite irresistible reminder that resignation is necessary." He rose and motioned the rest up. Hardin lifted his arm. "Hold on, sit down." Seth Cermak seated himself once more, with just a shade too much alacrity, and Hardin smiled behind a straight face. In spite of his words, he was waiting for an offer, any offer. Hardin said, "In exactly what way do you want our foreign policy changed? Do you want us to attack the 4 kingdoms now at once, and all 4 simultaneously?" "I make no such suggestion, Mr. Mayor. It is our simple proposition that all appeasement cease immediately. Throughout your administration, you've carried out a policy of scientific aid to the kingdoms. You've given them atomic power. You've helped them rebuild power plants on their territories. You've established medical clinics, chemical laboratories, and factories." "Well, and your objection?" "You've done this in order to keep them from attacking us. With these as bribes, you've been playing the fool in a colossal game of blackmail in which you've allowed Terminus to be sucked dry, with the result that now we are at the mercy of these barbarians." "In what way?" "Because you've given them the power, given them the weapons, actually serviced the ships of their navies. They are infinitely stronger than they were 3 decades ago, and their demands are increasing with their new weapons, and they will satisfy their demands at once by violent annexation of Terminus. Isn't that the way blackmail usually ends?" "And your remedy?" "Stop the bribes immediately while you can. Spend your effort in strengthening Terminus itself, and attack first." Hardin watched the young fellow's little blonde mustache with an almost morbid interest. Cermak felt sure of himself where he wouldn't talk so much.
There was no doubt that his remarks were the reflection of a pretty huge segment of the population. Pretty huge. His voice did not betray the slightest perturbed current of his thoughts. It was almost negligent. Are you finished? For the moment. Well then, do you notice the framed statement I have on the wall behind me? Read it, if you will. Cermak's lips twitched. It says, "Violence is the last refuge of the incompetent." That is an old man's doctrine, Mr. Mayor. I applied it as a young man, Mr. Councilman, and successfully. You were busily being born when it happened, but perhaps you may have read something of it in school. He eyed Cermak closely and continued in measured tones. When Harry Seldon established the foundation here, it was for the ostensible purpose of producing a great encyclopedia, and for 50 years we followed that will-o'-the-wisp before discovering what he was really after. By that time it was almost too late. With communications with the central regions of the old empire broke down, we found ourselves a world of scientists concentrated into a single city, possessing no industries and surrounded by newly created kingdoms, hostile and largely barbarous. We were a tiny island of atomic power in this ocean of barbarism, and an infinitely valuable prize. Anacreon, then as now, the most powerful of the four kingdoms, demanded and actually established a military base upon Terminus. And then rulers of the city, the encyclopedists, knew very well that this was only a preliminary to taking over the entire planet. That is how matters stood when I assumed actual government. What would you have done? Cermak shrugged his shoulders. That's an academic question. Of course I know what you did. I'll repeat it anyway. The temptation was great, to muster what force we could and put up a fight. It's the easiest way out and the most satisfactory to self-respect, but nearly invariably the stupidest. You would have done it. You and your talk of attack first. What I did instead was to visit the three other kingdoms one by one and point out to each that to allow the secret of atomic power to fall into the hands of Anacreon was the quickest way of cutting their own throats, and suggest gently that they do the obvious thing. That was all. 1 month after the Anacreonian force had landed on Terminus, their king received a joint ultimatum from his three neighbors. In 7 days, the last Anacreonian was off Terminus. Now tell me, where was the need for violence? The young councilman regarded his cigar stub thoughtfully and tossed it into the incinerator chute. I fail to see the analogy. Insulin will bring a diabetic to normal without the faintest need of a knife. But appendicitis needs an operation. You can't help that. When other courses have failed, what is left but, as you put it, the last refuge? It's your fault that we're driven to it. I? Ah, yes. Again, my policy of appeasement. You still seem to lack grasp of the fundamental necessities of our position. Our problem wasn't over with the departure of the Anacreonians. They had just begun. The four kingdoms were more our enemies than ever, for each wanted atomic power, and each was kept off our throats only for fear of the other three. We are balanced on the point of a very sharp sword, and the slightest sway in any direction. If, for instance, one kingdom becomes too strong, or if two form a coalition, you understand? Certainly. That was the time to begin all-out preparations for war. On the contrary, that was the time to begin all-out prevention of war. I played them one against another. I helped each in turn. I offered them science, trade, education, scientific medicine. I made Terminus of more value to them as a flourishing world than as a military prize. It worked for 30 years.
Yes, but you were forced to surround these scientific gifts with the most outrageous mummery. You made half religion, half balderdash out of it. You've erected a hierarchy of priests and complicated, meaningless ritual. Hardin frowned. What of that? I don't see that it has anything to do with the argument at all. I started that way first because the barbarians looked upon our science as a sort of magical sorcery, and it was easiest to get them to accept it on that basis. The priesthood built itself, and if we help it along, we are only following the line of least resistance. It is a minor matter. But the priests are in charge of the power plants. That is not a minor matter. True, but we have trained them. Their knowledge of their tools is purely empirical, and they have a firm belief in the mummery that surrounds them. And if one pierces through the mummery, and has the genius to brush aside empiricism, what is to prevent him from learning actual techniques and selling them to the most satisfactory bidder? What price are value to the kingdoms then? Little chance of that, Cermak. You're being superficial. The best men on the planets of the kingdoms are sent here to the Foundation each year and educated into the priesthood. And the best of these remain here as research students. If you think those that are left with practically no knowledge of the elementals of science, or worse still, the distorted knowledge that the priests receive, can penetrate at a bound to atomic power, to electronics, and to the theory of the hyperwarp, you have a very romantic and very foolish idea of science. It takes lifetimes of training and an excellent brain to get that far. Johann Lee had risen abruptly during the foregoing speech and left the room. He had returned now, and when Hardin finished speaking, he bent to the superior's ear. A whisper was exchanged, and then a leaden cylinder. Then, with one short hostile look at the deputation, Lee resumed his chair. Hardin turned the cylinder end for end in his hands, watching the deputation through his lashes, and then he opened it, with a hard, sudden twist, and only Cermak had the sense not to throw a rapid look at the rolled paper that fell out. In short, gentlemen, he said, the government is of the opinion that it knows what it's doing. He read as he spoke. There were lines of intricate, meaningless code that covered the page and 3 penciled words scrawled in one corner that carried the message. He took it in at a glance and tossed it casually into the incinerator shaft. That ends the interview, I'm afraid. Glad to have met you all. Thanks for coming. He shook hands with each in a perfunctory fashion, and they filed out. Hardin had almost gotten out of the habit of laughing, but after Cermak and his 3 silent partners were well out of earshot, he indulged in a dry chuckle and bent an amused look on Lee. How did you like that battle of bluffs, Lee? Lee snorted grumpily. I'm not sure he was bluffing. Treat him with kid gloves, and he's quite liable to win the next election, just as he says. Oh, quite likely, if nothing happens first. Make sure that they don't happen in the wrong direction this time, Hardin. I tell you, this Cermak has a following. What if he doesn't wait till the next election? There was a time when you and I put things through violently, in spite of your slogan about what violence is. Hardin cocked an eyebrow. You are pessimistic today, Lee, and singularly contrary, too, or you wouldn't speak of violence. Our own little push was carried through without loss of life, you remember. It was a necessary measure put through at the proper moment, and went over smoothly, painlessly, and all but effortlessly. As for Cermak, he's up against a different proposition. You and I, Lee, are not the encyclopedists. We stand prepared. Sick your men on these youngsters in a nice way, old fellow. Don't let them know they're being watched, but eyes open, you understand. Lee laughed in sour amusement. I'd be a fine one to wait for your orders, wouldn't I, Hardin? Cermak and his men have been under surveillance for a month now. The mayor chuckled. Got in first, did you? All right. By the way, he observed and added softly, Ambassador Verisov is returning to Terminus temporarily, I hope. There was a short silence, faintly horrified, and then Lee said, What was the message? Are things breaking down already? Don't know. I can't tell until I hear what Verisov has to say. They may be, though after all, they have to before the election. But what are you looking so dead about? Because I don't know how it's going to turn out. You're too deep, Hardin, and you're playing the game too close to your chest. Thou too, Brutus, murmured Hardin, and aloud. Does that mean you're going to join Cermak's new party? Lee smiled against his will. All right, you win. How about lunch now? Chapter 2. There are many epigrams attributed to Hardin, a confirmed epigrammist, a good many of which are probably apocryphal. Nevertheless, it's reported that on a certain occasion he said, It pays to be obvious, especially if you have a reputation for subtlety. Polly Verisov had occasion to act on that advice more than once. He was now in his 14th year of his double status on Anacreon, a double status the upkeep of which reminded him often and unpleasantly of a dance performed barefoot on hot metal. To the people of Anacreon he was high priest, representative of that foundation which, to those barbarians, was the acme of mystery and the physical center of this religion they had created, with Hardin's help, in the last 3 decades. As such, he received a homage that had become horribly wearying, for from his soul he despised the very ritual of which he was the center. But to the king of Anacreon, the old one that had been, and the young grandson that was now on the throne, he was simply the ambassador of a power at once feared and coveted. On the whole, it was an uncomfortable job, and his first trip to the Foundation in 3 years, despite the disturbing incident that made it necessary, was something in the nature of a holiday. And since it was not the first time he had to travel in absolute secrecy, he again made use of Hardin's epigram on the uses of the obvious. He changed into his civilian clothes, a holiday in itself, and boarded a passenger liner to the Foundation, 2nd class. Once at Terminus, he threaded his way through the crowd at the spaceport and called up City Hall at a public visiphone. He said, My name is Jan Smite. I have an appointment with the mayor this afternoon. The dead-voiced but efficient young lady at the other end made a second connection, exchanged a few rapid words, and then to Verisov in a dry, mechanical tone, Mayor Hardin will see you in a half hour, sir. And the screen went blank. Whereupon the ambassador to Anacreon bought the latest edition of the Terminus City Journal, sauntered casually to City Hall Park, and sitting down on the first empty bench he came to, read the editorial page, sports section, and comic sheet while waiting. At the end of a half hour, he tucked the paper up under his arm, entered City Hall, and presented himself in the anteroom. In doing all this, he remained safely and thoroughly unrecognized, for since he was so entirely obvious, nobody gave him a second look. Hardin looked up at him and grinned. Have a cigar. How was the trip? Verisov helped himself. Interesting. There was a priest in the next cabin on his way here to take a special course in the preparation of radioactive synthetics for the treatment of cancer, you know. Surely he didn't call it radioactive synthetics now. I guess not. It was holy food to him. The mayor smiled. Go on. He inveigled me into a theological discussion and did his level best to elevate me out of sordid materialism. And he never recognized his own high priest? Without my crimson robe? Besides, he was Smyrnian. It was an interesting experience, though. It is remarkable, Hardin, how the religion of sciences grab hold. I've written an essay on the subject, entirely for my own amusement. It wouldn't do to have it published. Treating the problem sociologically, it would seem that when the old empire began to rot at the fringes, it could be considered that science, as science, had failed the outer worlds. To be reaccepted, it would have to present itself in another guise, and it's done just that. It works out beautifully when you use symbolic logic to help out. Interesting. The mayor placed his arms behind his neck and said suddenly, "Start talking about the situation at Anacreon." The ambassador frowned and withdrew the cigar from his mouth. He looked at it distastefully and put it down. "Well, it's pretty bad. He wouldn't be here otherwise." "Scarcely. Here's the position. The key man at Anacreon is the Prince Regent, Venus. He's King Leopold's uncle." "I know, but Leopold is coming of age next year, isn't he? I believe he'll be 16 in February." "Yeah, if he lives. The king's father died under suspicious circumstances. A needle bullet through the chest during a hunt. It was called an accident." "I seem to remember Venus the time I was on Anacreon when we kicked them off Terminus. It was before your time. Let's see now. If I remember, he was a dark young fellow, black hair with a squint in his right eye. He had a funny hook in his nose." "Same fellow. The hook and the squint are still there, but his hair's gray now. He plays the game dirty. Lucky he's the most egregious fool on the planet. Fancies himself a shrewd devil, too, which makes his folly all the more transparent. That's usually the way. His notion of cracking an egg is to shoot an atomic blast at it. Witness the tax on temple property he tried to impose just after the old king died 2 years ago, remember?" Hardin nodded thoughtfully and then smiled. "The priests raised a howl. They raised one you could hear all the way out to Lucrezia. He's shown more caution in dealing with the priesthood since, but he still manages to do things the hard way. In a way, it's unfortunate for us. He has unlimited self-confidence. Probably an overcompensated inferiority complex. Younger sons of royalty get that way, you know. But it amounts to the same thing. He's foaming at the mouth with eagerness to attack the Foundation. He scarcely troubles to conceal it. And he's in a position to do it, too, from the standpoint of armament. That old king built up a magnificent navy, and Venus hasn't been sleeping the last 2 years. In fact, the tax on the temple property was originally intended for further armament, and when that fell through, he increased the income tax twice. Any grumbling at that? None of serious importance. Obedience to the appointed authority was the text of every sermon in the kingdom for weeks. Not that Venus showed any gratitude. All right, I've got the background. Now what's happened? 2 weeks ago, an Acreonian merchant ship came across a battle cruiser of the old Imperial Navy. It must have been drifting in space for at least the last 3 centuries. Interest flickered in Hardin's eyes. He sat up. "Yes, I've heard of that. The Board of Navigation sent me a petition asking me to obtain the ship for purposes of study. It's in good condition, I understand." "In entirely too good condition," responded Verezov dryly. "When Venus received your suggestion last week that he turn the ship over to the Foundation, he almost had convulsions." "He hasn't answered yet." "He won't, except with guns, or so he thinks. You see, he came to me on the day I left Anacreon and requested that the Foundation put this battle cruiser into fighting order and turn it over to the Anacronian Navy. He had the infernal gall to ask that your note of last week indicated a plan of the Foundation's to attack Anacreon. He said the refusal to repair the battlecruiser would confirm his suspicions and indicated that measures for the self-defense of Anacreon would be forced upon him. Those are his words, forced upon him, and that's why I'm here." Hardin laughed gently. Verezov smiled and continued. "Of course, he expects a refusal, and it would be a perfect excuse in his eyes for immediate attack." "I see that, Verezov. Well, we have at least 6 months to spare, so have the ship fixed up and present it with my compliments. Have it renamed the Venus as a mark of our esteem and affection." He laughed again. And again Verezov responded with the faintest trace of a smile. "I suppose it's the logical step, Hardin, but I'm worried." "What about?" "It's a ship. They could build in those days. Its cubic capacity is half again that of the entire Anacreonian Navy.
It's got atomic blasts capable of blowing up a planet. It's got a shield that could take a Q-beam without working up radiation. Too much of a good thing, Hardin. Superficial, Verisov, superficial. You and I both know the armaments he has now could defeat Terminus handily, long before we could repair the cruiser for our own use. What does it matter then if we give him the cruiser as well? You know it'll never come to actual war. I suppose so, yeah. The ambassador looked up. But Hardin, well, why do you stop? Go ahead. Look, this isn't my province, but I've been reading the paper. He placed the journal on the desk and indicated the front page. What's all this about? Hardin dropped a casual glance. A group of councilmen are forming a new political party. That's what it says, Verisov fidgeted. I know you're in better touch with internal matters than I am, but they're attacking you with everything short of physical violence. How strong are they? Damn strong. They'll probably control the council after the next election. Not before? Verisov looked at the mayor obliquely. There are ways of gaining control besides elections. Do you take me for Weenus? No, but repairing the ship will take months. An attack after that is certain. Our yielding will be taken as a sign of appalling weakness, and the addition of the Imperial cruiser will just about double the strength of Weenus's navy. He'll attack us as sure as I'm high priest. Why take chances? Do one of two things. Either reveal the plan of campaign to the council, or force the issue with Anacreon now. Hardin frowned. Force the issue now? Before the crisis comes? It's the one thing I mustn't do. There's Harry Seldon and the plan, you know. Verisov hesitated, then muttered. You're absolutely sure, then, that there is a plan? There can scarcely be any doubt, came the stiff reply. I was present at the opening of the time vault, and Seldon's recording revealed it then. I didn't mean that, Hardin. I just don't see how it could be possible to chart history for 1,000 years ahead. Maybe Seldon overestimated himself. He shriveled a bit at Hardin's ironical smile and added, Well, I'm no psychologist. Exactly, none of us are. But I did receive some elementary training in my youth, enough to know what psychology is capable of, even if I can't exploit its capabilities myself. There is no doubt that Seldon did exactly what he claims to have done. The Foundation, as he says, was established as a scientific refuge, the means by which science and culture of the dying empire was to be preserved through the centuries of barbarism that have begun to be rekindled at the end into a second empire. Verisov nodded, a trifle doubtfully. Everyone knows that's the way things are supposed to go. But can we afford to take chances? Can we risk the present for the sake of a nebulous future? We must, because the future isn't nebulous. It's been calculated out by Seldon and charted. Each successive crisis in our history is mapped. Each depends in measure on the successful conclusion of the ones previous. This is only the second crisis, and space knows what effect even a trifling deviation would have in the end. That's a rather empty speculation. No. Harry Seldon said in the Time Vault that at each crisis our freedom of action would become circumscribed to the point where only one course of action was possible. So as to keep us on the straight and narrow? So as to keep us from deviating, yes. But conversely, as long as more than one course of action is possible, the crisis has not yet been reached. We must let things drift so long as we possibly can, and by space, that is what I intend doing. Verisov didn't answer. He chewed his lower lip in grudging silence. It had only been the year before Hardin had first discussed the problem with him, the real problem. The problem of countering Anacreon's hostile preparations, and then only because he, Verisov, had balked at further appeasement. Hardin seemed to follow his ambassador's thoughts. I would much rather never to have told you anything about this. What makes you say that? Cried Verisov in surprise. Because there are 6 people now, you and I, the other 3 ambassadors, and Johann Lee, who have a fair notion of what's ahead. And I'm damned afraid it was Seldon's idea to have no one know. Why so? Because even Selden's advanced psychology was limited. It could not handle too many independent variables. He couldn't work with individuals over any length of time any more than you could apply the kinetic theory of gases to a single molecule. He worked with mobs, populations of whole planets, and only blind mobs who do not possess foreknowledge of the results of their own actions. That's not plain. I can't help it. I'm not a psychologist enough to explain it scientifically, but this you know. There are no trained psychologists on Terminus and no mathematical texts on the science. It is plain that he wanted no one on Terminus capable of working out the future in advance. Selden wanted us to proceed blindly, and therefore correctly, according to the laws of mob psychology. As I once told you, I never knew where we were heading when I first drove out the Anacreonians. My idea had been to maintain balance of power, no more than that. It was only afterwards I thought I saw a pattern in events. But I've done my level best not to act on that knowledge. Interference due to foresight would have knocked the plan out of kilter. Verezov nodded thoughtfully. I've heard arguments almost as complicated back in the temples on Anacreon. How do you expect to spot the right moment of action? It's spotted already. You admit that once we repair the battle cruiser, nothing will stop Venus from attacking us. There will no longer be any alternative in that respect. Yes, all right. That accounts for the external aspect. Meanwhile, you'll further admit that the next election we will see a new and hostile council that will force action against Anacreon. There is no alternative there. Yes. And as soon as all the alternatives disappear, the crisis has come. Just the same. I get worried. He paused, and Verezov waited. Slowly, almost reluctantly, Hardin continued. I've got the idea, just a notion, that the external and internal pressures were planned to come to a head simultaneously. As it is, there's a few months' difference. Venus will probably attack before spring, and the elections are still a year off. That doesn't sound important. I don't know. It may be due merely to the unavoidable errors of calculation, or it might be due to the fact that I knew too much. I tried never to let my foresight influence my action, but how can I tell? And what effect will the discrepancy have? Anyway, there's one thing I've decided. And what's that? When the crisis does begin to break, I'm going to Anacreon. I want to be on the spot. No. That's enough, Verezov. It's getting late. Let's go out and make a night of it. I want some relaxation. Then get it right here, said Verezov. I don't want to be recognized, or you know what this new party your precious councilmen are forming would say. Call for the brandy. And Hardin did, but not for too much. All right, we made it. And that is it from Dimebag Darren World's headquarters, the very next installment of our book. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for waiting around for it. We'll get the next one out as soon as I can. Bye for now. And that is all of the Omnivox stuff that is actually recorded so far. We've got another one to add pretty soon, and hopefully it won't take me too long to do that. I would really like to get that done soon so you can enjoy the next chapter of the story. And with any luck, I will do it soon. Here I go. A second. There we go. All right, so there's one last thing, right? One last thing. Where is it? There it is.
Miss Flood. Miss Flood, I will track you down and send you something nice for visiting me during my extra long, 8-hour long stream. Thanks again from Omnivox and Dimebag Darren World Headquarters here in the corner of my living room. We are out of here. Bye.